Okay, and we are live everywhere. My microphone is falling down. That's a bad thing. Folks, I did some Riftbound pulls the other day, by the way. I had some really cool stuff show up. Let me see if I can find it for you. Oh, there we go. Cool. Hello. Yeah, I'm barely awake. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I only just woke up. Let me show you some of the stuff I pulled. Because it's cool. I'll show you my champion cards. Okay. Let me show you these. Okay, so this is my best pull. I got a like a Surge Foil Kavanari. Very, very cool. But I also had I'll show you some of this stuff. It's got Victor, Set, the Vayne card. Oh, there's probably some. Yeah, I was barely sleeping. That's the problem. I'll let you go through. Please.
阿 Sam 先生，先给大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是深圳 NIP 的下路选手阿 Sam。
欢迎阿 Sam。目前我们这一组的竞争可以说已经出现白热化的形式了。今天是组内赛的收官之战，也是非常关键的一场，将关系到后面骑士之路的一个晋级形势。对于这一场，你们有怎样的决心呢？
今天的比赛的话，最好还是2比0赢下来吧，这样可以拿到1、2名的那个4甲吧，还是比较关键的。
争取干净利落的赢下比赛啊。那上一场可以说比较轻松的大比分赢下了嘛。那今天再次交手 TT， 你们会觉得在哪些方面还是不能掉以轻心呢？
今天再次交手 TT 的话，就是感觉后面打团的话，还是沟通要做好一点吧。
在细节上再更优化一点，也是给我们的 NIP 加油了。 好的，同时也为大家采访到 TT 的 Ryan 选手，先给大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 TT 的 Ryan。
欢迎 Ryan。其实从组内赛的比赛来看，我们 TT 还是有亮眼的发挥的，但似乎从对线以及团战的细节上，感觉确实是棋差一招。我也知道 Ryan 今年是从 LPL 的这个2队晋升到 LPL， 你觉得相对以前的比赛强度提升在哪些方面呢？
主要提升在对线方面和团战一些方面吧。
我觉得对于我们 LPL 小将来说啊，即使是失败也是非常宝贵的赛场经验了。那想知道组内赛这5场打下来，你总结到哪些方面的经验呢？
总结到对线上跟辅助配合的更好一些，还有 AD 团战里面的一些细节和输出什么的。
在比赛之前给自己和战队加油吧。
TT 加油！
给 TT 加油了，我们赛场上见。
Okay, adverts are on. That's good. That's good. Okay, so this first game does matter an awful lot, folks. NIPTT, because if NIP win, they go through second in the group. In fact, I think they can even go through first in the group. Whereas if they lose, it will be EDG going through second ahead of them. Hey, there's Scubs, that's good. Oh, whatever, it's all good. I'm gonna have to change camera lens as well because I've got two people on screen. This song's from the LPL. This one's from LPL, not from us. Reminds me of an old Dragon Ball soundtrack. That I can't. Not gonna lie, that doesn't ring a bell with me, even though I have watched Dragon Ball multiple times. Like I watched it while I was on TV growing up. I feel like it's quite hard to replicate the feeling of watching something on TV when you're growing up. Ah, thanks to the bits there, Zara. I wonder if I should. Wait, did I set it to 5? Wait, I should probably set that to something like 50 or something, because I don't want people to spam the hell out of it, but. Yeah, Jonas, yeah. Gumi Yushi said, I really didn't expect we would be eliminated like this, so it's extremely disappointing, and I'm sorry. For the regular season, I'll get my condition back up, and we'll work hard to qualify for MSI, where we fell short, and show a lot of good games. What did the other people say? Kanavi said, up until preparing for the JDG match, and even on the day on the way to the venue, I felt like things were going really well. Hey, Princess.
英雄联盟客户端，掌上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 LPL.QQ.com， 虎牙直播、哔哩哔哩直播、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。上京东搜“京东电竞直播”，赢千元耳机和游戏手办。 穿李宁日进斗金系列，祝你峡谷稳赢，马年万道飞起！开一局吗？开就开！感谢提供全场保护的杜蕾斯，今晚持久战力开一局。Sky Motor 手机电动，快人一步，稳赢一路。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2026 LPL 官方指定家电产品。 更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，醒神好喝，帮人占吧！傲风 G7 LPL 官方指定电竞椅，想赢做傲风。
Okay, let's get into it, shall we?
Hey. Montes 3 cheered X50. Thank you Opera GX for the sponsorship. Download Opera GX to support the channel.
That's actually very true. Thank you, Montes. For those of you who would like to support the channel, there is a link in chat where you can download Opera GX. It's a very customizable gaming browser. If that's your kind of thing, please consider doing so. You can do it for absolutely for free, even if you're just trying it out. And it would help us an awful lot. Where are the Saiyans? Well, the grand majority of them are dead, Zara. Like, yeah, they're mostly dead. Also, do you want the ones which are like still alive? The ones which haven't been revived, so they're still in their first life? So you've got Goku. I mean, Gohan and Trunks are technically half Saiyan, right? You've got Broly, he's still around. Vegeta's still there. And then there's the people. Oh, and then there's the dude who says over 9,000. I can't remember the name of anymore. That's such crispy audio. Okay, onto the stage, folks. First game of the day, NIP versus TT. Second game will be JDG versus Top Esports. Both the series today actually very important, folks. Top Esports, if they win later today, can actually overtake Weibo and finish in 4th, which is kind of crazy. That shuriken is so cool, by the way, the shuriken spin. However, for this group, here are the stakes. If NIP win this series, they will go through as top 2. If they win by 1 game, they go through as 2nd. If they win by 2 games, so a 2-0, then they'll go through as 1st. But if they lose, they'll go through as 3rd instead, and EDG will go ahead in front of them. Do Top Esports have a fun fighting chance? It's Weibo, so yes, everyone has a fighting chance versus Weibo. That team doesn't make sense. That team is not okay. It's simply not okay. And onto the rift they go. Not the rift, the stage. Though the rift soon, I would imagine so. Wait, what did I? Sorry. Wait, did I say? Yeah, sorry. No, sorry, no, wait. No, I'm wrong. Sorry, I just saw there were the 2 teams that could qualify. JDG Top Esports later. JDG Top Esports, yeah. Yeah, no, sorry, JDG Top Esports. Sorry, I just saw those are the 2 teams that weren't qualified. So JDG Top Esports later, not Weibo. Sorry, you can tell I'm just woken up, can't you? And yeah, JDG come in as favourites. Top Esports, though. I mean, JDG have shown some flaws, though. I think particularly if you get ahead in jungle support, things can happen. If you manage to survive laning phase versus JDG, and get ahead in jungle support, they can have issues. Waiting for Sam to get up and join us as well. Oh my gosh.
I'm trying to figure out which one has your latte milk in. I think it's this one.
Yeah, I think so. Oh, it tastes about right, Sam.
Good.
Okay, I should probably get changed out of my Udi. I was showing off some of my champion cards to stream a little earlier. Very cool. As you can see, I am very cozy right now, folks. However, yeah, I have a lot of very cool Riftbound. No, yeah. I have a lot of very cool cards, which is very cool. Yep. Yeah. So I've got a lot of these which I'll eventually make into a deck, I presume. I hear that's what you're meant to do with cards anyway.
So, yeah, you know, you're supposed to look at it as, wow, that's pretty, and never think about it.
I know, crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, if you want to get settled in, Sam, you might have to take the first bit of draft because I haven't really had a chance to. I was going to get out that way just before you did this, Sam.
Yeah.
It's actually not very helpful, but yeah, I was going to go get ready, but I've obviously been babysitting chat.
That's fine, I can babysit chat now. Right. Behave, chat, daddy's here.
Oh, don't.
That's right, let's... What's happened, chat? Tell me your secrets. Hey, Zareth. Hey, Corey. Hey, Mecca. Good to see you all. Hello, YouTube chats as well. Alex immediately... No, don't say that. Yes, it's like I'm never being allowed to babysit chat, guys. Go, that's more like it. Let's throw a tantrum, chat. Papa Sam, I want V-Bucks. You know what? You're no child of mine. How dare you play that trash? Disowned. No V-Bucks. One Piece is slow and all over the place in terms of animation, so I don't blame you there. It's also just exhaustingly long if you've never seen it before. Yeah, I'm going through one pace, which is definitely helping things out a bit as well, because obviously there's just so much. Yeah, the pacing kind of sucks. I can see that. Well, what doesn't suck is the fact we've got a lot of light shows happening, and hopefully a bit of camera action as well. Indeed. Are we on the right? Let me just drop it down a little bit. That's more like it. There we go. Right. So, into draft we go. So, Nico becomes the first pick there. Malphite, Ambessa, Orianna, big engage tools off the board. On the other side, the double poke monsters of Jason Varus alongside that Jarvanov. Rise now a consideration. We have started to see more things like the Cassiopeia and the Anivia into the Rise. Feels like it has been the champion that has been most counterpicked. Through mid lane anyway. So we'll see whether Care is feeling comfortable enough to lock that in. TT in general had a tough time. Ryan 3 in particular, I think, has just not had a fun time in the laning phase. He's really, really struggled. See whether something like a Yunara game would be a way through that. Junhao, of course, as well. Gonna look towards that Shinzao. Are we debating a Yunara here? We are debating a Yunara here. And the Yunara will go with the Nico. What are we going to go along with that? You've already got a phenomenally strong skirmishing bot lane. Very good lane priority. Great at pretty much all times. Until 20 minutes in terms of your ability to team fight aggressively and snowball through that. Add in the Rumble, which of course got through draft all the way to here. Feels very strong. Hoya loves a Rumble. I'm really liking that NIP draft. I think TT might have bitten off a bit more than they can chew here. We'll see. Giving up Nico and Rumble? Kind of expected the trade, not gonna lie. Don't normally see both go over to one team like that, especially when they're on first pick. Xante Rumble. Somewhere out there, Finn is losing his mind. Nocturne away from Guon. The Lulu away from Feather. Yeah, there might be a Aphelios angle, I guess, for TT. So I wonder whether they just ban that out. Some of the things that win lane. Corki Nami might end up being something for Ryan and Feather as well. What else are we banning out of the jungle? We've lost a Jarvan. Trundle. Yeah, I suppose interesting. It's a Guon thing. Would be good for the Xante. Annoying for the Rise. Yeah. Wins against the Shins out. Last ban. Suspect another support ban. That or the Aphelios. Yep, there's the Bard. It is good into the Nico, so that would make some sense as to why you get this banned. It might look at something like Corki Nami now. Aphelios Thresh is the other possibility. That probably make the most sense to me here. Could also look for something like an Alistar or a Leona. You want the engage options alongside something like a Corki. Should be fine. Corki might be the sensible one, then you can lock it in with something like the Nami if you feel like you need the additional prio. And I think they do. Kez Ari. Okay. Ari Vi. Ari Vi. Now, it probably is going to be the Corki Nami. You could debate an Alistar here or a Leona here if you really feel like you need the front line, but I think actually you're going to need some priority from somewhere. And the Tidal Wave is pretty good disengage. And there is the lock of the Nami. Okay. Yeah, no, Trinity, I saw that one as well. I was like, yeah, well, Mobile Legends Bang Bang English. NIP comp is scary. I agree. Rival video game. I like NIP's comp a lot. I think it's going to spike a lot earlier. I think it's going to spike a lot harder. I think their mid-game and early lane priorities should be very, very scary. I think if TT don't hold on to 20 minutes, 2 items, they're going to have a very tough time. And I know, obviously, they've got the Corki Army to potentially skirmish on. Corki Army, Xin Tao's very, very good. But giving up Rumble, Nico, Yunara? Not sure about that. Sure, eventually Rise, Cassante will become pretty annoying in the side lanes and... Excuse me. Dangerous in those team fights. I don't think it's going to change all that much. Want a quick block of ads before we get into game. If you want to avoid those ads, then, you know, just subscribe. That's the way to do it. Hello to Karila. Hello, Solo Puppy, by the way. Glad to have you in here. Thank you for the bit, Zareth. Thank you for the bits, Corey. Oh, wrong screen. We can up that volume a little bit now. Oh, this needs to be done here, huh? Okay. There we go. Well, I'll turn the camera off. We'll see you in game. Doesn't look like we got gyros today. Well, they've not turned the crown mics on. One of the two. Happens occasionally. TT currently 0 and 5. Have not had a great time at all here. In split 1. Bot lane, bit of chunking happening. The Nami does help deal with some of the upfront poke. Corki Nami has been one of those lanes that has managed Yunara lanes better than most. Gives Corki a bit more power than they might otherwise have. But there's the heal and the level 2 rush. Both heals procced. Bit of a chunk there onto Ryan. Not too much more. NIP, after a dubious early start, are actually looking okay again now. Not perfect, but okay.
That's good, because I totally saw all of that.
Yeah, that's fine. Alex, I've got a question.
Yes.
Was it Junhao that was being switched out? Which was the jungler that got switched out?
Juhan,
not Junhao. That was right. I was thinking, no, it's like, yeah.
No, Juhan.
That's like, it wasn't Junhao, yeah, it was OMG.
Rao got switched
That's
in,
the
and then with 2 or 3 2 series with him gone, they ended up actually performing much better, and now they're actually,
look alright again.
Well, they managed to just about survive and through into top tier group Nirvana over LGD, which was very unexpected. If you want to let us know how volume is in chat, by the way, you do that. I can't remember. I actually just can't remember what I said it at.
I've adjusted to the usual.
Yeah, but I changed the actual volume on the feed at some point. Anyway, whatever. We'll figure that out. Kaz got Ari. I'm happy. I think this guy's really good at it. He is like Ari main certified. This guy wasn't Ari main before he went pro. One of the best players of it in the world. Genuinely very, very good. And I think that he's key to NIP's success here. And reminder, if NIP win today, they will go through his top 3 from Perseverance. 2-0 is going through his first, 2-1 is going through his second seed, and EDG, either way, in that case, will be going through his third. So EDG, if you're an EDG fan, you're praying on NIP's downfall. Of course, if NIP lose, then EDG would go ahead of them, and NIP would finish third, regardless of whether it was a 1-2 or a 0-2.
Thank you for the bits,
Boy cheered X100.
No,
did you disable
clearly
TTS?
not. We did not disable. Clearly,
3.
we did not disable it. We're gonna fight over raptors.
It's with a little bit of text-to-speech. We might have a little bit of keyboard to violence, though, as Junhao will flash over the wall and escape. Does steal a fair number of the Raptors, having done so, but will cost himself some summoners for that invade.
It's Rumble Kasante, but I saw the entire LPL Twitter creaming over the fact there was a unique matchup in Game 3 of a series. Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit different. The thing is, it's a little bit different when you see it in Game 1 of a best of 1 every day in every game in LEC or something like that, right? Which has been one of the issues. I will say on the whole, hang on, Hoya might have to flash it. Is he going to be safe?
Is it all a bait? They missed the Q3. Okay, fine.
But yeah, I think the other thing is that in LPL, we're more likely to see Ambessa versus Rumble and a couple of other champions trucks in there. So yeah, like, sarcastic though it was, I understand the comment. Very funny. I appreciate it. I understand it. But I think in LPL, we see the matchup less because we're more likely to play some more aggressive champions into it.
Worth noting here that Hoya didn't have teleport. It's actually down 15 CS in this matchup, which is somewhat unexpected. You expect the Rumble to go up 300, 746 gold or whatever it is that Fib was talking about. So it is. So we, I mean, it's very basically what I'm saying. It's very unexpected for Keshi to end up with that kind of lead.
Sorry, I was just wondering if you had the headphones loud or not. I don't know why I did that, Sam. I just changed the volume on the headphones because I just autopiloted.
No, they're quieter than usual. It's fine.
Yeah, which means, oh, thank God. That means I can be quieter than usual, and I can almost pretend I'm not awake, which Sam, I didn't sleep very well last night.
No.
I was actually quite worried because we have a Twitch front page tomorrow, and I just had this damning thought of, oh no, what if they take issues with like the Durex adverts which are on? I'm like, so I'm not gonna lie. I'm
not to laugh at your anxiety.
I'm not going to lie, folks. I've actually spent the last like hang on, there's all that top side. Talk about that first. Level 6, level 5.
Yeah, well, maybe Hoya could use some protection because he's about to get. No, he's fine.
Okay, all right, oh good.
Yeah, fine.
Yeah. Basically, folks, like, there's certain content warnings for, like, when you're on the front page, blah, 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 whatever. I guess it's just regular terms of service. It was like, oh, dear God, what if we have issues with that? And suddenly I have to be, like, playing hotkeys to, like, disable the adverts. Anyway, I'm really hoping it's going to be fine. I'm going to ask someone about it later. But that's why I didn't sleep last night, legit.
Well, he's going to hit 6 soonish. Does now finally have it. It's down 20 CS. What is happening in this lane? This should not be happening. Either way, Care is maybe going to threaten Haru here just a little bit. Throws up the charm, doesn't land it. Dragon is being taken by Junhao. I don't think we're going to see too much contest.
Well, I think the Dragon's going to be gone before he gets there, but Guan does have the level 6 before Junhao. He got that level 6 Scuttle Crab.
Look for a flash, cease and desist, good combo. Junhao not having a great time with the level 5 on the Shin. Sao Guwon though, very deep, will need to back away. Haru's had to flash, looking for that Realm Warp interrupt, but they get one up, but not Ryan, who clicks away. Flash over, they get a decent heal, courtesy of that ebb and flow. And Ryan survives, has to blow the flash and the barrier additionally to what else he might otherwise have had to blow.
Yeah, I think that Ryan clicked out of the ult, and that meant that he couldn't do it. Draw, maybe looking for cancel, does get one onto Feather actually, so he won't get that clean recall. Good fight for NIP, but it is only the 1 kill. So Dragon for 1 kill, suddenly that seems a lot more palatable.
Costs you a fair number of summoners, namely Flash, Ghost, Flash, Barrier of Heru and Ryan. Those are big summoners to lose. However, it's not like Guwon and Care didn't full send it either.
Yeah. So we see that level 6 Scuttle Crab was taken by Guwon, which means that he's level 6 to Junhao's level 5. Decent body block from Heru, who thought maybe he could save his jungler if he tanks the charm. Obviously couldn't there, and Shinzao didn't have the ultimate, and Ryan clicked out of the ultimate, presumably, which meant that because he stood on the edge and he clicked out of it, doesn't go with it. That is the way that the Rise ult works.
Oops. Well, Ryan, that's on you. I don't really have much more to say than that. You need to have cleaner clicks, my friend.
Oh, I only just realized this as well, but we just reached 200 subscribers, by the way, so woo!
Hooray!
Thank you, everyone that's been subscribing. Again, I know we do goof off a fair amount, but we really do enjoy having you here as part of our community. Yeah. And if you do enjoy it too, think about dropping that like and subscribe. Just keep what we're doing. We've been very flattered with the amount of support that we've had this year. Grub started up by Guwon.
Yeah. A little note as well, for those of you who have not subscribed, may think about dropping a Twitch Prime or whatever. It does help us build towards Partner Plus, which actually means we get more money from the subs and stuff, which is actually a big deal. So for those of you who can help with that, it's quite a cool goal to get towards.
I have no idea how many points you need for it, but you need...
We're not miles off, actually.
Which is crazy, actually. I hadn't thought about that. That's a fair point. Junhao now going for the blue buff invade. Of course, by taking the grubs, waste a lot of time. Guon going towards bot side. Are we gonna get the rare kind of invade on the opposite sides of the map?
We are.
Like at the same time?
There's potentially a collapse happening on bot lane as a result, though. This gets a bit interesting. Okay, not going to happen. They'll surely see the Xin Zhao going in here. I think Guwon will have claimed this red buff up before there's too much threat. There is no smite being used. Holds it. Wait. They've got to have an idea on Grugs.
Grugs.
Grugs, yeah.
Grugs.
Grug.
Krugs.
Grug.
What?
I just mispronounced it, Alex.
That's, yeah, I couldn't tell.
I was trying to get away with it, but you were going to allow that, were you?
Sam, you know me, absolutely no way.
Yeah.
Keshi with a 20 CS lead over Hoya, by the way, that is not normal.
Yeah, I'm glad we checked in on that, because again, we've sort of been slowly tracking that across the game, and it has just been getting worse and worse and worse. And now Hoya's been all outed. He's in a lot of danger again. He's currently in the danger zone, has to flash.
Ooh,
like
good combo from Keshi. You know, it's a good all out, but the problem is, you know, you just don't want to fall. I mean, you don't want to fall this far behind. I mean, the Rumble side of the match, this is meant to be a stable matchup. That's why people are like, oh my god, nothing ever happens here, blah blah blah. Keshi's doing a great job to say, no, you can do stuff in this matchup. Hoya, put up or shut up.
I mean, to be honest, to put the other side of this, normally we expect the Rumble to be up 10 CS, and it kind of just stayed there. That hasn't happened. He's been down 15, then 20 for the last 5 minutes. And we're only 10 minutes into the game. That's a really significant amount of CS to just have dropped.
Guon didn't get that short Q. You see that there's a roam down from multiple people, so Ryan and Feather are going to back off before the wave crashes in. Keep themselves safe. Good defensive vision as well, actually, across their bot side jungle. That's one thing which, of course, gives you that advanced notice. Guon, very important to this team of NIP because he's the guy which can kind of guaranteed lock someone down. Of course, Draw can near enough do that as well with the Nico as well. But NIP on the whole, they're really looking to see how much they can set up for the crazy burst damage that can come out afterwards.
And obviously, if they didn't have Gu1, they'd have to go with Gu-Loss, and that's just not the same kind of vibes.
Yeah. That was sadly what happened to last year in LCP, really. Never really quite made a click on, he was on DFM. Yeah. Now, the thing is, I think that, look, clearly that team didn't function very well, and I think that Aria, for me, it was kind of an Aria 1v9. I say that knowing that Aria is one of my favorite players of all time, so there's certain, there's certain, like, filters on that picture, right? But I do think that Guon was maybe judged a little too harshly for that. Of course, he ended up leaving the team before they played their last matches of the year as well, I believe, in the promotion tournament. I believe he'd left the team by then, which... obviously, that signals probably things not going well internally at that point. But as we've seen here, you know, and his reputation as a T1 Academy rookie as well, Guon does have really high upper level. He does. He's actually done quite well here at NIP. And, you know, despite the fact that, I do think he didn't do well in LCP, which is a weaker region than the LPL, we expect to see good things from him here. And he has had a decent first split.
It's not been perfect, but when he has started snowballing, he's looked pretty good with it. As with a lot of our junglers, really. They're actually very solid from ahead, struggle a bit further from behind. The invade happens, though, and the contest comes on through, and the dragon is stolen. Realm Warp in. Still lose the jungler, but it's traded 1-for-1. 1-for-1 of the dragon. That's good from Thundertalk. Now assumes in danger as Keshi at the level 10 comes and monsters the Yunara. These early skirmishes where NIP are supposed to be favored, well, I hate to say it, they're not coming up clean.
No, and now they're 2 dragons behind on a Hextech Rift. Charm from Care is available, completely airballs that one, going nowhere near. And NIP, they have themselves a gold lead, but I don't think that's going to even out the difference between, the difference you give up in stuff like those dragons. It's a Hextech Rift. No, TT, if they manage to get the next dragon, suddenly NIP are in a huge amount of trouble. Reminder, folks, NIP, this is their most important series, because if they lose this one, they don't go through as that top 2. Guon now going into mid lane.
They'll try and threaten Heru, and behind them they've got Jure. They flash towards the Nico. Very nicely done. They'll hold on to a lot of additional summoners and ults, I think, here. Guwon's going to be donated the kill.
Heru, no flash there. One last Q. Guon will get himself that kill. NIP continue to get themselves the better of the skirmishes. Now, the thing is, TT, they're getting the objectives. However, besides Keshi's occasional all-ins with the all-out on top side, haven't really been doing the whole fighting thing as well as NIP. As we were speaking about that, by the way, NIP managed to push in across multiple lanes and get a lot of plates. Make sure they can get some more gold.
That they do. Worth noting, actually, in that dragon fight, I'm fairly certain Guwon didn't have his completed jungle quest, so he was down a fair amount of smite capacity. It's something like, I think it goes from 1,000 to 1,400, which is a big jump, so I'm pretty sure that's what gave Junhao the edge there. At the very least, at the end of the dragon fight, assuming no additional camp was taken while I wasn't looking, there would have been 2-0 on that front, so did give that additional advantage in terms of smite capacity. Just a little bit.
So now, of course, we've got a little bit of time before objectives are up, so people have somewhat of a free play to throw their ultimate into a skirmish, but we're not exactly looking at... Okay, in fact, we can have a chat about this. When there's an objective timer off, sometimes you see two different schools of thoughts. One is just a team saying, I don't want to risk anything. I want to make sure I have all of my cooldowns, and I want to be using them at the dragon, and I don't want to blow them. But when you're at this kind of timer, if you cast an ult now, if you cast it now, or just a little bit before this, you could have gotten it back up in time for the Herald, especially with level 11s coming through for certain members as well. And you'll see some regions like the LPL more easily just chuck an ultimate in, just like, well, we'll look for something, it'll be back up by the time the objective's there anyway. Compared to, say, you know, particularly LEC, which is on the other end of that, and say, actually, no, we never cast things in the transitionary periods because we don't want to even chance having tools down. We'd rather just wait until the objective fight.
Yeah, and again, it's that cooldown economy stuff. And LPL is much more willing to spend them, but then occasionally ends up in fight, say, versus LCK, where we don't have abilities where we could use it. Bit of a late play towards this bot lane. There's the all-out. Keshi's going to flash after as well. Happy enough with that additional summoner blow. And again, there you go. Not many cooldowns burn, but we'll get the flash off the Cassante, which could be quite valuable here. Does leave Thunder Talk with license to control that topside river where the Herald is spawning, though.
Yeah, draw. Hang on, teleport behind them. Big fight in the mid lane.
Oh, yes, that's a big engage. The Tidal Wave to try and disengage does not do much other than bring their own AD carry under. Junhao will Crescent Guard, but Nymaera has still got a couple ult charges to work with. A dash on forward with the Arc of Ruin, courtesy of that untouchable Shadow, and Heru's left on about 10% HP. Charm!
Oh, I actually think I think that Care had the kill angle onto Heru there. Had the Q and the ult charge, kind of split them and didn't really trust himself to get the kill. Maybe afraid of Rise's turnaround damage. NIP still working out to be, what was that a two for none? Was that, did both Feather and Ryan die? Either way, it's at least the one kill. I actually missed track of
Feather didn't die as well.
Okay, so that would have just been the one.
I think it's just
but
Ryan,
either way, then that's the Herald going down in their favor too. They get themselves more onto the objective board.
That they do. Continue to play out these sidelines quite well at this point. Care, by the by, has gone towards Malignance first. I know sometimes we see some slightly weird build, but it has just gone for that ability haste, and looking like a relatively high AP build here on the Ahri.
We're getting to the point now where the gold lead is getting too much. Now, 3,500, that's what I'd call like a significant gold lead at this point in the game. Now, if it was only 2,000, you know, 1.5, you think, okay, well, it's not great, particularly if it leads to a first item or something like that early on. That could be a problem. However, Ryan oh, that's not a fight he wants to take.
He's Valkyrie as well. It has got a flash, but I don't think that saves him here. The rocket belt for a little more damage, and Guwon gets another. He's having a great fight game now.
Yeah, really far ahead. 302, 1,000 gold ahead of his opposite number. That kill will effectively fund him through to his Black Cleaver purchase next to, probably. I think he did that just out of base. Managed to get his components, just slams the Herald into the mid lane turret afterwards. NIP can also use this to go to the dragon right after. They killed the dragon just before it.
And look, you've got Hex Gates, you get out on the Rift a bit faster, but let's be real, you're still going to be dead while this is starting, and it's going to be a 20-second transition regardless anyway.
Junhao might look for the steal. Yeah, they killed Ryan just before that dragon. Can they look for that steal? If they get this dragon TT, that's a win condition.
There's the turnaround charm. Junhao's gone. Absolutely annihilated. Duo does end up dying there to the spell flux, but jungler for support is a worthy trade, and Care's got a lot of ult charges here to work with. Can look to threaten or at least claim up this turret wave. There's the charm. Nicely done onto Heru. Gonna get pulled back though. That was very deep from Care. And he dies all out now on the other side as Hoya's dragged away from the play. But it's put Keshi in an awkward spot. But again, he's tanky enough that it won't matter. Care, you had all those charges, you did not have all that health.
Yeah, I don't think he expected all of the CC to come back to him. I think he was actually fishing for a specific interaction where Rise gets the phase rush as the charm hits, and then he just completely sprints it towards you madly in love, because the slow resist also applies to the charm slow, which applies to you. So he ends up dying for that. The Cat, not the best Ahri game from him, actually. Okay, like, he is a very good player of the champion, but this hasn't been his best one so far. Junhao didn't get that ult down in time. Massive burst onto him. You know, he sees all of these ult stacks. He says, oh, I've got about 10 seconds to use him. Jumps here. I think he thinks he can maybe get the phase rush play. And then the Cassante W comes through. The Room Prison. That's the title of that ability. And then he goes down.
Yeah.
I genuinely question it now, Sam.
Yeah,
is it Room
I never
Prison?
used to, and now because of you, I do.
Yeah, that is a complete. Sam, I'm aware this is completely my fault.
Yeah.
There is no excuse. I for some reason I call it Rune Warp and Realm Prison.
Stop! It's confusing me again. They do sound like real ability names. That's why.
Yeah, it's a generic.
You're being
fancy
thrown in
title.
Realm Prison.
That's like a Doctor Who thing. But Assume does have 2 items now with the Fiend Hunter Bolt seconds. That is a scary Nymaera.
As opposed to, I don't know what other Hunter bolts could you have? Feels like you know, like
Well, if it was like Warhammer, it'd be like Demon Hunter bolts. And that would also be Castlevania as well. Turns out no, that's not limited to Warhammer at all. What am I talking about? But Demon Hunter bolts would be an easy.
Reminds me of like Diablo Demon Hunter crossbows. Like I just want those abilities. In fact, my first ever D&D character properly was a character who was basically Diablo 3 double hand crossbow. Demon Hunter, great fun.
Yeah.
Took me a second to remember how to finish sentence.
Yeah,
Alex.
I did play a well, you were in that campaign, but for those of you that weren't playing that campaign, which I'd imagine
That's not that many.
Which I'd imagine is everyone in chat,
Yeah.
besides now Sam. Who's
Yeah,
listening.
it's
I
true.
did play a hand crossbow Hexblade Warlock, which was really, really cool. It was kind of like their patron was like this many-handed forge kind of god thing, so it was like a hecatonker, like from Greek mythology, and their crossbow was the 5th hand, which is like this kind of like mechanical thing, which kind of rips itself out of the ether. It's very cool. It's very cool.
That is cool.
Yeah.
You know what was also cool, Alex?
Yeah.
I was going to say League of Legends, but I thought that was too obvious. We're going to talk about something that's not League of Legends, Alex.
It was very obvious.
We're going to talk about something not League of Legends. Riftbound. Riftbound's really cool, Alex.
It is. I have some very cool Riftbound cards, which I was showing on stage. No, on stream just before that. Could be on stage. Who knows? But yeah. I haven't played a game of it yet. I need to actually build a deck to do so. Have you played a game of it yet, Sam?
I have. I taught some people in the card store back home.
Oh,
so I
did anyone else know how to play it?
Not really, no.
Oh, well, that helps then, yeah.
So they'd just gotten product in. It was great. And they were selling at MSRP as well, which was wonderful.
Oh, yeah. We ended up buying one. We ended up buying a pack, like one of the boxes in Berlin, for kind of double price because it's very expensive right now. So I'm glad we got that one to at least make me
ameliorate it. Yes.
I may feel a little bit better with that. Yeah, ameliorate. That's a good word.
It is, isn't it?
Something's just more Amelia now.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Amelia.
We all talk about Amelia. Yeah.
Is that a thing?
It's a Bruno, but.
Oh, I didn't. Sam, I'm not gonna lie.
We don't talk about Bruno.
Sam,
No.
Yeah, Sam. The delivery on that did not make me think you were talking about Bruno.
That's fair. I didn't want to just sing it.
Well, in fairness, we don't talk about Bruno. That's just very true.
Why would we talk about a Bruno one?
So anyway, the game's slowed down, as you can quite obviously tell. There is a dragon in a minute, and no fighting has happened. NIP have typically just been pushing in across the map.
Yeah.
And TT, though I thought that they started the objective game very well, haven't really been able to defend much of the map.
We are still in game 1 for people who are asking where we're at right now. We are still here in game 1, and
it's a 5k gold lead. NIP are so far ahead, and particularly when it is on the Vi as well. In this kind of game, it makes the Vi so much harder to kill. Like, they're gonna get a GA 3rd item on pretty good timing.
And it does feel like Vi's that get ahead become so much more problematic because they don't die when they go in. They actually become 1v1 threats. They actually become quite tanky because they got the extra HP. They get towards things like Sterex or a GA, and you go, actually, what do we do about this? Because they are going to get onto someone and cause some trouble.
Back off away from that bush. I was wondering whether I could defend that line there. Here comes Kara of the wall.
Does force some flash. Feather with a really good flash. Tidal wave angle keeps Ryan alive for a second or two, and then blow up the Vi. The moment I said they're not tanky, that's what happens. Do flash and at least claim Ryan 3 courtesy of Hoya turning up, but he wasn't there at the start.
That was a very good... Oh, that's a flash over. Heru looked for the kill. Almost takes down Care on the other side. I think TT can find... Wait, if they get the dragon off this, suddenly they're on soul point.
Yeah.
Even against that gold disadvantage. Massive shout out to Feather. Feather's the guy that disengaged a lot of that play. Care and Guon went very deep, and we're just saying, yeah, it's very hard for the fight to die. The fight continues, though.
Can they win the fight after will be the question. Care looking for an angle. Dragon down to 2,000 HP. Hexgate over. They know where he is because of the ward on the other side. Heru dropped low but not down. Keshi, similarly, not particularly healthy here to work with. The resets will come on through, but is that going to leave a potential angle to run towards that Baron?
Yeah, we were talking about, Guon having a really good game so far, ends up going very deep, and he does die. He gets disengaged by the Nami particularly, Ryan didn't die easily on the initial engage. It took a flash from Hoya to do it. We'll see a replay of this one. In fact, there we go. So what happens here is now Care comes over the wall. They get the charm on target, but look at how much value Feather gets here.
So
he ends up getting the tidal wave, which stops a lot of the follow-up. That flash into the tidal wave genuinely saves the fight. Shout out to Feather. That should have been disaster. Ends up being a 1-for-1, and you killed the jungler, who was really fed, so it made it playable.
Shout out to Heru as well later on, who like reaction flashes the charm and causes the threat anyway, having done so. You know, you do get quite a lot of extra stuff there. NIP, though, will now turn towards the top side of the river and go, you know what? Now we're down so point, we really need to leverage the lead we have, because things like this Rise, things like this Cassante are going to become a problem.
I'm gonna like, so Cares ended up going for, so there's a Bloodletters and Hoya, which will help Care out because you've got double AP duties. However, I think it's a mistake here to go for that Shadow Flame because you're going flat pen into triple Merc Treads, including one of them being upgraded. There's a Chaotic as well. So it feels pretty bad to be building flat pen. I do wonder whether this might have actually been a Leandri's angle. After this, it's pretty good into the Rise anyway. Junhao and Guwon fencing a little bit here.
There's quite a lot of people coming over. Cares around, as is the bot lane of NIP. I think it'll lead to too much more. Care helps shove that turret up. NIP do have all the outer turrets, and that's making things a bit trickier here as well for Thundertalk. At the very least, because of the early Dragon Steel, because of that win there. They are at soul point, as we've noted. So actually, their way back into this game is pretty obvious at this point.
TT have actually opened up a win condition. That's not something which I thought they would do that easily, but now they can give up some dragons if they want as well. You know, they don't have to kind of throw themselves into the flames at the first time of trying. You can give themselves a bit of time. Of course, you don't want to give NIP free reign. You don't want to just allow them to do everything. I think probably the biggest hero of this game for TT, I mean, Feather, yes, that disengaged the last fight, blah, blah, blah. It is Keshi, though. Keshi has been playing very, very well in the Cassante Rumble matchup. You know, we were kind of joking a little bit earlier about, oh, wow, I know, LPL, wow, this is such a varied region with this draft, and we still get this matchup top lane. But I do think that Keshi's played it out well, and it has actually given TT that bit of a pressure valve. He's pushing down bot side as well now. How's that teleport to use?
And I think for a team that has largely struggled this split, 0-5 is not great. I think if you have found a bright spark, it has been Keshi. I think Keshi's actually been pretty solid here from ahead. Split push happening towards that bot lane. Baron's been spotted by NIP. We may need to see this Cassante pull off some wonders here as in come the Realm Warps. Pathmaker allows Keshi to get in and force NIP to pull off the big purple worm.
Yeah, so NIP, what do they do now? You're going to get that crystallized onto mid lane turret, and NIP, well, I mean, you don't get that much besides the teleport. You might lose mid turret for it.
Guwon's being jumped on, will have a GA and cease and desist his way through to the backline, down to the GA. Keshi buying a lot of time. He's going to go all out, realizes he's likely dead. Guwon survives, so it kind of ends up working out vaguely. Charm well wide, expecting a potential front step. Looking for an Arc of Ruin, slow onto 2. That might make things a bit more interesting, but the Electro Harpoon follow-up not quite there. Rune Warp.
Prison. Oh, God. And NIP end up getting themselves the kill and the teleport out of Keshi, but they lose mid lane turret, which is not really great for them. I thought that should have been way more favored. Guwon loses his flash and his GA as well. His early game was very good, but the later we go into this game, the more we're seeing that he's misplaying quite heavily, and he's getting disengaged by Feather very effectively now. Vi into Nami is not a happy matchup in these team fights. Guwon has to shape up. You know, he's a very important part of this team, as we've been saying, but if suddenly 2,000 gold advantage is taken off the table, TT maybe even find themselves at a slight advantage, particularly with Heru being so strong in this Rise. He's doing a lot of damage at the back end of fights.
I kind of want to see Guwon finally finish these boots up as well. Like, I know there's not necessarily an obvious choice. A lot of the CC is not stuff that's Merc Treadable. Do you really want to go Armor Tread, or, you know, like Steel Caps into just the Corki or the Shinsao? But you probably do want some defensive boots, and there you are, finally getting those Steel Caps. I think just that little bit of extra ability to stay safe will matter for the side of Guwon, who is going in pretty deep here in the disengage. In these 5v5s, as you noted, it's just become a little bit more crisp.
So now we have Dragon up in the next 30 seconds. Guwon does not have his GA active or his flash. Junhao does. NIP didn't get the Baron to kind of flow over into this Dragon state as well. Heru just hit level 16, so he's going to have those mega powerful combos. I actually think TT, despite being 5,000 gold behind, can genuinely fight for this soul, which is terrifying for NIP. This should not have been the case. Cares behind them looking for a flank.
He is. It's a decent flank as well. The problem is there's a couple wards here that are going to spot him out. Guwon also around the back here. So they've got to be aware that there's a potential very dangerous dive core coming from multiple angles. That makes Feather's life a lot harder.
Yeah, as this potential equalizer. Draw looking as well, has flash and proto belts.
They're coming in from 4 different angles here. You got to pick a choice. They are going to start splitting on in. Guwon finds way to the back and will likely die. But not before they blow up Feather. The pop blossom after. This time they can't disengage. Too many angles. Too many bodies come flying at them. And NIP get the dragon, get the fight. And will run through the mid lane over towards the Baron.
Yeah, TT can't quite put the CC chain in place. Guwon manages to slip the noose and get his ultimate off before the CC chain completely kills him. NIP use that ultimate to pin the enemy team in place, get a huge AoE combo, take the dragon, take the Baron. That should seal the game. TT, credit to them for opening up a win condition, but they couldn't walk through the door.
That they could not, and Heru will immediately realm warp towards the bot side to try and shove as many waves as they can. Hoya, with that control ward, has a flank angle. There's Care on another. They're going to flick over to Duo, coming in from 4 different angles, and TT try to break their way out of the trap. It's the right call. It just doesn't quite work.
Yeah, just look. They don't quite get it. It's so close. It's so close. They all pile onto Guwon, and in fairness, Guwon was caught out again. He didn't have the G8, but he did just about get that ultimate off. It's actually a little concerning that Guwon opened up that angle for TT. I actually think that despite the gold he's actually had quite a poor game at this point, but that one just about sigh of relief ends up pulling his team to safety.
And again, there is something to be said for the moment whoever someone gets jumped on, everyone else flashes to come and support. It does work, but again, I appreciate what Thundertalk decides to do there, because again, one of the ways you deal with flanks is you just really hard send at one of the flank angles, so you end up with the man advantage, at least temporarily.
Now TT, well, the gold lead was 5k, now goes up to 7k. Baron's over as well, and they don't get another shot at that soul for another 3 minutes. You know, TT would really love just dragon spawning all the time so they could have a shot at that soul now. But that last one really felt like NIP just handled the vision control and the terrain better. Very good flank from them. Everyone picking an angle and executing it well.
We are starting to get towards some fairly nasty looking items. Care is at death cap plus additional NLR. He's got 8 stacks on the Dark Seal. He's pretty scary. The GA is about to come off cooldown for Guwon. We're at 3.5 items for Assume. These are all big breakpoints. Yes, there's a fair number of items for Thundertalk. If you can find a decent fight, then good for you. But with the Equalizer down, Ryan's going to have to Valkyrie away. But we're not going to see the base broken on this Baron shove right now. We'll see exactly what they can do with the next minute and a half. But normally you'd see Nymaera turret already under siege if that was likely to be the case. You're going to need a reset before you get there.
Inhibitor turrets under siege, famous sequel to the game Worms Forts under siege.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people don't expect that, but Worms Forts under siege, hit video game of the early 2000s.
It was the best of the Worm games.
It was very good. Now a lot of people have a lot of fond memories of the 2D Worms games, and I understand why. However, objectively or wrong, Worms Forts Under Siege was the best of Worms game.
Yeah, it's straight.
By actually quite a long way. Yeah. How else will I defeat my enemies with the chili con carnage?
I used to name my my worms after the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. They spelled plague wrong. So it's Plouge.
I remember that. Oh my god, Plouge. One more piece in the evil jigsaw. Oh, dude, this has just unlocked treasure trove of emotions. I remember, because you had to play local co-op on the same controller. Sam finished his turn, and it was my turn, and Sam didn't let go of the controller, and he just walked my worm off into the abyss. And
I don't remember doing this.
Yeah, I remember it. Quite a lot, actually. Anyway, NIP walking towards the top side. Baron buff just about to wear off.
I'm sure you deserved it.
No. Anyway, that's Keshi. Very low HP.
Yes, he is. Wow. Has to flash away.
Turret will go down with the last of the Baron buff. It has now timed off, and NIP have a 10,000 gold lead, nearly 11,000. Yep, that last fight around the dragon and that Baron really has spelled the end of TT. I mean, technically there's a dragon in a minute, but actually with a 10,000 gold advantage, I think that's too much for a Hextech Soul to overcome at this point.
I concur. I think this is not a great position to be in on that front for sure. We're looking at...
Do you remember the Super Hippo? It was like Superman, but a hippo in Worms Force Under Siege.
Yeah, vaguely, actually.
It was like you could like change the direction of it, you'd fly it. The problem is, it was really easy to like fly it straight into the ground when you fired it. So it's really quite hard to like...
yeah.
Really quite hard to like turn that around. Yeah, that was quite bad.
I'm trying to go out. There was also just poke. You could just poke someone off the ledge.
There was also the moose. Oh, that was the trebuchet.
Oh, the trebuchet, if I
just
remove.
fired just like a giant moose.
Yeah, that's right, because you wanted to destroy the turrets, didn't you? That
Yeah.
was part of the plan.
Dragons in 30 seconds.
Yeah, okay.
And every summoner is up except Kez teleport for NIP. On the other side, no flash for Kashi, which could be quite important, actually. That all-out can be a very, very important thing to get down on target. If you can flash W, you can change things. TT looking like they're trying to enter the river through bot side river. They spot Guon here. Not bad damage from Heru, actually.
Gets about 20% of the HP off Guwon. We'll take it. In comes the teleport. Charm just wide on Ryan there. That would have been a problem.
Teleport coming in from Rumble to get a little bit closer to the play, coming in from mid lane. I think player actually somewhat misuses that teleport. Could have used that a little later for a bit of more of a combat teleport. Heru takes some damage from the Orb of Deception.
Well, you're on that flank angle with that shield to work with, as is Keshi, making things a little bit more interesting on that front. Look to equalize here, and again, it'll be the flank angles to see whether they can find a way through the disengage of Thundertalk that caused them a bit of problematic positioning over the few fights before the last dragon.
Harry does have that Seeker's Watch out for it. Zonya's on Ari as well. Look at NIP. They're looking for the fight, not the objective secure. You can see with the way they're playing around the Hex gates, they really want to get an angle onto the backline.
Harry threatening, ult over the wall, looking to get in. There's the equalizer. Guwon sends. Jewel flashes in. They flash out though. Guwon's going to GA to work with. All the while, Dragon goes down in favor of Rumble as Heru flashed in will go down. Guwon just about jumps away with the Vault Breaker, and now Keshi in danger as the Arc of Ruin comes flying on through, and I think he's likely dead. Just the stream stopping us from seeing the horrific death of a person.
Oh god, it's Slideshow League of Legends. Slideshow Bob, where have you gone? NIP trying to corral them in the bot side.
It does look like Thundertalk are about to have a bad time. But largely speaking, the Dragon secured by NIP puts them at soul point.
Well, that's very frustrating, watching the slideshow. But again, this is the problem about being a bootleg broadcast, is that, yeah, Armageddon close. Look, Armageddon was a great Worms game, but Forts Under Siege, that's like the first apple off the tree. That is the,
It's not really, because the forts were very unique to that one. So it's not really, it's like the discovery of a GM apple. It's like,
wow, it's like
been modified to glorious future.
Like, yeah, discovering like the really nice strain of apples, or I'm really struggling with this one, but you get the point, right? NIP do get themselves the dragon. Now they get themselves onto their own third dragon too. I have to say, Guwon's been really struggling in these late game fights. He's not landed those great engages. That should have been a knockout fight, but Guwon goes a little too deep again, and Ryan gets out of the play and gets disengaged by Feather. The Corki's somewhat scary actually with the 4 items, and of course Guwon, no GA now. Is still scary on the flank here though. Let's see if he can make that knockout punch for once.
Yeah, NIP struggling to make those coordinated plays, aren't they? Again, like Ryan's going in, but we're not. Guwon's going in, but we're not really seeing Kara or Joy able to sync up with them that well. For a variety of reasons.
It's like, if that fight had happened without the huge gold lead, you could see how it would actually lose you the game. Now, that's the value of having a gold lead, of course. Guwon really looking for this flank. Of course, these creative long flanks have actually been quite successful here. And they think they found it here.
Oh, Ryan's in a horrible spot. That Corki gets annihilated. Much better stuff when they come in from multiple angles. Ninjas in pajamas are so much more threatening. Care goes golden as he looks forwards. Rise tries to buy some time, immediately hit with the charm, and Jewel will help bring down that kill. Feather left under his own tier 3, nowhere near the Nexus. They're going to run after him.
Guwon was really looking for that angle the whole game, and he finally lands it. The Vi setting up the combo for success, and NIP put themselves 1 game away from going through his top 2 from Group Perseverance.
Took a little bit of work, took a little bit of discussion on how best to set up those fights, but when they got to pull off the multiple angles, Ninjas in pajamas were just absolutely unable to be disengaged. It's the word I'm looking for. Thank you, by the way, Weezerate, for the follow and the subscription. You subscribe then follow, which I do appreciate. You know, it's the correct order, guys, for those of you wondering.
I said I was going to change out of the Udi. I lied.
Right, that's
I lied,
fair.
as I have from the very beginning.
All right, Vader.
Yeah, I actually didn't turn the clean feed up at all. I think the volume was okay. I mean, okay, I think it's the feed was probably fine. I don't know how it got when we were loud, so we'll have to figure out the volume when we go through into the next game. I'm going to turn things off over to the Sessions Diana thing there. And hello, how's it going? Do you want to do a marketing pitch?
I should probably do a marketing pitch, guys. Right. Things you can do for me specifically. Maybe also Alex, who's known as Nymaera, who you may realize you're on their channel right now. But specifically, a few things you can do for me. Number 1, if you've not done so, follow in the footsteps of Weezerate and subscribe. with Twitch Prime or normally. Either way, doesn't matter. It does help us build towards Partner Plus, which will help us get more money out of your subs and just be in a better position as Twitch partners, and that basically involves regular subs. So if you haven't actually subscribed and you are enjoying the content, it's a really, really good way to help support us. Number 2, there is a Ko-fi link. Alex, if you get the opportunity, could you throw in a Ko-fi link for me? Because that's a great way of supporting us that doesn't go through Twitch. They don't get a cut of that money. Helps if you're on YouTube or Onivia's channel as well and you want to support us that way. That's a good way of doing it. And number 3, we have got a sponsorship, that's the word I'm looking for, with Opera GX, which is really awesome. It's a really cool new browser that is Chromium, so it's based on Google Chrome's kind of software, but it's a lot more efficient, a lot less memory intensive, got a lot of cool bells and whistles that make it a really nice upgrade to your standard Google Chrome. And if you sign up via the link in chat, Opera GX, then you'll be able to support myself and Alex. It doesn't cost you any money, only costs you 2 minutes of your time. You can try it and go, you know what, it's not for me, and that is fine. So really, if you've got 2 minutes, and you do, we're in the break, consider supporting us by not even using any of your money, just 30 seconds to 2 minutes of your time. And I promise you, actually, the browser's quite cool, so you went out.
I've confirmed that volume was pretty okay for that last game.
Okay.
Well, I'm pretty happy to keep it there, as long as we're keeping the same kind of volumes and whatever. I was a little bit worried that we were a little too loud, but it ends up that I think I've managed to fix the high end of this. So as long as we're not, like, here, it's probably fine.
Okay.
So I actually ended up that I'm pretty okay. Okay, I'm gonna put some adverts on and we're gonna chill. Oh, I can show you some more cards. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
I'll show you some more cards. So I showed you the nice RE card before, which is, again, it is actually very nice on the whole. Or is it gonna focus on it? Okay, no, we've actually got to show the post game stats. We should do that.
That's fine. Right, I'm gonna. Do you want a coffee?
I would love a coffee.
Right, I'm gonna do that and run to the bathroom. So if you're gonna show off some cards, I'll do that. Oh, assume actually good damage there on the Nymaera.
Action.
Edition.
BLG taking Beichuan ruined TT. It kind of did. Not that you can blame Beichuan for going to that team. But yeah, I kind of took the wind out of the sails for that team, sadly. Who was the MVP? I actually wonder if it was... Like, it probably is still Guon, but Guon also had enough flubs that I was actually quite worried. It's still Guon, but actually Guon also made some of the bigger misplays too. Maybe you could give it to Draw. Draw had some pretty good ults, but this whole game kind of revolved around the Vi, so when things went wrong, it was kind of on Guon, but when it went well, it was on him too, so it's whether you value the bigger plays or the misplays more. Hey, Soikrom, how's it going? Oh, damn, you got the Wisdom Teeth out? Ouch. Yeah, rest up, rest up. Oh, Wes, thank you so much for the coffee donation. I will have to check what that... Yes, please, let me check that link. I forgot I closed that tab, which is actually a problem. Whoops. Thank you so much, Wes, for that. It's very kind of you. Oh, 25 years old? That's so kind of you, Wes. Thank you so much. Actually, Thank you for all the free content. Well, it's not free anymore because you paid it. Exactly. It's not free content for you now because you've paid. Just by pure definition. Go on, kids, play it. Sorry, that sounds really cynical. Like, haha, I got you. No, thank you. Oh, God. Yeah, go on. The thing is, the whole game revolved around Guon. So we had to, like, you know, of course, we ended up, you know, praising him when things went well, when obviously things got a little bit ropey in some of the late game fights. We were like, okay, you got to shape that up. Last fight of the game was excellent from him. I think I probably misspoke when I said there was a point in the mid-late game when I was like, okay, he's actually thrown like 2 fights in a row. I was like, actually, he's having a bad game. But that was too far. I shouldn't have said that. That was too far. Because he was still finding the angles, and part of playing from a gold lead is kind of throwing yourself into less kind of opportune fights just to finish the game. So that was probably a little too far. But yeah, Guon had like 1 or 2 fights. I was like, okay, need to shape this up. But besides that, he did have a pretty good time with things. I mean, I do worry if he plays that kind of game versus, you know, if he ends up going up against an Ascend team, that probably loses them the game. But then again, I think they'll be competitive. You know, if they go up against an IG or a top esports, I think they will be competitive there. Never doubt God go on. Well, I would suggest that you criticize your players fairly. That'd be what I'd suggest. You know, I think it's one of the real keys of supporting a player, is also being able to adequately assess when they're not doing well. My evil plan to make you pay for my free Twitch stream. Wahahaha. Yeah. I don't think I can grow an evil mustache because I can't really grow a mustache in general. I think technically I could. It would just look really bad is the problem. Did I turn things on to... I did think put the sessions down already, yeah. Toxic up. Yeah, there is such a thing as toxic positivity, actually. This is a separate point. This doesn't apply to you. But there is such a thing as toxic positivity, particularly when it comes to some big fandoms where they don't take any criticism, which is a big problem. Thoughts on the jerseys? Hang on, which ones? Which ones? Oh, like all of them? I mean, on the whole, I'm glad that they look more different than they did before. Oh, no worries. No worries, Wesray, no worries. Now, funnily enough, curriculumly, I was actually thinking of Critical Role at first, because Critical Role had this huge issue sometime in, I want to say, Season 2, where it felt like you couldn't criticize what was going on. And this really came to a head around the guy, which they then kicked out as well. Obviously, there was a lot of extra stuff going on there, so that's a very different situation. But this was more of a general thing. It felt cool. It felt like, you know, if there was something about XYZ character, XYZ thing which happened in the campaign, it felt like it was very hard to criticize in the thing. A roast for Mecha Fanboy. You are the Zaku of chat. You know, you think you're a Gundam being a Mecha fanboy. No, you're the Zaku. I know there are Zaku fans out there, but if there are Zaku fans out there, they're not here because they're not fans of this Zaku in chat. Clearly outclassed by the better technological advantages of the Gundam. Yes, I know Zakus are cool. I was just trying to think of a mech-based roast. I'm sorry. Critical Role drama is so over the top. Yeah, well, some of it actually was quite serious. Some of it was quite serious at one point, right? With, again, that one guy, I can't even remember his name, but there was that one guy who just treated people very harshly, and actually that was really concerning. I'm very glad that he's now out of that system. But, yeah, there was bits and pieces like, you know, something would happen in a game or something blah, 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 and it would, yeah, the actual online discourse around it was just so immature. Because the actual crew themselves are very cool, I think. It was just like a lot of the moderators of the subreddit and some of the places to talk about it online were really having a power trip. Zaku, actually the original protagonist in Gundam, was forced to take over because they thought the design looked too evil. Are you kidding me, Mecha? That's funny as heck. You're the hero and a hero now? You can think that if you'd like. Oh my god, that's funny as heck. That's cool. At some point, I'm gonna have to figure. So what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to watch back. I'm gonna have to watch back. Oh shit! It's a little bit more full than I thought it would be. I'm gonna have to watch back the video and see where the Durex adverts pop up, just in case, like, I need to be aware that I have to, like, take them off or whatever.
Hopefully you don't.
Hopefully we don't. End of the day, I think Worlds had them on, so I think we should be fine. And actually, I think so, I don't notice them that much.
No, I don't either.
So I'm gonna hope that no one takes issue with it.
Like, I don't think it's that offensive an advert.
No, it's just whether, like, it's more like, you know, you're on front page, however many people end up watching it, and one person takes issue, and like, okay, that's a problem, you know? Yeah. Anyway, back into games soon.
We're over 10,300 followers.
Yay.
We've actually earned like 500 followers in the last like couple weeks. It's been pretty crazy, guys. So
and actually, it's very important. It's the 301 margin because, as you know, in hit video game Uma Musume Pretty Derby, once you get a stat to 300, multiples of 301, well, 300 plus an extra one, once you breach like the 300 multiple, that's when you get a slight speed boost. So that's why you want to aim for like 901 power and 901 stamina. Because it gives you a slight speed boost. If you're set down like 800, you missed out on an important breakpoint. Yeah.
Okay. What does that mean for chat, though?
That means that they've reached.
Well,
they've got the 10,301, which I know is not a multiple of 300.
Not,
because,
no.
But I was just saying that because I saw the 300 and I wanted to talk about this. Have I heard about the Uma Musume NFL crossover? Yeah, because it's Shen Comics, right? Yeah, Shen Comics basically was doing a load of Uma art for the someone's wins. I can't remember who they were. Was it the Bull? I don't know who it was. Someone did that. Yeah. 800 is not a multiple of 300. I am aware of this. Now, I've clearly stated this, that I just wanted to talk about the Uma stuff. Now, I said this quite vocally and quite clearly. Now, if people are commenting on this, instead the conversation becomes about, did you hear what I said? And of course, the answer is no. Hello, blah, blah, blah. Do you post co-streams on YouTube? I do. We're currently live on 2 different YouTube channels, both Onivia's highlight channels and then my own personal one as well. You can also watch the Twitch VODs here too, yes, so these automatically publish, although I have to say these don't save anymore because Twitch has issues with that. But yeah, if you look up Onivia on YouTube, it's basically Onivia but with an O instead, or my own YouTube channel, you can find it on the live things there too. Good to see you though, Shadow Zero, hope you're doing well. And Mr. Char, thanks for the follow. Should be getting back into games soon, TM, soon.
Glad we're on the same page there.
Oh, I thought you brought your Switch through.
No, I thought about that, but no. Yeah. I'm doing my Genshin dailies.
Yeah. We're getting to the point where we're going to get the... I need to get rid of that out. We're getting to the point where we're going to get the new scenario out on Uma, and I wonder whether I do a stream of the first scenarios of that, because it's called Make a New Track. And
what is that scenario then?
And the scenario is, instead of training, you race and get stats that way, so the entire thing is just racing.
Oh.
But it's really, really complex, and the runs take a really, really long time. So even when you're doing it fairly quickly, it takes like an hour to do each one.
That is quite a lot.
So apparently this is the great filter of casual players. Yeah. So we had a new scenario with Unity Cup, and that made things Uma Nymaera. That's my second channel name. That's it. Uma Nymaera. It just writes itself. It just writes itself. Yeah.
That's it.
Nymaera. I could just put a U in there. Nymaera. Yeah. My club has been pestering me to log in and do my dailies. In fairness, yes, do that. Otherwise, you're holding your club back. You actually are, which is actually very frustrating. I'll say that from experience. Sat on like a club which has been like A, but I'm kind of like putting out like S tier numbers because I'm playing too much. Right, let's change the music around and let's get close to that second draft, which, you know, I tactically missed last game.
Yeah, you did.
Because, well, that's because, Sam, I didn't get time to do anything else. True. Because I was like, wow, I gotta babysit the stream and set everything up. And then you waltz in, all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
I did bring you coffee.
No, I made Sam. You did bring it to me, but that's forgetting the context that I fucking made it myself.
Well, no, you didn't. You left it in its component parts. Actually, I made it. At least 50%.
I'm just wondering what the heaviest object I can throw at Sam is right now. I do actually have a
pretty. It's a pretty big muff.
This I think would hurt.
Yeah, that would probably lead to my demise.
Yeah, thus quoth the Raven Man.
I think we've got double.
Yeah. I see that now. I thought I paused it. It didn't. Obviously, it's okay now. There we go. Right. Okay. Into the draft we go.
What do you want to see from this draft?
Why are you saying that with that slightly comedic tone, Sam? I felt like you wanted to make a
I
joke.
wanted to make a joke about like draft art and stuff, but I didn't have one to hand in time. So
Sam,
which
you
layer
gave,
of Photoshop are we on?
You gave away the game, Sam.
I did a bit.
You've
Yeah.
ended up
With a draft of a joke, yeah.
a draft of a joke.
That's
yeah,
exactly it. Help
back
you
to the drawing
workshop
board.
it, Alex.
Okay,
of course, this draft.
Okay, so TT. I'm not going to lie, Sam. Normally, I like to see a blueprint of how they've won games to then try and figure out things afterwards. They haven't really won games.
No, they
Sam,
haven't.
Which is a problem. They did end up winning 1 or 2 games, even if they didn't win series. But against NIP, you know, if NIP get themselves aggressive combos for Guon and Care, I think it's very hard for TT. So probably denying combos. The Jarvan is def something that Guon's had pretty good success on. Deny those aggressive combos does help.
Yeah, and I get very worried because again, like the one game I've seen TT win, memory-wise, they had like the god tier comp for this meta.
Follow
and it's been
Motivator, by the way.
very hard to actually get that win, even with that good draft. Thank you for all that.
The way that name was spelt reminded me of Accelerate from Ben 10. I'm sure that was slightly beyond my time, but then I saw randomly a guy making a game about that, and Accelerate is very fast, and I thought, wow, that makes sense. Potential of the Nocturne Akali coming through from TT.
Possible. Keep our eyes on that. Again, worth noting, we didn't really get to that point, but the Jace being allowed through draft is pretty crazy. Because in NIP last game, got Nico first pick and Rumble round 2. So
that's kind of crazy.
Which is like
yeah.
They gave those up, and it was just like, why have we done this? I am slightly perplexed by TT's drafting priorities. Ryan, comfort for the misfortune. The win they did get that I remember, again, it was that misfortune on top of everything else, all inning. So maybe just making things as simple as possible as TT's kind of modus operandi right now.
And typically Jace loses to very aggressive burst combos, so NIP now need to find a way to keep the Jace safe if at all possible, and TT want extra dive combos. Now you see the Azir, I think you just slam the Akali. I think you just slam it and say, look, it's going to be hard to deal with the Sion, but you dive onto that backline alongside the Nocturne. You don't have the Orianna to go with this combo because it's been banned away. I think really the Akali is something which I'm looking for here. Heru needs to find a dive champion, though. The Nocturne cannot go alone.
Debating a potential Gwen. Keshi with a carry option into the Sion might be quite nice, and I think Keshi largely had a very good time into Hoya last time around.
I actually don't want to see the Syndra. I don't want to see it. It's bad into the Sion. The Gwen gets locked in. And we did see last game, Keshi did very well versus Hoya in the 1v1. That could have become a win condition. Now giving yourself a match you can actually carry with, and one you can just run at the Jace and potentially slaughter him with is very important.
And again, just that ability to put down the Hallowed Mist means that you can ignore some of the pokes. I wonder whether Asum and Jewel may now look at the Ezreal Karma. We've seen a lot of Ezreal Karma Jace. When you get that opportunity to get the Jace through, picking up an additional bit of pokes felt quite good. We've also seen Zoe. A lot of Zoe over the last week as well. Ezreal Zoe has been a thing for a couple days now. Slightly different groups for that one. It's worth keeping an eye on that one.
Yeah, someone asking in chat which music we like. Basically, we use if LPL is... It's LPL chooses their own songs, and then we just mute it during the breaks, and then we put on Sessions Diana, which is license-free Riot music. It's very cool.
It's very chill.
Yeah. So it is. Yeah. NIP trying to take away some of the CC options now. I think they probably should ban away the Akali, by the way. Not let the ban Khan instead.
Okay.
Isn't this easy slam with the Akali? Leave last pick for support.
That would make sense. That would make sense. See what the decision here is, though, debating just locking the Alistar and saying, well, there's a pseudo dive, buddy.
Silas support incoming, steal the Alistar ult. So bot lane to be picked up for NIP. You want something that can survive a dive combo, can test the lane. Jin's pretty good with that because he can stand back from the engage. If not, then
pseudo poke as well, I guess.
Yeah, and you can lock people up as well. Bard comes through, so now you have Jace, Jin, quite long range. You stood behind a Sion. I do think TT can threaten, though. It's a very scary dive combo.
It really is, and they've lifted up that mid lane at 4 last pick, so there's the Akali you were asking for, and I suspect Akali is what we get. Good read on that one. There's the additional dive threat, and TT with all the dive to try and deal with what is a very scary ranged poke composition from NIP. The pick, the poke, just a straight range, very, very strong from Ninjas in Pyjamas. TT got a lot of tools to breach that distance, though.
Yeah, if they do manage to get onto the Jace dies.
Yeah.
Gwen, Akali, Nocturne, even a long-range bullet time can also make issues of it as well. TT, it's obviously quite a high-risk thing to do, though. Even if you're diving onto the Jace, there's actually a chance of a defensive Bard ult, which can be a problem.
Thank you, Mr. Baneblade, for the resub there as well.
Baneblade did ask for a sub as well. Not sub, no, the other one, a Rose. Sorry, that's just all I see you as now. I just see you as a sub bot, you know.
Okay, I hate to say it, but you are the most generic tank you could have named yourself out.
Yeah, I mean, what's gonna come next? Mr. Lehman Russ?
Ooh, yeah. Mr. Land Raider. Ooh, yeah, you think you're so cool, don't you?
Yeah.
Just a metal box on wheels.
Yeah, let us know how Mr. Storm Raider's going. Woo. Yeah, the damn Storm Toaster.
Where's my fun fact for Grumpy?
Oh, it was the Thumbhawk. It was the Thunderhawk was the Storm Toaster.
Yeah.
Space Marine vehicles look shit.
They are
folks.
not
They're
great.
really quite bad, actually.
Anyway, guard vehicles are quite cool.
They're quite cool, but then all the Space Marine, like, yeah, the only thing which I'll say is at least you're not.
Mr. Land Raider is my altar count.
No. Oh dear God. Fun fact for Xerath. Xerath, you still around? Yes, you are. Sorry, we were in draft, and then also I'm still very, very tired. Fun fact, let me have a think.
So fun fact for Spirit Forged. New set coming out for Riftbound. If you're not looking at Draven, you should be looking at Draven. They've already had a few tournaments with him involved.
Yeah.
He is hitting half of the top 16 cut, and he is something like 60 decks as well.
Anyway, we should be getting to game and hear those Gyos.
Very strong. See some of the crew coming in after school. They've not turned the mics on. They're yelling Gyro and no one can hear them.
Aw. Do you think Top Esports will finally show their strength and beat JDG? Well, look, JDG actually haven't convinced me that much recently. Again, I think they've shown themselves. I thought they could just be quite clearly best team, and I think that's no longer the case, really. I think they've shown enough weakness. Heals popped in bot side. However, I think really Top Esports will need to have a very good jungle support showing, which is, I think, where JDG can fall apart the most. And while Nio and Fengyue have had occasional good games, I think it's very champion-specific. I think Fengyue really needs something like Poppy support, which has worked very well for him. Nio stuff like the Pantheon. I don't think they have the champions to do that over a whole series versus them.
Yeah, and again, worth having this conversation as well, because it's not that JDG's jungle support is bad. In fact, they are quite good. It's just that when we've seen JDG drop games that we weren't expecting them, it has been because, for whatever reason, Vampire's been locked in lane, Jungler's not had priority to work with, and they don't know what they're doing in that game state.
I think it's more like, I don't think they're bad, I just think that they have flaws which can lose them games.
Yeah.
So it's like, they're conditionally bad, you know? However, they're conditionally excellent too. Basically, if stuff, if Jungler gets control of the early game, if Vampire just gets to play through lanes and teamfight and not worry about map setup, this team is really, really good. However, yeah, we've basically seen them lose when their jungle support falls behind. Of course, the problem with Top Esports there as well will be stuff like fighting through laning phase, which can be a bit of an issue. I think the last time around we saw that actually Cream had a lot. Well, he had that one really good Silas game, but the first game was just not good from him into Honky, where he got Oriana'd a bit. Anyway, back into this game. You can see that NIP pushing in mid lane and bot lane, denying some CS here. Of course, NIP fairly good laners on the whole, especially for group perseverance, and TT are going to have to look to survive through to aggressive combo later.
Indeed, the Deadly Frost just wide there.
Stav, yeah, I think that was a mistake. I'm gonna hazard a guess at that one. But you're welcome to be here. I hope you're doing well.
Do you remember when Jin Bard was considered a meme duo because T1 lost that game 5 at Worlds, and people went, why on earth did they lock this in such an awful combat? And people have gone, wait, no, actually the CC chain's kind of
No,
wild.
they were playing Varus Karma in game 5.
I'm talking the one they lost in 22.
Yes, they had the Varus Karma.
Well, which was the Jin Bard game that they lost and people were like memeing on them?
I can't remember, but in game... Hang on, Gilman might look for the shot plus hits it. It's not enough damage to kill. It just stops the recall. It means that Haru doesn't feel very happy at all. Of course, the thing about Jace, there's a couple of things which make this champion really annoying at Glass Cannon. You don't have any mana issues because you just have jungle item mana sustain. Of course, you can go full Glass Cannon as well. Junhao has used his Spell Shield, which means he can't Spell Shield another thing.
We've got the young Santa Claus who just followed as well. Young Klaus. Shock Blast just goes wide onto Heru there.
Oh, Junge. Haha.
Why are we doing this in a Mickey Mouse voice?
Oh, Junge. I can't think of enough of the German things to say in a Mickey Mouse.
Das ist lecker.
Wonderful. That's great.
What was the Jin Bard game, Jack?
Someone said it was the online MSI game, so it would have been MSI 22 instead, presumably.
That's what it was. I knew it was a game 5 in one of those years.
Yeah, yes, I'm sad.
Yes, I'm sad, Diaz.
Yeah. How's the holidays? Which for you is everything but Christmas. You know?
Yeah. Do you have like do you do Christmas on like
July
25th?
I really feel like Santa is the only real person who's benefiting from capitalism here, you know? like what do you mean? Like what do you mean he has all the other days off besides Christmas?
Trickle down present economics.
Jesus Bloody hell.
Actually, no, I don't think he's a saint. He's not Jesus Christ. That's not
True. Yeah.
you know.
That's
very Catholic of you.
I think that it's dangerous to say such things. Flash over the Q. Hoya is gonna have another Q flying at him now.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage down onto Hoya. Does burn the summoner to make that happen, but it will force the reset nonetheless.
Hoya had blown the flash earlier, so presumably something had gone wrong. And Keshi looks like he's just dumpstering Hoya in lane right now.
I have genuinely quite liked Kesh. He's not been perfect, but when he has felt like the only person I've looked at on the team and gone, you know what, you've been a fairly consistent win condition. I think him and Feather have had some moments. I just think that the problem is Junhao has looked a bit lost. Heru and Ryan just haven't been good enough as the other side of that, alongside our questions about just the team cohesion as Feather's about to hit a shot blast, and now I feel really bad about mentioning him. The deadly flourish follow-up misses the pulverize. I'm sorry, Feather. That feels like a caster curse.
It is. Hoya is not very happy here. Might have to go into zombie mode for a bit. No flash to outplay this one. Nocturne walks up, and both junglers now get themselves value on one side of the rift.
Should get that additional play. Oh, Keshi
ends up dying to the zombie. Okay, Keshi didn't have the E to get out. Even with the W resist, Sion takes a kill back. That's important.
I think he stuck around to get an auto or two on the plates as well, so he just didn't choose to leave on a decent timer.
I thought he was trying to leave, but yeah, what happens here then? Okay, so we'll watch this again. Oh my god, so we thought, he lost the flash in a trade earlier. No, he just did it himself. Okay, Hoya, that's not great. Feather flashing forwards.
Guwon might now be in danger as the paranoias pop. Can they get in range? Heru looking for a potential angle. Flash to ensure the paranoia's in range, and they do get a hold of Guwon.
Guwon going way too far forwards. Ends up getting punished. The flash into range for the Paranoia, as you mentioned, and TT are getting some decent kills out of the early game.
Good flash potential angle there. Unfortunately, Assume being headbutted away means that Ryan should be okay here to burn his barrier, but now the curtains get called and there's misfortune. No real way out. They've got vision on her. The flash over the wall eventually forced, and Feather left on low HP as well. More summoners blown there by the side of TT.
Draw a flash for a Q, which didn't wall stun. He flashed for a Q, which didn't wall stun. It didn't get the cleanse. It didn't get anything off the run. It didn't have a cleanse or anything. He just flashed forwards and just hit the Q on the MF, and it just didn't hit a wall. So a big mistake by Draw there. That should have really been an instant kill. Didn't manage to quite do so. And NIP, they get control over bot side, but you do wonder whether it should have just been a straight up kill.
Well, either way, hopefully we'll get a little replay there or whatever, because this has been a perplexing couple minutes with some unfortunate flaws on both sides. It is officially now 2-2 in kills. There's been some proactive moves, just the punishes to said proactive moves have been perhaps unnecessary.
Keshi's going to get a visit by Guwon. You know, that's kind of like our
Welcome
version.
to the castle.
I was gonna go for a Christmas reference again.
Right, yeah, well, that's
like, could you? I just have to say, you know, I think junglers, you know, the version of ganking is like coming down the chimney.
Yeah, okay.
It's like, wow, what's he brought you? He's brought you a shock blast. Wow. Right, you've been a bad top laner this year. You're getting a lump of hammer.
That's what's real. That's what they've done is they just polished a piece of coal till it looks like a Hextech crystal. Yeah. It doesn't really exist. What Jace has discovered is the power of fossil fuels.
What did you get for Christmas, Keshi? Head trauma.
All right, Young Klaus. I need to know. Is it correct? Is Young Klaus the correct name? Are you related to Santa Claus? What's the meaning of the name? I need to know.
I was trying to, you know, divorce this from one poor chatter that comes in. Anyway, the needles are coming on top, so there's still no flash for Hoya. That's basically all of his HP gone.
No, I'm remarrying that. We've got the counselling occurred.
What do you mean by remarry?
Because you said divorce.
Right, yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you're not a Henry VIII believer. You know, set up your church to allow that to happen.
No, none of that.
Oh, gosh. Go on, I'm going to find the spot side scuttle. Gold's very even.
Smite to start up the dragon. Again, one of the things you can do is you've got 2 charges. Smite, start the smite. By the time you've cleared the HP of the dragon, you should be allowed to use your second smite on that one, especially early on. It takes a little while to solo out a dragon.
We need to see Neferi top again. I actually liked the angle. I think thing is that Flandra's team fighting is really good on it. I think his laning should have been better, but this was almost my problem with Flandra. Like, his team fighting is really, really good. If only he had like solid laning phase, he would be genuinely like best top in the LPL. It's just his laning phase is holding him back right now. Imagine if he went into those fights with the 2,000 gold advantage. You know, this guy would be winning worlds again. You know.
And the thing is, it's not like every single one of his lanes is a liability, but there's enough of them in a series that you raise an eyebrow, especially against good top laners. And unfortunately, there are a lot of fantastic top laners in the world right now. As Assume a fair amount of poke. It's actually gone towards the steel caps early. Makes some sense, I think, into a lot of auto attackers and AD damage.
Yeah. Attack damage, AD damage. Yeah.
Yes.
It's like you know, like a Mac cannon. That's a mass accelerator cannon. So it's actually firing mass
It's
accelerator
cannon
cannon.
squared.
Cannon.
Cannon for cannon.
So actually, there's not firing like a you know, a lump of, you know, something or other that it fires out. It's firing actual cannons.
I feel like there's got to be some sort of AMV from the 2000s where you see a gun getting fired out and
Yes,
then slow
100%.
motion to fire again from a different angle.
Well, Sam, I'm already aware that one of the big Halo 3 mods made like SMGs fire out like warthogs with their turrets firing. That wasn't a thing which
there is in fact a Mac cannon.
Yeah. What about bringing back Hecarim Udyr meta? Oh no, what's it called? Chemtank was really busted. I did not like that meta at all. It was just farming junglers, not interacting, becoming the most powerful people on the map after all. It was really not fun,
And it wasn't even like
actually.
risky carry as well. It's like, I'm just a tank that does all the things.
It's like, oh yeah, I'm a Morgana. I'll just like hit a Q after a minute of fishing for it, and then someone's dying, you know? I mean, I do like Hecarim seeing it a little bit, you know, because it's a very fun engaged champion, and it's that one's quite a risky champion to play when it's not just full farm.
I do hear Hecarim's been pretty good in the new season.
Just backstep there, which is a reaction there from Feather. Yeah, I mean, I've seen 1 or 2 bits of Hecarim around, but not anything in pro. I think basically, I thought that
played it once apparently.
Yeah, and it was awful. It was really bad. It was God, someone. Well, yeah, it was Kyoshik Urara. Sadly, was racing on turf.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's like should have got this man on dirt. The aptitude just wasn't up there.
Okay.
Oh, I had to So there's this copy paster. It's like, wow, this Ariba Keenan, some real tough stuff. What do you mean? I'm just hearing people with like screaming out like mystifying murmur and everything's getting debuffed. I'm like, fact check. Mystifying murmur's only on medium races. You can only activate that with this with Summer Gold Ship's ability, which allows you to activate any gold skill. But because of course it's not released on the global server right now, it's not possible. So therefore, your copy paster is incorrect. I felt very intelligent when I did that.
You're like a Rick and Morty fan, aren't you?
Yeah, well, to be fair, Sam, you need to be very high IQ to understand. Pretty dodgy. First item is coming in across the board. It is around that time. It's that time of the year. Hang on, Psylocke was used to try and lock up Kashi under the tower. Instead, it doesn't. So mission failed. We'll get him next time. That's a 1,000 gold lead for Kashi just individually, folks. Gwen is not meant to lane counter Sion. Not that much, folks. I need to really stress this. Gwen does better later into the game. The early levels, Sion fights against Gwen particularly well. Now it's going to be the ult coming out of Kashi.
I think if it's the level 11 means that's going to really sting. Hoya's forced away again, cannot extend this play. There's a Riftmaker in inventory as well. Kashi's going to be a real problem. 3 members now from NIP around to help keep Hoya alive.
Magical journey.
He's going to protect her around. Keshi may look to all into good shield. Flash away. Binds down with the Hallowed Mist. It's not bad, but Keshi in a 1v3, I just don't think has the damage. Slides away for a bit of time. Even with the Riftmaker, just can't quite get enough. Now they'll try and make the play in mid lane. Interrupts the attempted flash away. And the slide and glide, the double divide, though, keeps Care in one piece.
It's a big investment into mid lane. 2 flashes to get the 1 of Care. Don't even get the kill. Whereas top side, Keshi goes down. The gold lead sinks below 1,000 in the individual role in NIP. While all the rest of this is happening, have now got a 2,000 gold lead across everything else. Harut jumping in onto draw, and the magical journey is pitifully short. Karu's going in, but now he's got it to 3.
Can he play it? He can certainly look to. It's a lot of damage to work with. It's a fair amount of damage back, though. So in the end, the magical journey didn't prove as dangerous as it might otherwise have been. Draw, though, loses a couple summoners as a result of that slight misplay.
Yeah. Question in chat. Guess I misunderstood the matchup. Thought Gwen dominated after Riftmaker. That's true. After Riftmaker, but particularly 2 items, that's where the Gwen starts to really take over. 2 items. And obviously 3 items, then it kind of becomes unplayable. The problem was, he had like 1,000 gold lead before the Riftmaker. And like, Hoya was flashing in lane like twice. He was, you know, dying. Yeah. He was really getting forced off of trades. The early part of the lane, which allowed Keshi to very quickly go towards that first item, was the problem. And now, of course, NIP bailed it out somewhat. I think it'll be a bit more playable for Hoya now, at least to the point where he'll hopefully be able to hold the turret. Dragon spawning now, it'll be the second of the game. NIP did take the first one, presumably while we were mucking about. That does happen every so often. In NIP, they'll be angling towards that with a mid lane and a bot lane push.
A partridge in the pear tree.
So I hear. They actually don't get the mid lane push, so I've actually just gaslighted.
There's no pear tree either then, take it.
Well, there could be, just not here. So.
Okay.
No, who am I to deny the entire existence of pear trees? I've heard they're wonderful fruit.
When was the last time you ate a pear, Alex?
Oh, you know, just the other day.
I actually did eat a pear.
This totally real fruit, which really
real fruit. Are you suggesting that the pears are a psyop?
No.
Why
would you say such a thing?
What? So, like, you know what's not a psyop, Alex?
It's all gone apple-shaped, Sam. No. Oh, it's all soft side. Oh my god, he's always getting the solo kill.
Oh! Code orange.
Hoya, very nearly with the solo kill. The Riftmaker healing just about saving Cash's life.
Fortunately, Gwen is not made a Hexic, otherwise I've had to start talking about Clockwork Orange if you know how those ones go. But anyway, there's a re-engage top as the Paranoia comes on through, and Black Sabbath spool up the Rift. They will bring down Hoya. Bot side, not the best shuffle away from Gwen. The Tempered Fate is good. That denies a follow-up.
It does. There was no flash available for the Akali. Couldn't quite follow up how he wanted. Anyway, so it's going to be the grand total of the side lane plays is Hoya dying, everyone else living, and then some summoners and ults thrown across the place too. Gold lead in top lane has now gone beyond 1.1k again. Keshi very, very fed, even with that death earlier, so that is definitely a win condition for TT.
Well, that was an experience for all involved. Now Guwon's going to come on over and shot blast, flash to the skies. Johanhao, I think, is just dead. Wow. Very nice combo there. Gets himself the hypercharger, which will apply to your melee autos as well if you change form, and that will stick.
Nice from Guwon. One of my favorite things about Guwon is how he finds the aggressive angles. Now, sometimes he can go a little too over-aggressive. That's the one holdback we have. But the payoff it has for his team when it works out is clearly very high. He's now 1.5k ahead of Junhao, who was one of the best players we saw around like the mid to lower table junglers from last year. He was the real reason why it felt like Ultra Prime could actually get some kind of runaway games at points there too. Like his Neferi last year, fantastic. Guwon's come in though, and I have to say, he's had a good split, he has. And while we sometimes, we needle him for, going too over-aggressive at points, that same aggressiveness is what has gotten NIP onto the radar for a lot of this split so far. NIP do have an overall 2.5k lead, 2 dragons, they've got the Herald as well. They did give over the Grubs. They're very happy though. TT, they haven't managed to group up multiple people yet to see if they can pull off the dive combo. Maybe this game turns around once Keshi gets that second item. He'll go towards the Dusk and Dawn, which is really, really annoying for the Scion. That's kind of like this extended fight bruiser item, which is so nasty. It feels like it is actually a little better than Nash's Tooth, actually, in a lot of ways. One of the things about Nash's Tooth on Gwen is that you don't actually need the attack speed to get a full stack Q off cooldown. If you're just auto-attacking with your E attack speed, you're pretty much getting a full stack Q every time anyway. So the Nash's Tooth is sometimes a little bit luxury for that. It's not something that you always need. Keshi, very happy to go towards that Dusk and Dawn and gonna go for the extra on-hit damage and that Spellblade proc instead. NIP, great vision controller rift around the rift now too, allowing Junhao to be spotted out a lot quicker. And Sam, I'm going to keep yapping until you're done with Genshin. Yes. How about yapped enough?
Nearly.
Okay, I'll keep yapping. Herald summoned in mid lane.
I'm going to pay attention, this could be quite
spotted
important.
On the flank. Oh, don't worry about that, Sam. It's just a Tempered Fate forcing the flash out of Ryan.
That's quite important, I think, Alex.
Yeah, sure, I hear. Crazy about that. Mid lane turret will go down.
Will minion taxi. Keshi looking for potential needlework angle here, actually. Will we see that pulled? No, not going to happen. And actually, nothing happens.
Go back to Genshin, Sam.
I will do, yeah. It's fine.
It's all good. Yeah. Not like I've ever done a Uma run.
No, never. I've never seen you do that.
Yeah. I tell you what, folks, I've actually had a really good couple of runs recently. I think as much as the next Champions Meet is entirely RNG, I've given myself the best possible chance, I think. Yeah, I've got the sprint, S aptitude, and all of the stats in place, the right skills.
You're still going to end up inting this, you understand that?
I know, Sam, I won't. Psy Games, glory to them, of course. All of their wonderful decisions regarding this game, which is normally actually very good. Yeah, it definitely causes some issues when you're on sprint and everything's just RNG on your accelerations. Tower goes down, they care, gets himself almost 1,000 gold ahead of himself. Now, he's very happy as in his ear.
Do we have to talk about this dragon that's coming up in 40 seconds? It would be so point. I feel like that might be important.
Sam, I like to subvert the audience's expectations, so instead I'm going to talk about...
You don't know, do you?
I wasn't ready to subvert people's
expectations.
You
weren't really. That's not very subversive, Alex.
Well, I think actually it was very subversive because in the way,
it's so true.
In the way that I'm now breaking the fourth wall to talk about such, important things as nothing. Dragon is now up in 20 seconds. Damn, I've gone back into expectations. And that's going to be further ignited for the hell of it, I suppose. NIP getting really good vision control to starve out this objective. This will put them up to an early soul point onto this Infernal Rift. And Ryan is actually quite lucky to get away with not getting stunned there.
Oh, he does get stunned. He's not very lucky anymore. We'll try and bullet time his way out to safety. But again, It really is just that
Oh,
end
dear.
of Pirates of the Caribbean 3. He's going down with the ship.
Yeah, I think this is Ryan 137 now or
Yeah,
something.
we're all
He's
quite
died
on
a
Ryans.
great number of times. That's potentially a silent Q over the wall. NIP, and they do that without using any of their ultimates. The AD carries down. They're just destroying TT on the approach.
She now goes over the wall, but there's still a magical journey waiting. They do interrupt the bullet time.
Oh, Guwon's gonna go down,
just go
baby.
low, but that's a tempered fate, buys some time. But unfortunately, though, not mean that Heru is still going to be able to get that kill. Perfect execution at the back end of it. No ambassador to be seen here. But alas, the executions are still available. They do bring down Guwon, fine. But unfortunately, the rest of their team dies doing it.
They do, and they didn't have a misfortune there to add on to the dive. It's not a bad attempt by Keshi and by Heru to reach the back line. It's just they took too much damage on the way in. There's too much gold on the other side. Guwon goes down, but NIP have the members alive. They should be able to take this dragon. Nocturne's not going to be anywhere around that. I'm going to take the topside Scuttle Crab instead. This is a very dangerous approach from Ryan. Gets hit by everything under the sun, and the Jin W seals the kill, really. The bullet time came through, but felt like it was frustration at that point. Did get some damage down, but realistically, they had lost the setup battle, and Ryan going down meant this was unplayable after this point. And of course, we didn't really even see any ultimates used for that first pick. Did mean that they had a lot of them left for the second part of the fight. Nocturne flew in, Heru, Keshi as well. This is how the combo is meant to be played, but you still have those big ultimates. The Bard ultimate, defensively, so is the Azir ult. Keeps them, keeps the battle lines intact. Eventually, TT just don't have the gas in the tank anymore to finish off the fights.
Heru's out of cooldowns. You got the barrier for soon, but again, that's nothing more than that as yet. And the problem is, Akali's just not at the point where she can threaten a kill with just her basic ability. She's still not got that Shadow Flame. And unfortunately, you look at the rest of the map and you go, yeah, that's just not getting any easier anytime soon. At the very least, Keshi's now at 2. Mate, there is the late game Gwen win condition just running through the back end of a team fight. But that's not going to be easy. And I do feel like TT are struggling to pull the trigger in a way that isn't leading to someone dying on the way in.
Oh, he's really trying to get these out of vision Qs on target. Not been successful with them just yet. Third item completed for Guwon, so he does have the Serpent's Fang, very cheap. There aren't that many shields to use it against. There's a Bloodthirster shield on Ryan. Besides that, you're waiting to see if someone builds up something like a Sterax, so that's actually not great anti-shield value. It's not even a locket on Feather. This is, look, I like Serpent's Fang as an item. This is not a good Serpent's Fang angle, folks.
Yeah, it doesn't feel super fantastic, and I don't think the spell shield counts as a shield, alas.
No, it doesn't, you're correct.
So, there we go. Well, either way, perhaps just wants that upfront lethality.
Could you imagine if it was like, you know, original series of Yu-Gi-Oh! Where you just kind of creatively say, attack the moon!
Yeah.
And then it works.
So what would you do that in League of Legends?
So it's like, oh, if you had like Serpent's Fang, which destroys shields, like, haha, I'm going to destroy Leona's Q. You can no longer use Shield of Daybreak. that's what
I
I'd like
did
to see.
actually have a champion design
Yeah.
that did that.
What,
So it was selective silence, basically, was the ultimate.
So that's really fun for the player being able to just completely, you know, block the enemy champion.
So you can basically, your ultimate allows you to silence one button press,
Yeah.
basically.
However, I will say, the problem with that is it falls into this awful character of design for myself, which is League of Legends becomes more fun when you do get to do the fun thing.
Yeah.
Therefore, inherently, the worst thing you can do is have a champion which his entire identity is to stop you doing the fun thing.
Hence why it's not a full silence. You still get access to most of your abilities. It's only your
Sam,
Q or whatever.
like, what happened? And there are some people who just only function with one
Yes,
ability. It's like,
I know.
oh, Zoe Q's gone. Oh
Yes.
no, she actually just doesn't
Zeri
function.
Q also could be
Oh, no.
absolutely
Karthus
eviscerated.
Q.
Yeah.
Yeah, so again, like, this is why I have issues with champions. I have issues with champions such like, I think Braum had this issue when he was much more about, like, denying skill shots rather than actually being like the Q passive proc. I like Braum if he's applying passive, because actually that's an aggressive tank champion support. I like that. I really dislike Lulu when she's all about polymorph and all about just kind of denying damage onto the same target. I prefer her when she's a buff champion. Like, that's the kind of archetype which I think League has very struggled with for a while. And of course, Janna was a huge issue for a... Yeah, they got to get so hench. I need all these enchanters with, like...
buff.
Just, like, rippling triceps and...
Personal trainer Lulu, when's that skin?
What's your name? Lulu. What's your skills? Glitter lads. How much can you bench? Oh, I hadn't thought of a good enough joke for that, but we do have a fight.
TP coming on in. Actually, this could be a bit dicey here for the side of NIP, but no, they can't threaten Jaw enough, and that's a TP and an ult down for a walk away slowly from Jaw.
Yeah, so that's an ultimate down for basically nothing. NIP, 6,000 gold lead, Dragon in a minute. TT have not managed to pull off like a good grouped combo at all. The only thing that's gone well for them today is Keshi. And reminder, folks, NIP win this series, they go through, and actually if they win as a 2-0, they'll actually be first seed from Group Perseverance, folks. They'll go through as first from this group. They'll leapfrog both EDG and Team WE. EDG would finish third and have to go through the lower bracket of the Knights Road.
And again, EDG kind of put themselves into that place by starting the split quite slowly, struggling against some of the better teams. And again, we saw our consistent failings, or we saw the consistent failings of EDG in those mid-game team fights really did come back to bite them. It was leave or bust, it felt like, at points this split, but they have managed to claw their way to the position where they are at least making playoffs. They're just looking at this series and going, oh, TT, if there's one series where you could please turn up, this would be it.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure, hang on a second, Dragon spawning now. We have to talk about this, but basically they'll be facing either IG, Toppies was away, but depending on the results of the second series today, actually, that'll be locked in pretty soon. Potential fight. Oh, Ryan forced the flash.
On top of the captive audience, though, good spell shield denies the deadly flourish. Turning around, they jump onto the side of the Jhin, who does manage to get away for now. Is feared, but not taken down. Jhin has to flash away, and now the soldiers are sent forward, courtesy of the shifting sands and the rest of Azir's ability to bring forth an army or two. Feather slowed down, more likely just falls. Nothing more that Alistair gets to do.
Yeah, Gilon just lands that shock blast after the slow from the Bard comes in. TT once again failed to pull the trigger. It's hard to do it from this gold deficit. NIP, they've not really allowed TT to play the game for the last 5 minutes. Wait for the Dragon to spawn. Soul will be theirs. And presumably, first place in Group Perseverance will follow after. Baron started, though, desperation from TT, but they're out of options.
They are overcome short with the magical journey. Going to put a ward down here and see that it hasn't actually been started because TT have backed away going, yeah, we just can't do this.
Damn, they were looking for a desperation play, hoping that NIP had slipped on their vision control. Not to be. NIP now have an Infernal Soul on top of that chase with 4 items. Build up an opportunity into the late game for the crazy lethality shock blast. Landing onto you later. Jhin as well with the 3 items going on 4. Yeah, NIP, they're probably going to be one-tapping people now.
Yeah, they are. Just don't think it gets any easier anytime soon. Handle pipes on Bards, always a bit annoying as well, because you've got so many people who love the attack speed here.
Yeah. Also another thing, folks, we're talking about the matchups, for the upper bracket. You've got the bottom 2 of Ascend placing up against top 2 of Perseverance. If you're bottom 2, you might end up facing a team like LNG coming through from Group Nirvana, and that would be very scary. Jump on towards Draw. Heru's coming through.
That's a bit unfortunate for Draw. I think he's just dead here.
Ooh, very nearly gets the defensive ultimate. Heru's now down that ult.
Try and force the flash, and does so. Hoya will get that one at least, and the ult from Feather will deny Hoya's potential kill threat with the decimating smash, and Draw thinks he's defending the wall there. It's a 1v2. It was all there is.
Yeah, reminder, folks, that there are actually 3 groups in the LPL. This is our middle group, so actually, while TT do have a 0-5 scoreline, we don't know where they actually line up against our group Nirvana teams, which are in the group below them. We assume that actually LNG will be looking very scary and actually potentially knocking one of these teams from Perseverance down a rung. We'll see, actually, but LNG look pretty scary. Of course, quite hard to tell that too when they're against the bottom tier table teams in LPL too. But NIP, real credit to them. They've managed to really pick up a lot of form, and you look at them versus a team like Invictus Gaming, maybe who've really struggled recently, particularly through Sobero. That could be a problem for them. Oh god, he's just dead. Infernal Soul just dies.
Caught by the Z-axis of a deadly flourish, and goes down now. Heru's spotted that. They're going to try and turn this around. That's a magical journey through the wall, though. Duo will help get out their AD carry. Care now doesn't have to turn around. The curtains get called, and I think TT might be forced into bowing out of this game a little earlier than they'd like. In comes Hoya, goes driving into the backline, keeping Ryan in a tricky spot. Heru will perfect execution to try and support people. The Tempered Fate buys a bit of time. Keshi gets to dash away, but now he's in danger. Unfortunately, on the other side of this fight, TT are being grounded, and Keshi one last auto away from death. The deadly flourish is required, but the damage is done.
NIP, they just have such a big margin for error now. They can just walk up and get an Infernal Soul proc, and someone's probably dying. Hoya's unkillable. Don't worry about that scored lead. It doesn't really matter for a late game Scion like this. NIP will walk the way over towards the Dragon after taking those 3 kills. Baron, rather, that one. I'll take the late game objective, and it'll be a very clean end to this game beyond this point, you have to imagine.
At this point, I feel that Thunder Talk are out of options. They went for a dive comp that didn't really dive as Hoya just solo kills under the turret with no wave.
I don't know how that happened, folks. Don't quiz me on that one. Heru dies, didn't have flash or ult, he just goes down. Do we get a replay of that? We're gonna see how Feather died. I mean, this is through a Celestial Opposition at first. Now, this amount of damage comes through the damage reduction of the item he has, and he just ends up getting exploded. Didn't have ult, was warding alone. You know, Feather in game 1, I think he actually had a pretty good time with things on the Nami. Definitely not the case on the Cow here. And then you see that TT, they try and punish them on the retreat. They see some cooldowns going forwards. Yeah, they use cooldowns. It doesn't mean they can't fight. The Infernal Soul tends to smooth over a lot of those kind of cracks. We push in towards the siege.
Indeed, and the tier 2 falls down, and 10,000 plus gold is NIP's advantage at this point, and I just don't see a way back for Thunder Talk. I just don't.
Well, I think they're going back in a casket, Sam. I think that'll be the problem.
Yeah.
4,000 gold for Assume on the Jhin. Guon has the 4.4 thousand gold as well. They're using it for the fight.
Hail Mary flank. They've gone the double TP. Tempered Fate finds strike. Guon is in danger. I think they've blown him up. That's not bad. The problem is what happens to the rest of the fight. They've lost 2 in trade for that flank angle. Junhao low gets into the bush to try and survive and does not. Heru has to perfect execution away, and Keshi also skipping and slashing and desperately trying to hold on to his life here. Well, Hallowed missed there. And by a little bit more time, but that is still in the end the best they could do is a 2 for 3.
Yeah, it's still a losing fight, but that's about as good as it gets. You got rid of one of those big gold leads. Assume, though, is still alive. They can still start damaging those turrets, and of course they still got that Infernal Soul. So even the Scion and the Bard can add significant damage through on top of the Jhin as well. It won't be the end of the game here, though. It will be probably double inhibitor and out.
Who do you even want as MVP for this game?
That is a great question, Sam. I'm actually not sure. Chuo, I think, was pretty good. Yeah, I think this Bard with the Magical Journeys, the ults to defensively play. How did Hoy...
Hang on, locked at the end, maybe?
Oh, yeah. Didn't notice how it worked. I was like, how did he pop out the side of it? It's got a little, like, I don't know, emergency exit from the Magical Journey.
Other option might be someone like Assume, who I actually think did have a really good Jhin game here as well, as an aside.
Yeah. No, it's not like Guon had a bad game either. It was bursting massive people out on the Jace. Sam, the early game feels like it was a very long time ago.
It was about 30 minutes ago, Alex. So
yeah, I think
that's a long time.
I would probably give it to Draw, and far be it from me to praise Bard play because that champion's not okay. But
you know what you could praise though?
I don't know.
Opera GX, which people could sign up for by
That's
using
true.
the command exclamation mark Opera GX.
They're our sponsor for this month, folks, and it's a pretty cool brand, folks. It gives you a lot of customization, and there's a command and chat which you can go to as well.
You could also do exclamation mark Kofi. I don't know what that one does. Does anyone want to show me what that does?
Folks, our marketing up.
Anyone want to show me what exclamation mark Kofi does, guys?
Oh wow!
I have no idea. I'd really like someone to show me, and then maybe click on the link.
Sam, we've got an Elder Dragon in 20 seconds.
It's a great time to do it.
Oh wow, look, okay, fantastic. Dragon is going to be coming up alive now. TT, they're hoping for an Elder flip for their lives, and it is so hard to see them getting in that. Maybe the Paranoia is a one-way trip to see if they can get into the pit. It is not an easy situation, though.
It is not.
Oh my god, the damage!
Okay, the ult's through. See, people actually could have done it now. Some people, they're just going to look, oh my god, it's been a Heru. I'm getting a little hysterical here. Unfortunately, so are TT as they are in a lot of pain.
Oh, the stun!
For the double stun into the Scion ultimate. Choo-choo! Care comes flying on forward, shifting sands. Emperor's Divide, and unfortunately...
Hang on, that's it. Guys, there could be a Penta for a Scion. He's on a triple.
Hang on.
Can they get the extras for him?
They're going to try. He's not had a best game of all time. They're still debating it. They can't get him anymore.
I think it'll probably time out now, but Hoya was threatening a Scion Penta. That's the kind of game that we're in here. Here he goes in.
He might still get it here. Come on, give him the kill. Where is my Scion? Who get that kill? It was the Jhin. Okay. Well, my dream is dead.
Dream is dead, and so is TT. They will be going through as bottom 2 in Perseverance, and NIP will finish top of the middle group of LPL, and they'll be facing off against one of our Ascend teams in the Knights Road. NIP climb their way up, and they do push EDG down with this victory.
That's a big one. That's a big one. NIP, I think, have managed to find themselves an identity, which is great to see. It's not perfect. It's not flawless. We're going to have some questions about people like Hoya against some of our top-tier top laners and all these kinds of questions. But either way, they have earned themselves the right, and deservedly so, to be giving it a go. And that should be a great time to watch. Guys, I'm going to put the camera back on.
Hello. How's it going? I guess I'll change the music.
I
over
couldn't
on
bring
them.
my Udi back. I tried to fit it in my case, and I didn't have space.
Oh,
so it's
I
still okay.
really crammed. Well, I do technically have another one over there, but I'm not sure if you want that one or.
It's okay. I just have to like live to travel for my Udi.
Oh, good. Anyways, I'm actually gonna go a quick break now
Go for it.
because I need to do that. So I'm gonna.
That's
leave.
fine. I'm gonna run some adverts, guys. If you don't want adverts,
You can subscribe.
That allows you to avoid adverts, and as we are pushing for things like Partner Plus, it'd be a great way to ensure you don't get adverts as well, and it supports the channel. So consider it. I did the Ko-fi and the Opera GX spiel, but again, guys, we are looking to get as many subscribers or like new users of that as we can because it does help us keep doing what we're doing. Oh, and people who sign up via that, because it only takes you 2 minutes and no money, just a bit of your time for what is quite a cool browser, it can be very helpful. What's the announcement there saying? Is the announcement saying anything cool? Hey, Tat, good to see you. Thank you again for the Riftbound bulk. Appreciate it. It's very chill music, isn't it? Next, we've got JDG up against Top Esports. Should be a fun matchup. Yeah, I got to catch TAC in London over the weekend. It was very lovely to catch up. We had a spirited debate as ever about Final Fantasy. We basically we've almost got opposite tastes in Final Fantasy games. It's quite interesting. Mm-hmm. One second, guys. I'll be right back with you. Just sorting out a little something for this evening. Is Jackie Love playing as ADC? Not at the minute. He's taking this split off. NIP just won 2-0. Hoya had a dubious series, though, unfortunately for you, mate. Did one of the team fights. Struggled in the lane, though, pretty heavily. Guwon doing joke, poke, Jace things. Poked him. Hey, Edward, good to see you. It's like you're late. You are a little. It's okay. We forgive you. Reminder, folks, tomorrow as well, we will be front page on Twitch, which should be a good time. So do come and support the channel for those of you who are Twitch users. Also, that does mean for YouTube users. So over on Anivia, over on YouTube, we're not allowed to stream on other platforms tomorrow as a result. So if you do want to come and see the stream tomorrow, we will still be streaming, just not on YouTube. So do pay attention, guys. I'll make sure to mention during game when we got more people here. Do make sure to come over to twitch.tv/Nymaera_ to get the games as usual. Too animated with my hands as ever. Bit of an interview happening. Let me turn on the audio for that. There we go, found the one.
我是深圳 NIP 的大野国安。
There we go.
是第一次来到我们的赛后
So you can
采
listen
访
into
下
this.
恭喜你们拿下今天这关键一战。今天整个队伍的状态也好，发挥也好，是比较轻松的嘛？游戏体验如何呢？
No money for the subs for watching the ads. Hit me with those ads hard. You work as hard as you can. No worry for us morning. Appreciate you doing that.
오늘 뭔가
We'll hit you with those ads.
되게 중요한 경기라고 생각하고 무조건 이겨야 된다는
Turn the camera off while we listen to these.
뭔가 되게 지금까지 했던 경기 중에 제일 긴장하면서 한 것 같습니다.
今天是抱着必赢的心态来到场馆嘛，所以比之前要紧张很多。
哇，今天就是可以说是信心十足了啊！那其实顾问呢也是从去年年末加入到我们的深圳 NIP 战队，也是第一次来到中国，来到 LPL 征战。想问一下我们的顾问，这段时间相处下来，你觉得自己有没有完全融入深圳 NIP 战队以及我们深圳这座城市呢？
그深圳 NIP에 온 지 이제 한동안 됐는데 LPL도 이제 처음이고深圳 NIP에 이제 어느 정도 적응한 것 같아요.
뭔가 이제 경기하는 데 있어서 되게 홈 경기장이 있는 게 엄청 큰 이점인 것 같아서 적응이 되게 빨랐던 것 같고요. 그리고 이제 팀 매니저나 이제 선수들도 다 저한테 너무 잘해줘서 적응은 완벽히 한 것 같습니다.
首先 NIP 拥有自己的主场，这是一个很大的优势吧。然后队伍的管理层和选手都对自己很好。
好的。那其实，在上一次前采的时候，我记得顾问也说了，说，哎，咱们这个 NIP 伙食很好，很好吃啊。在这边想问一下我们顾问，最喜欢的一道中国美食是什么呢？
我喜欢北京烤鸭。
哦，喜欢北京烤鸭。我们也很爱吃啊。我相信顾问也是会更多的爱上更多的中国美食。也聊一下今天的比赛啊。今天第一局一上来，其实大概也是利用一个打野差的经济一个优势，等级差的优势啊，拿下了一血。在这一局呢，我们的顾问魏也是砍下本局的 MVP。
Indeed, just listening into the interview.
局的一个打野动线是怎么设计的呢？
It is a great jawline. You're absolutely right.
레벨 차이로 이제 첫 킬을 먹고 게임을 엄청 유리하게 시작을 했는데.
Isn't Guan a T1 CL JFA? Yeah, he was.
저희 팀 이제
Yeah, he was from over there. He also was playing in LCP last year.
저도 되게 바이가 자신 있는 픽이라서 그냥 초반에 어떻게든 이제 반반만 가면 되게 한타 때 좋은 모습 보여줄 수 있다 생각했는데 그냥 뭔가 좋은 설계로 킬을 먹게 돼서 쉽게 이겼던 것 같습니다.
我们中单选手的活力玩得特别好，然后魏也是自己非常有自信的选择嘛。所以就是如果前期可以五五开的话，就觉得能够赢下比赛，但前面还拿到了优势，就赢得比较轻松吧。
赢得也是比较轻松。那来到第二局，其实我们看得出对面也是以这个2名前排想要掌控这个前期的节奏，并且以格温兜底的。但是我们看到好像前期格温也是拿到一定的优势。想问一下顾问，你会觉得在格温这个点上有给你们造成麻烦吗？并且你们是怎么化解掉的？
두 번째 판에 이제 상대 그웬 엄청 잘 컸는데 이제 팀 더블로 압박을 많이 줬는지.
이제 그렇게 큰 압박이 없었던 게 저희가 결국 이제 바드랑 제이스가 이제 빠른 걸로 인해서 이제 한 번쯤은 그웬을 잡을 수 있다 생각을 했었고 사이드 단계에서도 이제 주호 선수가 되게 움직임이 좋아서 뭔가 그웬이 사이언 압박할 수 있는 그림이 많이 안 났던 것 같습니다.
第二局的话，虽然格温前期很肥，但是我们选到了像杰斯、巴德这种机动性很强的英雄嘛，所以在边路的时候，通过卓的指挥，然后其实在边路我们压力是很小的。
所以其实也看得出今天 NIP 这2场确实打得很沉稳啊。那在这场结束之后呢，我们在赛前也是提前预告了2比0拿下本场之后呢，我们的 NIP 也将与西安 WE 进行一个加赛。 在此之前，你们对阵 WE 的战绩是1胜1负，并且3场都拉满了，所以这场加赛赛果真的是不好说。想问一下顾问，你怎么看呢？
이제 우리가 W랑 추가전 하게 됐는데 결과를 어느 정도 예측하고 있어요?
뭔가 저희가 W랑 했던 경기들 다 이겼어야 되는 경기라고 생각하고 그거에 대한 피드백도 좀 저는 잘 이루어졌다 생각해서 다음 경기 무조건 이긴다고 생각하고 있습니다.
我们2次遇到 WE 应该都是可以拿下的，所以我们输掉之后做了很多的复盘，所以觉得后面的比赛再遇到他们应该会赢下来。
好的，那我们也是期待下一场我们的深圳 NIP 更好发挥，希望你们在这个赛季能够不留遗憾，好吗？也再次谢谢顾问接受我们的赛后采访。我们接下来的时间把画面交还给解说席。
And back to us, I guess. Hello, everyone. How's it going?
Hello.
Change on to the Diana tracks, I guess. So that's the first series done. And yeah, the second one is Top Esports versus JDG. Now,
Yeah.
JDG obviously come in as favorites, but they're not flawless. And Top Esports, I think, have been looking better. Now, I will say Jachi
Had a very bad series recently.
had a bad series just the other day. Yeah, where he kind of overplayed himself a bit, actually. Who was that versus? That would have been just versus Anyone's Legend. Yeah. He was playing stuff like the Ash, and he was actually outplaying a mid game, but his early game was so flippy that it ended up being kind of unplayable beyond a certain point. So if Jachi plays well and they do get into a decent spot in lane, and then does that suddenly lock Vampire in lane, get the jungle support behind in a way that JDG have really struggled to play when that happens, maybe we see a winning angle from Top Esports, but they are definitely not favorites here, folks. They're underdogs.
Yeah, exactly that. And a lot of that will be defined by how the bot lane plays, because they do take aggressive 2v2s, and when it goes wrong, they don't go wrong quietly, because they just do it again and it gets worse.
yeah, that's one way to put it. Yeah. Well, TT, I'm not going to lie. I think they might be going down in this group, because I think they're against LNG now.
Yeah.
Lower bracket.
So none of the group Nirvana groups can make playoffs, can they?
Junhao went 0-6. I mean, Junhao was actually very good last year, but he's not been fantastic this year. And again, he's not the worst part of this team. I think that bot lane has really, really struggled. I think that
Heru's not been great either.
Heru's been mixed. His Rise has been good. I mean, Keshi's the best part of this team.
Yeah, I agree.
He has been. Keshi was very good today, actually. Hey, Tech, how's it going? Yes, it did, Tech. Yeah, Tech, I'll show you, actually. I got the, got this.
Pulled that from the packs I got,
that,
oh yeah.
which is very cool. Oh. Yeah. So I got like the Surge foil, which is very cool. So, yeah, Sam and I are going to be getting into Riftbound at some point, Yes. So I've got the makings of an Ari deck. I also pulled two different versions of Yasuo too, so I might be able to do something with that. Handed Sam another one for awesome. So now I have like 2 of the base Ari. Actually, hang on. That means I have. If you give me that one, I've got 3 Ari copies now, and I'm not sure if I need that many for a deck. But yeah.
There you go. You probably do.
Cool. Nice. Alongside, yes.
Because I could probably do trade because I'll probably use that Misfortune on TC as well.
Yeah. So I think Sam's building a Misfortune deck. I'm building an Ari deck because of course I am.
Yeah. I just don't have any Dazzling Auroras.
Yeah. I gave you one of the Mind Splitters though, right?
Yes. So I traded that for the Thousand Tail Watcher. Which
it's about like for like. Yeah. Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, I think Sam's a bit salty that it's not like for like.
So it's just like I was about to make the joke that I went to go see what the prices were in the store down in London.
Right.
Mind Splitter, £5. Guess how much Thousand Tail was going for?
I don't know.
20.
Well, you said it. You looked up a
I
card
did.
market.
I did, absolutely, and I'm very happy with that trade. I'm just saying it's a great card. You are doing very well with that one.
Ari Scale's good into set 2. Nice. I would have played it anyway. I know about Yoda. Who would have thought? Who
Who would have ever guessed? When they release Evelyn, I'm going to be very unreasonable.
Yeah, hang on. I'll show you through the champions I got. So I'll do that. So player of the game. Oh, whatever. Okay, we'll see that first. Player of the game was it was draw. Yeah, we thought it might be. He was good. Bot game was good today. That is a very cool card, actually. Playing Rumble in the Bologna Major. Oh, are you going to Bologna? Oh, maybe I should start going to some of these events or something. It would be kind of cool. The thing is, I've never really played in a card game event. And let me show you some of the stuff I got. I showed some of this earlier, but yeah. So this is one of the big ones I got, obviously. So that's probably the nicest card I've got. So they got the Ari kind of Coven variant, which is cool. Tarek, Lee Sin, very cool Lee Sin version. Actually, might be easier if I do something like this. Actually, try and zoom in like this. Lee Sin. Teemo. Got Teemo like a Mega Squad variant in there some too. It's got the Legend for Kai'Sa, which is very pretty card. I don't actually have the Kai'Sa Champion, but I have that. Nivea. Lee Sin. Draven. I got a couple of Dravens actually. Kayn. Leona. I did have another version of Leona, but I traded that to Harold for some spells. Another Teemo. This is the thing which I got from Sam, the Thousand Tail Watcher. Got the Victor, Young Victor archetype me set. Vanier, the Draven. Darius. Player of the game was Draw. That makes sense. He was really good. Echo. Misfortune, which I might end up trading over to Sam. It's the Captain Variant of Lee Sin. And I got 2 versions of Yasuo as well, which is really cool. Misfortune, Volibear, Mundo, Fiora. That's the Omega Squad Teemo. Malzahar, Karthus, and... Wait, did I have... Wait, I have another Yasuo? I have 3 Yasuos then, what the heck? And I got around to my Ari cards as well. Then we're back to the Echo, and I think that's back to the start. Yeah. Can you play a card game with these or collection on? I don't know what... Yeah, yeah, of course you are. That's why they got rules on them. Yeah, enjoy. Okay, so now I guess we get ourselves into the break, and then I need to put on some adverts at some point, although I want to leave them for a little bit. You're planning on going to other majors anyway? Cool. Yeah, I mean, it would be really cool to see if I can get into the circuit a bit, because if I get more familiar with it, hopefully that opens up some more broadcast work as well. I know Medic wants to try it, and I'm pretty sure Dracos will do at some point too. It's 2026, we spend 90% of the day looking at moving pictures on a screen, and there are still people spending money on pictures on paper. I mean, I'm not sure that's the dunk you think it is. I know it's sarcastic anyway, but like, the thing about stuff on paper is that it's permanent. It's physical, it's tangible. No majors in the UK? Huh, I'm surprised at that actually. Medic's going to Bling, I think? Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I'm sure I'll be going to whatever he can, honestly. Medic is a huge card game fan, obviously. He said it'd be tricky with LEC stuff in terms of scheduling, I'd imagine, yeah. But I think he's fine to do the broadcast stuff if he wants. But yeah, he'll try. Also, I mean, you look at people like Shox, who's going off to do stuff in CS. I think if the opportunity's there, I think it's good to kind of branch out, particularly right now, because broadcast in League is definitely not in the easiest spot right now. Line is in 2 weeks. Okay, that makes sense. Player of the match is so split. Yeah, I'm a little surprised it wasn't Guon, actually. I think Guon had probably the... Well, yeah, he had the better game 1. Game 2 is pretty good from him too. Whatever. It's close between jungle support, I think. Yeah, I don't... Okay, in fairness, I don't play-by-play as much enjoying, but yeah. But hey, I mean, I'll give it a try. Give it a shot. Yeah, I'll int play-by-play on LEC stage. Hell yeah. How am I liking doing Summoning Insight so far? It gives me a lot of space to talk about just a lot of holistic esports stuff, which is pretty fun, which I don't get to do as much anywhere really besides here. Yeah, I think it has too, Amber, and I definitely noticed when I was casting it the other day with Harold that it's a lot easier to play-by-play when you have someone else to like color cast alongside you, you know? No, Zeref, just that Shox has been doing CS. Yeah, Shox has been doing Counter-Strike for like years at this point. Now, obviously, each off-season there's a question about who stays and whatever, and what the deals are like, right? And eventually, I'm sure that some of the older talent will eventually go, but yeah. But Shox has been doing CS for like a number of years now. Yeah, no, Summoning Insight's been a really good way for me to like just talk about holistic League stuff. And yeah, it's a little surreal because obviously I watched a hell of a lot of that growing up, I suppose. Although that would have been in my teenage years, really, rather than whatever. But yeah, I tell you what though, it's definitely a task to keep up analytically with every region in the world. That's actually quite a difficult thing. Did I change the music over yet? I did. Cool, that helps. Let me check, but I think this means NIPW have to fight for first person seed. No, I believe that's not the case, Freg, because I believe it's on game difference, right, and then head-to-head. I believe there's no tiebreakers being played. So I'm pretty sure that means that, with this, I think NIP finished first, WE second. I don't believe there are tiebreaker games for this. And yeah, at least I'm pretty sure that's the way. Because yeah, as far as I'm aware, there aren't tiebreakers. Someone said in chat before it was something like, you know, series score, game score, then it's like head-to-head, and like victory is something like, if there is a 3-way tie, it goes down to game wins, which is not the case because there's different game score between EDG and the other teams. They are tied on head-to-head, and they are both 1-1 in series as well. But I think it then comes down to win time, I think, between the two of them. I believe that's the case anyway. Right, I guess I should win. I'm going to run some adverts now then, I suppose. Li-Ning is making Mako work as general manager of Li-Ning store in Shanghai. That's kind of funny. Like how Rookie has a restaurant, not even sure it's still there, but he was like waiting tables. What's up?
No, just the Mako thing.
Yeah. So next match is Weibo JDG top esports, and then tomorrow we get IG Weibo for the last game for like them locking in top 4 or bottom 2 of Ascend. If top esports win, that makes things very I think basically if top esports lose today, they're locked bottom 2. Weibo can't drop at that point into bottom 2. Top esports need to win to keep their dream alive of getting top 4, and then also so top esports would need to win, and then IG would need to beat Weibo tomorrow.
Okay,
so that's the only way that top esports make it into top 4, basically. That's the way that it works. Yeah.
I'm assuming for Nirvana teams, there's no way any of them get to reach playoffs, is there? It's just a potential.
Yes, they can. Because top 2 of Nirvana goes against bottom 2 of Perseverance. So in this case, we have EDG, TT, LNG, OMG facing off against each other, and then they go through the lower bracket effectively. I'll show you the bracket now. That's why I was talking about the lower bracket.
Yes,
thing.
Exactly. So the reason was I thought they did. I got a little bit confused over the conversation.
You'll see this, right? So we have our first round matchup of TT LNG now confirmed.
Yeah.
And effectively, OMG will be against Perseverance number 3, which is, I presume, now EDG. So we get OMG, EDG, TT, LNG. But basically, they have to win 2 best of 5s in a row to do that. And then the upper seed will be Ascend 5 and 6 versus Perseverance 1 and 2.
Yep.
So we'll have WE and NIP versus IG, and then one of Weibo and Top Esports, most likely Top Esports. They have a second life.
Yeah.
But yes, you can get into playoffs through Nirvana.
It's just hard. Yeah. In fact,
So,
in fairness, I wonder what I think LNG probably do beat TT on current form. I just don't know what the qualification match looks like.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure. I suppose in this case they all face off against Ascend 6 Perseverance 1 based on. Actually, is there selection? I don't think so. I'm not actually sure how the draw works for that. Yeah. But then the question is, do LNG beat NIP or IG?
And I think they could possibly do NIP. IG are flippy enough it's a possibility.
Oh, it's reseeded? Right, so it's the lowest. So
okay.
it'd be, at that point, it'll be reseeded, and I suppose it will be, yeah, the most tilted matchup and then the most even matchup, I think, right?
Yeah.
So LNG, actually not sure how this works, because LNG, because they're coming from Nirvana, they will get the harder matchup, I think, because they're coming in from Nirvana / lowest Perseverance seed. So they'll be facing up against, like, the highest remaining seed, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. So there, you know the stakes there, folks. Effectively, it's the hard way through it, but then again, you're a Nirvana team. That's kind of what you expect. And we're in Beijing. Of course, the last couple of games were in Shanghai for JDG, I think.
Indeed.
Let's get down to business. We could change over the music, but get the visuals there anyway. So JDG versus Top Esports, very important match, as we were saying. This is kind of getting in towards determining the very last of our seeds, which is really quite important.
Question as well. Have we discussed because there's been rumors flying that JDG are looking to change junglers?
Rumors, but we have nothing solid, so what else can you say, really? You know? Yes, there are rumors that JDG want to change Ginger. I don't know when that would be. Apparently they've contacted Tien, but they haven't written down a contract yet and stuff like that, so perhaps he'll come through. Of course, Tien will probably be very sought after. I'd imagine potentially Top Esports look at him too. Like, Nayo's been pretty good, but I think you would, if you're going to contest for international spots, you do need...
If they could get Tien and Jackie on the same team, that feels like a much more aggressive core with a lot more experience, right?
And of course, that would have been, you know, Top Esports from 24 and before, right? So they played many years together. But I'm not sure what their relationship's like. Sometimes players, a lot of the older players, have history Who currently has Weibo top esports tied head-to-head? It's assuming they go even score. That is a good question, actually.
Yeah.
They are 1-1. So they're 1-1, and that means it'll probably come down to game score in those matches, and or not to be confused with and or hit Disney Plus Star Wars TV show, which is very good, and then game win time. Now the thing is, -5, -2. So if top esports 2-1 today, they go to -4 game score. Weibo would need to lose 0-2 to Invictus Gaming the day after. They go 2-0, they go to -3, and then Weibo will just have to lose in either one. But I'd imagine they need 2-0, I'd imagine. Yeah. How's my boy Jackie Love doing? Still coaching? I'm actually not sure what Jackie Love's doing. I mean, he was taking a medical break, effectively. Not exactly sure what's entirely up. Well, I don't know when he wants to come back, although the rumor is from the Shy stream. The Shy said on stream that he might be coming back next split, so that's the rumor.
Yeah, that makes sense. What about the Shy? Has the Shy made any decisions about what he wants to do?
No idea. Not sure. Because he's still kind of waiting things out too. And despite the fact that, you know, the World Play-In Series was not great from him, he actually had a pretty good 25 on the whole.
I agree.
Him and Rookie on the whole. I mean, there was definitely some downpipe bits in Form 2. I think we're going to go through CNC now. So, oh no, this is the World Play-In.
And again, like, they put themselves into a tough position, right, by having such a poor end of playoffs, basically, for Invictus Gaming, which really cost them in the summer. But hey, that's sometimes the way things break, and they unfortunately matched up initially against the world champions. Like that's
yeah, that happens. It does happen occasionally, I hear. Thank you for the follows, by the way. And this is Top Esports JDG. Top Esports, of course, a little very different from last year, keeping 369 and Cream, but then a lot of players taking a break. AD carry matchup is the one to watch, and I agree with that. Look, Jachi, very, very good, but very, very snowbally. If he goes behind, he falls behind just like a rock dropping out of the sky. But also, if he gets himself a platform in the game, this guy can solo carry in a way that, you know, the greatest LPL AD carries do. He reminds me of that kind of early Jacula, who was just so insanely aggressive on the knife's edge, cutting both ways. They have a fairly good shared champion pool here as well.
Yeah, worth noting, Jachi's Corki and Jin have not been looking particularly solid for him, and whereas Gala have been putting a lot of time into the Sivir, which has been relatively successful. And I think they have quite liked the fact that that gives them some shove and some consistency later on in games.
What are the... Oh, this is talking about the new Lilia skin stuff. What are the Jachi picks to look out for? Well, they show them on screen there, but really his misfortune has been very lane dominant, very good. I want to see more of his Ashe, though. You know, it fell behind in the last game he played it, but the Ashe, he knew how to outplay on it. And I think that Ashe Seraphine is definitely something that we could see a bit more of.
Yeah.
Jachi's good, however, the other is Gala. Yeah, and Gala is also one of the greatest AD carries of all time.
Prince of Pentas himself.
Prince of Pentas. And yeah, Gala's been on mixed form this split. I think he started very well. I think the last week or so, he struggled a little bit more, but I wouldn't say he's on, like, awful form.
No.
But, like, as he's playing right now, I think Jachi, if he has a better game, he can reach him, which is a little scary for JDG, because if JDG don't win lanes, that's when you start to get a bit worried, because if they win lanes and they unlock jungle support, very, very organized at going around 5v5s, not great at playing around side lanes, but the whole point is, if they get ahead of the game, they don't need to worry about side lanes, and they can just kind of go towards those 5v5s. That's how they beat BLG in some ways, where they just forced 5v5s eventually and they won. But yeah, so you really need to look out for, can they get solid start, get out of the early game, get jungle support active.
I'm going to go on a tangent here.
Yeah.
Because obviously, Ariel in chat there is saying the Shy's actually playing Valorant on his stream, which is hilarious. So if he leaves us for Valorant, that would be very funny. Right. But side note, Ariel, every time I see your name, I just think of Sebastian talking to Ariel in Little Mermaid. Ariel, exactly. That's every time I see it.
I was actually thinking of the kingdom in Frozen.
Arendelle. I also had that one in my brain as well. So clearly, some Disney connections here.
Yeah. Just slightly on the different tangent.
There you go. It's just what you to know.
Yeah. Sometimes
it's not quite young Klaus, but you know.
Yeah, that was a tangent. That really was a tangent. Even by our standards, that was a bit of a tangent, really. Oh, God. Don't really know how else to follow up on that. We should be getting into... I think we're getting into the interview things now.
Indeed we are.
环节我们请到了北京 JDG 的打野选手君家进行我们前采，来向大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 JDG 的打野君家。
好，欢迎君家啊。那第一个问题也想问到，上场比赛结束之后，看得出来中野节奏会是你们赢下比赛的关键了。那你自己是怎么去看待这一点的呢？
因为这版本中野还是特别的重要啊。 然后如果我们中野有优势的话，我觉得游戏也是特别好赢下来。
明白。那第二点呢，也是想问到，今天啊，也是队伍在第一赛段组内赛的收官之战了，所以你期望自己在这场比赛当中达到一个什么样的目标呢？
就是希望还要打完这一场，然后季后赛继续加油吧。
好，也希望你在比赛当中能有一个好的发挥。好，欢迎来到我们前彩环节，我们请到了 TOP 的辅助选手风月继续我们前彩来向大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 TOP 的辅助选手风月。
好，欢迎风月啊。那第一个问题也想问，比赛进行到现在这个阶段以后，你觉得自己有哪些地方是进步了的？包括在未来，你希望在哪些内容方向上能够做得更好一些？
首先进步方面，在教练的教导，然后队友的帮助，以及我自己赛场的感受下，我前期的兵线处理，然后中期的资源团的一些落位，然后后期团战上的一些判断都获得了长足的进步。然后我希望自己能在和打野的沟通，以及中期对于方向的判断，然后团战的那种直觉能够更好一些吧。
能看得出来，虽然风月是一位年轻选手，但其实思想上很成熟，也相信你未来会打得更好一些。那第二个问题呢，也想问，今天再次面对北京 JDG， 那你觉得在哪些内容上要特别注意一下？
在我们的眼里 ，JDG 是一支就是运营特别好，然后阵容选了很多样的队伍，所以说就与其想就是怎么针对他们，不如说我们就做好我们自己的，就我们把我们阵容选出来，该打的画面打出来，我觉得我们就可以战胜他们。
打好自己的比赛内容是最重要的。那也希望你今天在赛场上能有一个好的发挥。
I remembered to turn my mic back on. Yeah, ain't that crazy?
Oh, well done.
So, I guess you sounded very, very pleased there. Like, oh wow, you did it! Wow.
Oh, well done. Give us a hand pass, thank you.
I guess so. Back onto the stage though. Here in Beijing, Top Esports versus JDG. Now, before the era of BLG JDG, this was the LPL matchup in finals. We had it in 2020 all the way through 2022. This was kind of like the top tier matchup for about 3 years solid of LPL.
Yeah.
2020, 21, 22. This was the matchup, really. A lot of it functioned around, Jaculov on Top Esports, JDG picking up players like 369 from Top Esports as well after a point two. This was the matchup. Now, of course, the faces have changed a lot now. 369 back onto Top Esports. JDG, everyone has now changed on that roster from their golden era, but they found a new one. It's a new beginning for JDG, and they're looking pretty damn good. Top Esports, they're rebuilding as well, but it feels like their expectations are significantly lower than JDG's.
He cabbaged him!
What did Fongyue just do?
He just cabbaged him!
Sam, slow-mo replay,
Oh!
Clip it. Vampire, you monster. Vampire's just been cabbaged.
That's garlic or steak to him. Like, he has genuinely just been done in.
I'm sorry, folks. That's it. That's the game already. No, what do you do?
Team Edward is done for.
The vampire's not shining anymore.
No. What, in the sunlight? He's
been
buried under a cabbage field.
That was one of my favorite casting lines when Vampire was on one of his real cold streaks. It's like, this vampire's one of the shiny ones, sadly.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Oh my god, I actually just can't believe I witnessed it. That's so awkward.
Why?
I just don't know what like, you can tell that's the rookie support Fongyue difference, the experience differences. What did you miss? Just zoom back a little bit and just watch out for the last handshake where... No, Vampire was going for the fist bump, and then Fongyue just...
Cabbaged him. Yeah, he just grabbed his fist.
He just grabbed the fist. I'm like, what? Okay, so that was... It's not on Vampire, it's on Fongyue. Again, it's the...
That's incredible.
Yeah, it's the rookie support div. So we're going to get closer to draft now. I guess we ran over soon enough. I'll run some after draft as well. So realistically, what JDG are looking for is really strong bot lane pressure, and Top Esports will be looking for the same thing. It wasn't sticky. No, I know. It was completely obvious what was happening.
Are Fongyue and Vampire friends, or is Fongyue like an actual hater of vampires? Is this the beginning of generational?
By the way, on the pronunciation, as far as I'm aware, it's Fongyue, not Fongyue. I know it's like close for us. I believe it's Fongyue.
So I was told by Alcups Fong.
But I saw in LPL English Discord they said it was Feng Yue.
Oh, so I saw from Alk it was okay. In that case, Feng is well go.
But also say in an American accent, Feng Yue. I can understand that in an American accent, but I think for our accent,
it's Feng. Okay, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
So I went off what I was told from. Okay.
Yeah, I know. That's just what I've been hearing. Feng Yue.
Feng Yue makes sense.
Yeah, and I'm still not trying with Heng and Hung. That thing, I even after years of casting them, that one I've just never managed to get in my head properly. Right, into the draft, closer to it.
Cool that paper beats rock. Well, you're just not cool, are you? What's your problem with cabbage?
But you might also be a winner at rock paper scissors, which is of course very important. Oh, Sam, I wasn't looking that way. Okay, rock paper scissors, rock paper scissors, rock paper scissors, rock paper scissors. No. Best of three. Best of three.
No. We're giving the best of one. I'm an LEC fan. We're going to do best of one. We're going to do best of one here. But I just rumble Cassante, you. What are you going to do now?
Rock, paper,
We're going to rumble Cassante. No, you just have to deal with
Cassante, rumble, and Bessa. Cassante, rumble, and Bessa. Cassante, rumble, and Bessa. Sam, I'm going to keep doing this.
It's fine. Come on. Keep going.
Cassante, rumble, and Bessa.
No!
Deciding match.
No, alright.
Cassante, rumble, and Bessa.
Last week we played best of threes, guys.
The reverse sweep in the rock, paper, scissors.
Best of five. Okay.
Rock, paper, scissors. I win the best of 5. What can I say?
Oh, it's all gone wrong.
Oh, dear God.
Oh, I'm a one-game wonder.
It's all falling apart. Sam, just get us into draft. We're into draft. Let's talk
Where's
about
that Mad Lions fan that did rock, paper, scissors with quick shot?
Great question, Sam. Great question. Into draft we go, though, and I'm looking at bot lane pressure. The bot lane matchup is so important here.
Pressure.
I'm looking to see whether the Misfortune is used. The Varus is now out. We do have Orianna first pick potential as well. Nico has been banned. Nymaera over the Orianna. That bot lane's such a priority for JDG.
It will be, and again, we've just sort of talked about JDG and their real propensity for needing winning lanes. Again, BLG in a similar position. So ironically, JDG have had that better matchup into BLG of late in terms of that laning phase.
Of the utter roast. Sam, you're the GX of rock, paper, scissors.
I'm gonna go cry to myself after this draft.
Okay. The Orianna's locked in. That threatens something. Does threaten something like the Nocturne later if you want to. The Pantheon is more comfortable for Nio, but it wouldn't surprise me to see. He does go for that. Okay. So what this does do is deny something like the Nocturne Orianna that Junja Honky were using very effectively just the other day versus Weibo. Of course, they did play a couple of games of it, one good, one bad, but they have been really indexing towards that.
And again, the Pantheon's just online a lot earlier than the Nocturne is, and I think for someone like Nio who really likes using those level 3 spikes, the Pantheon will work very well there with that option. Cream has put a lot of time with the Orianna, is very good at it. Are we just debating going for the Azir? Does feel like it's been the matchup of choice.
So there's another one, it's like, 2023 Spring Vitality of Rock Paper Scissors. Was that the one with Photon? Was that the good one briefly? Don't remember. Anyway, Honky very happy with the mage matchup in mid lane here. His Azir and his Orianna have both been very potent in lane.
I think he's more than just Azir. He's got a whole face, Alex.
He's got a nose. He's got a mouth. Got an eye. Not just an ear. Azir.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, he's got a Azir. Where's his nose?
Yeah,
Jesus Christ. Get me out. Shinzao locked in for Junja.
This is not analytical.
Save front to back. And on the other side, thinking about 369 has been a very good Ambassador player. And if you lock this now, you can ban away Renekton and I'm trying to think of another bad matchup. I guess you could take away the Cassante or the Jax as well. The Jax I think is less important. I think you just have to ban away the Renekton. That's the one must ban for the matchup.
They will have now the double ball carriers there for top esports. Pretty damn scary. JDG with some good skirmishing right now. The Shinzao and the Nymaera are very strong on that front. Azir's not bad there either, though obviously it does take a little while but to become a true damage threat. Really needs that kind of 2-item mark before he's genuinely scary. The Renekton banned away from Xiaoshu. Anyone who saw the last game against Invictus Gaming, where I really liked IG's draft, it got done in by Xiaoshu just saying no on Renekton.
Xiaoshu is one of the best Renektons in the world. You ban it away from the Ambassador matchup anyway. Now, I see Shady saying 369 not on Renekton, sleeping. 369's Ambassador has been one of Top Esports' biggest weapons. Actually, 369 is back to being a carry player. He's not just the tank player anymore. He is actually carrying through the top side of the map, and that's a big difference from, you know, the JDG 23 super team, where he's always on tank duty, and then, of course, Top Esports at some points as well after that, too. 369 is back into carry mode, and the Ambassador is one of his very best champions to do it. I am worried, though, by locking this in, you are throwing Jetchi and Fengwei to the wolves, where they don't get that misfortune. No, fellas, you have none of the traditional counters to the Yunara. You might have to just take a Constellation Corki and say we're losing lane.
Corki Nami might be okay, to be fair. It feels like the Nami has been the little bit of tech that's given the Corki more leverage in that lane, where it used to be a pretty one-sided affair. Just feel like you can place that out. Other option would be something like the Ezreal Karma.
Or Civi, and just, again, just scale up a little bit. You potentially... Well, you can Kai'Sa, but are you Elk? That's the problem there, right? Well, is Jetchi feeling like Elk? He's going to potentially lock this in.
Jetchi love.
Kai'Sa locked in. So, now, JDG, do they take the Nautilus away from it and just say, okay, you're going to have to go towards something like the Alistar instead, because the Nautilus is more powerful with the Kai'Sa, so you can take it away, deny some of that power.
Alistar, a debate here. Vampire has been a fantastic Alistar. It's been one of his best champions, and again, I think for both of us, we've always liked Vampire on those engaged supports. What he's been learning this year, particularly, is how to play things that are not those tank engaged supports. To some success, actually. He's just been working out how to get there, but Old Comfort will still be very reliable for this player, I have no doubt. What are we going to lock in alongside it?
Well, it's either Xante or Sion, I think, for the Ambassador. I think you need a tank frontliner for these two carries. This is going to be that Sion. Now, it does mean Top Esports going for, like, full dive with the Orianna over the top of it. Fengwei, now you see the Alice locked in. I think you can actually go for the Poppy, which has been Fengwei's best pick. This one should be an easy lock-in. I was thinking about that Nautilus, but I think actually the Poppy just way better just with the nameplates on. I think Nio and Fengwei have been very, very good on these champions in particular. And if they do lock in that Poppy, I think I actually slightly prefer Top Esports draft, knowing how good the players are on those champions. I want to see that Poppy. You can hover the other stuff. That's the champion I want to see locked in.
Decided.
It will be.
Okay.
Now, in terms of nameplates off, having an Alistar and a Sion stood in front of the Yunara and Azir is very, very scary. Nameplates on. 369's Ambassador has been one of his best champions. Fengwei's Poppy has been his best champion. Nao's Pantheon's been very comfortable too. And Cream's been good on the Orianna. Top Esports have a very comfortable draft. And I actually think that makes me favor them slightly in game one.
And look, with the amount of tools to get into the backline, it's quite possible to bypass the Sion and the Alistar to get to someone like the Yunara in particular, with Ambassador, Orianna, a ball stuck on top of them, Kai'Sa flying in with the R. I do think JDG, for all they've got a very good traditional front to back, are they going to be given traditional fights? I'm not sure how realistically that's going to be, particularly in the mid game.
Now, if JDG win the early game, then they can force the traditional fights where it's like you have to fight as 5v5. So that's where it comes back to this conversation we were having leading up to the series, which is Top Esports need to have good fights through lane. They need to be able to survive through that early game. JDG, on the other side, if they get ahead in that bot lane particularly, if they get their jungle support ahead, then they can force those 5v5s. At that point, I think the competition really starts to flourish. We'll get onto the Rift, though, and start to see how that gameplay starts to formulate. We'll hear those gyos, get into our festivities.
I'm so excited because it's JDG. We get to hear Curfew Veil Man. For dolorous tone. Darren's attacked apparently a GX fan, so it wasn't quite as much of an insult, or it was done with love. But to the Rift we go, those gyos. First, JDG's skybox in the background to give us some background.
Oh my god, I can hear that even though your headphones are low.
The mics were turned up just in time for Jing Dong's chants. And Lord Almighty.
Look, I love hearing the LPL crowds. And JDG have the largest kind of domestic arena, I think, of any domestic league. I think it's larger than LoL Park, which is a great venue, but, JDG's Beijing Arena has the largest capacity of any domestic arena in the world. Ruler, when he was playing on JDG, was saying, felt like playing Worlds every day. I know, like, traveling to the outskirts of Beijing, not always like the most fun experience for everyone, but actually playing in the arena, okay, that's really, really fun. Barrier pop by Gala there. You can see the fighting at level 1, of course, with the Kai'Sa. The big thing is you want to try and get that. Trading barrier, getting that Q for the kill onto the minions there too. you really want to try and get that passive of the Kai'Sa. That's when you actually get the kill threat. Fighting over the level 2, Nymaera should win it first.
Interesting to see that sort of statistical timeline there as well. It was very heavily favoured top esports. Then you see the fan vote, and it's very much the other way.
No, interesting there. Actually, it's Jatchi that ends up getting level 2 first. With the Q, the wave's going to come into them. They're not losing any minions for this, so it's not going too badly for Jatchi on UA, actually. Now we get to see the mind game of stuff like the Steadfast Presence, which comes out there. Does actually block Vampire, though he does get the Pulverize after. Good trade onto the Alistar. However, Jatchi is lower HP than Gala, so Vampire and Gala are not unhappy with how the lane's going right now. Vampire's combo about to come back up, and you can see that Feng Yue is trying to stand, warding away that Alistar from his AD carry. Gala and Vampire get the crash in. Jatchi and Feng Yue will be up slightly in CS, actually, interestingly. Didn't expect that to come through. Bot lane's going fine for them. Let's check out those jungle paths. Both junglers going from top to bot. Mid lane, very competitive in terms of our HP trading and the CS right now. So top esports, all in all, yes, they are getting pushed in across the lanes, but the actual laning trades in the CS is going fine for them so far. They'll need to try and find something on the bounce back, though. You can't allow this to be kind of like lane locking, where you get kind of pushed out of every lane.
Yeah, and that can be a real problem point in these games where you just get stuck where you don't want to be stuck, and bad things happen from there.
So here, hang on, 369 has the level up. He's starting to pop that healing potion. But then again, on the other side, cookies are there for Xiaoshu, so no actual kill threat onto the Sion here. Oh, actually, I say that. Oh, we'll see. Flashes out of it. Now, Sion and Bessa tends to be a little bit of a wet noodle fight, really. Bot Scuttle was taken by Junja, not fighting for that on the bot side of the map. Typically, that's been a big... hang on, Junja could jump towards Cream. If he gets any damage down, it could be a bit threatening, but Cream dances out of the way, hanging towards the right side of the rift.
Not too much to be seen there.
Jatchi did go for that early back, picked up that Cull. Gala, though, goes for the early recurve bow. So the fighting power very much in the favor of the Yunara now. Vampire's looking to get that, to stick around in lane, but he can't lose too much HP. The trades would get quite difficult if he's half HP.
Got a pot to work with, so it'll be okay for now. Both sports have gone towards Spellbook. I know it has been a bit of a debate about whether you're going Spellbook or Aftershock or whatever. I think in a lot of matchups where sports can justify it, the Spellbook does feel really good. Repudiate Shield will keep 369 largely healthy there as Xiaoshu looks for the decimating smash.
369 got that crystallized, was maybe looking for the full plate, couldn't quite do it. It's quite low HP on the top side of the map. Did notice that Cream was low in mid lane, but then again, Honky had teleported before, so that was a little bit of a false flag. 369 doing just the standing Q there, by the way, and not actually dashing afterwards, which is quite interesting. Sometimes you do that for some quick combos, actually. Bot lane, Gala and Vampire. Again, even in CS in this bot lane, basically, but holding up these 2 extra minions, meaning that Jatchi and Feng Yue will have to leave the safety of their tower to go farm the next wave.
Couple quick notes here as well for people joining us in-game. Reminder, we will not be live on YouTube tomorrow because we'll be front page on Twitch.
Yes, so yeah, tomorrow we won't have a YouTube stream just because we have the great, cool opportunity to be on Twitch front page, which will hopefully be very cool. But yes, catch us on Twitch tomorrow. 369 buddy. This is actually getting a little bit scary now.
Repudiate, flash for flash.
369, there's a smile there from 369, but that is a huge mistake. He was greeting so much for the plate. Both of them lose the flash's first blood over the Xiaoshu.
On Q will slide away to safety there with the shifting sands.
Yeah, so mid lane, pretty even there too. We're saying, look, really, all the lanes are going pretty toe-to-toe with each other. Big mistake for 369, though. You know, the Ambassador's been a good champion for him. This should have been free, but he's been greeting so much for those hits on the tower plates. Didn't have the cooldown on the Repudiate to make it out to safety. We used that flash late too.
Yeah, I think he used the Repudiate to block the turret shot, which he aggroed, which is great and all, but then he just needs to flash, because otherwise he dies.
Yes, Amber, that does apply to you and everything as well. Basically, you can't simul stream when you're on front page, which is a thing. But, you know, hopefully that can grow our Twitch audience, because it's really hard to get discovered on Twitch if you're kind of, like, mid-sized. Junja walking towards mid lane. Cream's not on the right side of the rift this time. There's a sweep coming in, maybe.
Look for it. Tried to force the flash there, but Cream holds his nerve and won't get thrown in there. Exactly that. And basically, to finish up that conversation, if you are on Anivia's chat right now, if you are on YouTube right now, make sure to follow twitch.tv/Nymaera_, so you still get yourself the LPL action you're looking for, because alas, we will not be able to do it on those channels tomorrow.
It's only what, hang on, there's a potential of Nia wrapping around in topside here. Xiaoshu does have ult, but doesn't have flash. Of course, used that to kill 369 earlier. And now 369 is behind him. I was actually wondering if he'd ult early. He doesn't. Xiaoshu, he didn't ult in time.
No way really to get out of here. We'll look for decimating smash. Angle does actually get beyond them a little bit there, but it's just going to clear up the wave. I think he knows he's likely dead, and will shake that death with...
You can kill.
My days, actually did quite well there. I was holding on. Actually, the regen there was better than I anticipated. Hang on, Zombie 4?
He's going to kill him in the next roll.
Zombie 4? Okay,
He's stunned. They were trying to gift the kill over to 369, couldn't quite manage it. He ran out of cooldowns, and, you know, a melee range ultimate into a Q would have killed at that point. Xiaoshu threatening there, 369, not having the easiest time this early game. While that happened, Dragon went to JDG.
And that's after we were saying, look, actually, the Ambess has been a win condition for the side of top esports. Not been the easiest start to the game here.
No, and that could be a problem. You know, that Ambassador needs to be strong. You know, once he gets to late game, we know that 369 is one of the better team fighting top laners in the world, especially on something like that. Ambassador recently has had a good run of it. And I see Gala's open up a bit of a CS lead. The wave will crash in, though, for Jachi. And Jachi has the cull, while Gala doesn't. So there's kind of that investment from Jachi coming in a little bit later. Wave frozen over towards top esports side of the lane. Very even as things go, though, folks. Very, very even. Of course, one of the things which actually giving slightly more gold to top esports was, even though the first blood went to JDG, the kill for top esports had an assist because it was a solo kill. Or Xiaoshu gets that a little bit extra gold over. Pampa goes for that combo, but does end up getting a little bit of minion aggro, I believe. Oh, he doesn't actually. Gala taking great damage there. Pop that ult to chunk down Jachi. Does have his ult. Uses the barrier for the instant shield. Gala threatening there and just keeping Jachi low HP, particularly if there's a fight coming through in the next minute around the Scuttle Crab. Jachi will have to back off.
Indeed. And again, not in the worst position here as Jachi. I've still got that cull to work with, you know, cashing that in on relatively short order. 50 CS to go, so another 3 minutes or so before we get there, which is fine. We're not going to be quite there as yet. And Gala obviously earning that barrier, feels pretty good. Dragon early on here for JDG as well. Grubs are up, but no one's bothered to take them as getting a little bit of life for about 15 seconds or so. So in fairness, just not being done on spawn now. Should pick up this red buff. Vampire has managed to make his way into the jungle here. There's a roll they got to cash up Feng Yue here, who is going to realise he's in a bit of danger there. Well, steadfast presence and flash.
It's a pretty good flash over, actually, though, but you can see one of the problems here is that JDG, one of the big keys to shutting them down is making sure that their jungle support is not active. Well, I think that Junja and Vampire getting flashed out of Feng Yue like that can be an issue. I think top esports, they've done pretty well through the laning phase, that one kill in top lane aside. But I'm a little bit worried that JDG are going to quite safely scale into the front-to-back team fights. And then it will just be about team fighting Brawn, which personally I think JDG are more comfortable at playing through.
We'll see how it all works out from there, because again, you've still got things like this Kai'Sa Orianna to go cause some chaos by pressing R buttons on various people with all of these dive threats. So it's not like they don't have their own team fighting prowess, but that might take a little while before it's truly online. Again, Kai'Sa is going to want a cull cash in, item or two before she's really threatening.
Whereas when you get the Kraken Slayer for the Unara, you're kind of online, and obviously the two items are very, very cheap for you, and you're very, very happy at that point. Cream doing, you know, more than fine in mid lane. Does have himself slight CS lead. That 10 CS lead in mid lane, and the Orianna is fine. Sweep potentially coming in, does catch him.
Flash away, Cream forces the flash in turn, actually.
And Vampire, hang on, that's the Nio was coming in just on reaction. If Vampire had landed the combo, it would have been an issue. Flashed for it, but good reactions from Cream means that it actually ends up being 2 for 1 in terms of flashes. Cream on the better side of that.
Indeed, he is, and that's not bad in terms of the summoners being blown. Of course, Azir more mobile than the Orianna per se, but again, things like phase rush and command distance do give you quite a lot of speed up.
Yeah, Vampire now, of course, down that summoner. The Slurkle missing there. Kate, you asked for a compliment in chat, and I did just that. Hang on, there might be a combo coming through. You see Gala nasty
violence on screen.
Yeah, block coming through from the step-up presence. I see you're a fan of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, so I can only assume you have the greatest taste in video games. It's a very good video game.
Oh, Henry's come to visit.
Yeah. A demon. That's pretty good, actually. A demon.
God be praised.
Oh, man.
Ooh, he's fine.
No turret shot. If there was a turret shot, we'd have another question, but yeah. Are Grubs low priority now? Yes, I think one of the big problems is about Grubs is that everyone has enough tower damage anyway.
So everyone's taking his Zampic.
What?
Grubs.
Huh?
It was a food joke.
Oh, Grub, right, okay. Right, yeah, I get that now. I get that now. I'm like, what? Grub's lower priority? I swear to God. Okay, sure, whatever. Whatever, Sam, whatever. Junja's on bot side of the map. Nio's down here as well. He's spotted on vision. They still go for a play here, Junja. Level 6 for the Sundered Sky. Other side, well, same for Nio. Well, they're level 9 even. So, potential bot side 3v3 brewing. JDG better vision control for the fight, but it's not like top esports are without information. They got a couple of wards down themselves.
I feel like as well, considering LCS has this sponsor, why is it not Grub's hub?
I know, it's
like,
great.
It should be simple.
Potential fight in this bot side, but again, Scuttle was just taken by Junja, happy with that. And pretty even with Nymaera, all things said and done. Dragon maybe started it. We might see our first 5v5 of the game here, or at least 4v5. Our first grouped up fight. First catch of the day.
Walked across the board to get in here as we will fire up the ion cannons. Potentially an angle in there, and that's a great denial there. Vampire gonna get a good knockaway on the jungle. That means there's no smite available. Jackie went looking for the W, can't quite find it. Gives Gala the opportunity to step on forwards. What's happening in the river as Vampire steps on top of Fongway. That is indeed the kill on the Dragon, though. For top Esports, they will lose the Poppy, but it's traded back. Nicely done. Unfortunately, on the other side, Junja on top of Kareem, who will shockwave, but only onto one, and so can't disengage Junja. Tried to get both, doesn't find it.
See if Gala has anything more to say. Has the flash and barrier. He can outplay here.
Jachi's still got the ability to ult in here as well, potentially. Nayo throws a fair amount of damage back.
It's not bad in terms of the fight from JDG. Jachi popping that barrier. A little bit cheap there, actually. We'll say, though, Fungo, a good fight on the Poppy. Manages to stop Vampire's Alistair combo. Punts out Junja. He does everything he can there. Definitely a good fight from Fungo on the Poppy, but it really felt as though the carries of Honkyu and Gala just massively outvalued Kareem and Jachi, partly because I think just that one item spike is way easier to fight around in that kind of fight. Gala very much out-damaging Jachi on the Kai'Sa. We were yeah, well, Vampire, yeah, there is the ult on Jachi. I think he's safe for now because Vampire doesn't have ult himself.
He's going to try and get rid of that wall, but will not be able to. I think he'll be forced to reset, and that might be first turret, actually, to Gala in this bot lane. Still not gotten that Cull cash in. 2 CS off, but can't afford to stick around for it.
Yeah, that first pick, Yunara, really paying dividends here for JDG. It's given them the lane pressure. Gala's had a better first fight of the game. Do you get that bot lane quest coming through from Jachi, you know, a little bit late? That Kraken Slave pop is really nasty there. And now the worry is Jachi is very far behind. We did ask Jachi, look, you're locking in the Kai'Sa. Are you Elk? Now, the problem is, no, only Elk is Elk, really. Makes that Kai'Sa look very playable in any situation. Whereas Jachi here does end up getting himself that Cull and the role quest cashed in, which makes him a lot more at parity with Gala, but he's still behind in gold, even with those 2 nest eggs cashing in.
And he wasn't like he was miles behind before that fight, but basically got denied a load of plates and the wave, and the Gala got the kill. So it really was that Dragon fight, and basically the extraction from it, which wasn't great from top Esports, and ended up costing Jachi a fair amount there. He wasn't like ahead, but he was at least even-ish before that. Certainly not now. Again, at least the Kai'Sa back in touching distance, which is a decent
Anyway, he's going to jump into maybe... Oh, good block again. He's been very consistent on them onto Vampire. Not really giving that Alistair any value here. It's one of the reasons why we did want to see it locked in. Fungo is having a good game. Gold lead has somewhat evened up here, actually. Gala looking for the kill.
Ooh, flash on forwards. We'll get the flash out of Cream as the Arc of Ruin was damn dangerous.
Look,
there.
if he gets the kill, you feel great about that. Cream can get back out onto the map very quickly, though, and my worry is now, that's a flashless Yunara, and there isn't that much peel for him from something like an Ambessa roll. You know, if someone flies in towards him, he gets hit by a shockwave, Gala's going to feel really bad about that for the next Herald fight, the Dragon fight. Of course, both of them actually will be within the window of that flash being down. I think top Esports see flash for flash, and I think, hang on, this is a good angle for us.
Yeah, I largely agree. Without that flash, sent towards his bot lane, Fongway behind. There is the ward spotted out. We'll be able to clear up that with a control put down. No sweeper use, going to be a bit more defensive with the ward placements.
Yeah, gold very even again, partly because of that Cull from Jachi. Gala being ahead in gold, despite not having a Cull, is actually quite worrying for top Esports. Potential fight in the bot side. Vampire popping the ghost from the spell, but Nayo choosing to let that go down. JDG much better at the vision control. I think that versus teams like Weibo and Anyone's Legend, I actually think that they were out vision controlled in the last matchups versus them. That's definitely something which we'll need to see evolve from. Again, not unsurprising for a team that's just come together, and they're not bad at it, it's just that they're not the best at it. There's a difference between the Vampire flashing over, trying to look to Cream, but he shockwave the wave.
Very astute there, had an idea what was happening. Still going to try and make the dive happen, even without that wave. Shoved into the wall, bounced around, will die. And you know what, JDG say? We've got the ability to tank this up because I can press damn R.
Yeah, Cream shockwaves the wave, but then he stands too close to the wall. You have to get away from it to stop that full CC coming through. Great play from Vampire to flash over and secure the kill. It's going to give Honkyu the side lane turret. Honkyu's now 1,000 gold up on Cream. Well played from Vampire to get the kill on the side lane.
That's really smooth. And again, you actually end up getting the first turret from that as well, while the I want to say Herald and Grubs were going down to top Esports, trying to pick those up at the very least, and that's great news and all. But the 2,000 gold lead will be a great boon towards this Azir, who is going to become more and more of a problem as the game goes late.
Yeah, and it is Honku who has been very good at team fighting. You know, his side laning has sometimes been a little bit skew-if, and one of the things that we've criticized JDG for has been that side laning, but right there, they get a good win in that area of the game where they've typically not found as much value before. This is good growth.
Yeah, exactly. And part of it as well is like, it's specifically side laning when Honku is weak side. Like, he's a bad weak side laner. He's still good at making plays with the team. Vampire turns up, and that's just a really good move.
We have Dragon up in 20 seconds, trying to contest for this vision control again. Because they've lost the bot lane turret, top Esports, you can see how they're starting to fall behind a little bit with that too. Gala still no flash, does have barrier. This is where really we need to see whether top Esports can punish that flash being down. Herald's in the pockets of Jachi, by the way. He's just gone half HP. Bad trade against Gala.
That's a decent chunk. Flash trying to get the stun on the wall, doesn't quite land it. I appreciate the look in, still a knock away on the Alistar. And so everyone gets out alive for now. They can look to charge through this mid lane turret.
But they've lost a lot of HP. Jachi and Fungyue both low HP. If they get the turret, which they do, it's not bad for them. You look at the vision control around bot side. I wonder whether they still have to give up Dragon, which is a real pain for them. They would have loved to get a fight while Gala had his flash down. Fungyue so close to that wall stun, couldn't manage to land it.
Does help disengage there, because I think it does force Gala to stop autoing Jachi, which would likely have been his death.
Yeah.
So it's still largely the save, just not the complete turnaround, and that will give, as you noted, JDG the opportunity to start up this Dragon without really the possibility of a contest.
I think that was also the first time that Vampire's actually been able to land a combo through Fungyue, who misses his W for the first time on that time. He was very consistent on that beforehand. So yeah, JDG get themselves that second Dragon. They kind of avoid one of the pitfalls of, you know, playing around a flashless Nymaera here. Fungyue doesn't have that flash now, remember, and he's quite squishy against that Honku, who is really, really scary, actually, with the upgraded pen boots and the Nash's too.
Quite astute to go towards the arm guard second as well. How are top Esports getting to you while they're diving on in? So if you can immune the burst, the Ambessa ult, the Orianna ult all coming at your face, then that could be a big deal.
Yeah, I think because he's ahead of the game, he can afford to do that. You know, if he was a little further behind, you'd have to build more aggressive to keep up the damage profile of your team. Now, though, you feel pretty happy. And the upgraded boots definitely give you a little bit of an extra step up in the early game. Other things to track, though, Ambessa is at 2 items, and while the matchup in top lane is kind of sleeper, folks, the team fights are going to be really fun to watch now between these two top laners, particularly 369, who's been very successful at team fighting on the Ambessa. And if he can get onto, again, someone like a flashless Gala, catch out Honku, and try and make sure he misses his reaction check on his Zhonya's, that's when maybe the game turns around. Worry is, though, JDG have been better at their vision control. They have been pushing up on the sidelines a lot more effectively, which means that they're going to be able to force top Esports to fight into them and their front to back.
Worth noting again, Ambessa has gone towards that second item Black Cleaver, not something like a Shojin, which we've sometimes seen as well. So we'll be a little ways off like the true DPS spikes, but still that ability to shred through the armor rather for the rest of your team. Because when you've got the Panther and you've got the Kai'Sa, makes some sense to me too.
There's a well-being question in chat. How's your voice?
It's all right.
Yeah.
Is all right.
There was a croak there, Sam.
There was. I needed to drink something, was the honest answer. I had a little bit of something caught in the back of my throat.
Jachi going to dodge out in the W. Here comes the Pantheon ult. Gala does have his flash back up, though.
Is he going to be asked to blow it? The smite comes forward, dodges away, down at half. Lower, actually. Now 369 could look at the ult. He's on vision. Are we going to look for it? There's a little stun on forwards. Gets that root. Fungyue will not be able to prevent the pulverize coming on through, so they can't quite full send.
Yeah, I think with flash up on Gala, I think they wouldn't have been able to fly him with the Kai'Sa ult. I think that Vampire might have also been able to pulverize him out of midair as well. It's quite hard to thread the needle. I actually think Jachi could have outplayed that, though, thinking about it again. He had flash too. Maybe a missed opportunity from Jachi, who's typically been very good at outplaying in those sort of situations. You do end up taking some good damage down, but they don't get the kills to really mark the occasion.
And Honku gets a top lane turret for it, so you get a barrier off Gala. That's really it in the grand scheme of things. I appreciate the attempt. They can't quite connect with all the buttons they need to.
Yeah. You talk about Fiend Hunter bolts there in chat, by the way. Yeah, Fiend Hunter is actually quite good on Kai'Sa, but it is basically kind of just it. Hang on a second, Vampire might have his flash blown here.
Yeah, he does have ult. Is he going to be asked to blow it?
No, he's fine.
Just the heal will be fine.
Ends up, yeah, using one summon. I was wondering if he would be forced to use more, but Jachi is not that powerful right yet. 2 items is where you start to come online. Fungyue, ooh, he's going to Hex Flash behind him. Ooh, that's kind of spooky.
Honku could be in a dangerous
spot.
spot.
Find multiple people here.
Jachi going to get jumped on in trade. There's the barrier, just gets charged on the wall. He's dead.
Had the flash, didn't use it, gets hit by the Sion ult, and Fungyue's creative angle is all for naught. Jachi, you can't be making those kind of mistakes in such important moments in the game.
You can see that the barrier was there on time. JDG knew he was about to get dove on, but just didn't respect. He tries to supercharge Wayne can't. Bluntly is the answer.
It's a real shame because JDG has been so important to top esports, and I just feel like you hang on sweep onto 369.
And now Honku can just keep throwing some damage down. Junja's here as well, the LCP mid-jungle duo from CFO last year, going to run at 369, who's flashed away, but it's a very long lane, and there's a lot of wind and a lot of lightning. Maybe some audacious charging coming on. Ooh, here is Nio. You're absolutely right. Junja now potentially in danger as they can look to command protect him. But Junja in a difficult spot. He's dead. Okay, now we get an interesting position. Honku has got a flash and an attempted slide. Doesn't work. That flash means he gets trapped. The shockwave, courtesy of a command protect to deliver it, means they get the mid laner as well. Great response from top esports.
Nio and Fengyue to the rescue. The Poppy, the wall stun, the block on the sweep out as well means that they end up with a winning trade just about on top side. 369 had overstayed, but Toppies will find themselves something. Now, at the end of the day, folks, JDG are still ahead of this game. Reminder that before this, JDG still died, and of course 369 does as well. So it's not like JDG are kind of like losing these kills for nothing in the grand picture of things. It's a good sweep from Honku to kind of delay 369's retreat, even against the global of the Pantheon, which is eventually going to come in. It's a very extended chase down, which allows him into the play, but they still get 369 out of it. He was looking very scary on that 2-item ambassador. Picture in picture, we see that Cream just about survives in a top lane play. Not sure if he was forced to flash there by Xiaoxu. This block, though, is insanely close. Pixel perfect there, pretty much. Fengyue, we said that the Poppy is good for him. Shows it there.
Really, really nice. Cream does indeed keep his flash, so just forced to run away. Now there's a teleport coming in. Junja might be in danger here, actually. There's a Shadow Flame just completed by the Orianna, and she stings. That forces the Crescent Guard out before this big fight.
So big stuff to happen here. 369 does have ult, and there's a shockwave. There's a lot of flashes now missing from JDG. That Dragon's being started. Watch out for the Orianna and Bessa combo.
6ix9ine still off. Vision can look to get in nice and aggressive here. Watch for Gala. They can jump in forwards. He's not even needed to use it. That's still the sole point for JDG. Not the best from them, but now JDG in a stranger's position. There finally is the public execution, and for all they lose the dragon, they'll murder JDG.
Top Esports get a magnificent shockwave from Cream, and it's the Azir that's punted out of the play by the Poppy ultimate. Fengyue takes away one of the crucial damaging pieces of JDG, and this might open up the Baron.
Indeed it does. I thought they were waiting too long there, but in the end, Garlet still jumped on. He dies. They lose the jungle. They lose the support. They can definitely burn this down as a 2-item Kai'Sa. It's going to disappear.
So this is going to be Baron on all 5 members from top Esports. So there are a couple of crucial things. Vampire gets Nio away from the smite, but then he's in the front line, and they just over funnel. They dash into the Poppy W, and the shockwave happens, and the Azir is punted out. At that point, you've lost too much damage. 369 gets onto Gala, who doesn't have the flash from a little bit earlier, and the fight goes in top Esports' favor. Losing the dragon, that might be a worry later, but the Baron might give them everything they want.
Honku forced to get the Empress Divide away, and again, it does get top Esports that gold lead, but as you noted, still down sole point, they need to get value out of this. At least there's a lot of standing turrets. They've still got one outer turret to claim, so theoretically, a lot of gold on the map for top Esports to throw into their vaults.
Yeah, JDG really wants to get themselves like a quick kill to stop the Baron by kind of locking down the map. JDG have had map control for the entirety of this game. Now we might see a situation with the Baron buff. The top Esports get that for the first time. We also have JDG ahead in gold for the first time this game too, with Fiend Hunter Bolts, a build that we've only... Hang on, that's the Cyanide popped onto him, but it's going to miss.
And that puts Xiaoxu potentially in a dangerous spot. He's still tanky enough right now that it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things, and the supercharger is enough to get people out to safety. 369 will claim this last remaining outer turret, and they can continue to play these 2 lanes.
Yeah, JDG, a team which we thought looked very good at the team fighting, they get poppied, man. Fengyue's Poppy is one of the best players of this in the league. He's genuinely so exciting on it. So JDG look for that snap kill onto JDG to break the Baron push, but they don't manage to land it, and there comes the ult.
Public execution, blind onto Junja, Crescent Guard to get him to space, jumped into the wall. 3-man shockwave, 3-man knockaway. Fengyue just keeps pulling him off.
And I know that it does kind of disengage from the play, and it does mean that JDG, maybe more members survive, but it guarantees the kill onto Junja. Fengyue gets that clump brought together by that shockwave. Can they damage the towers afterwards, though? Junja not there. Doesn't mean he's the only front line.
So he jumped forwards there. The double knock-up is pretty scary, but Nayuk has the Aegis Assault by some time. Now Xiaoxu potentially in a dangerous spot. Has his own armor shredded. Gala, ow! Again, and best the Oriana really stings rather.
I tell you
into
what,
Nymaera.
Yeah, Fungyue I think is my player of the game, but Cream is not far behind. Cream shockwaves have been so instrumental to Top Esports getting this team fight value. They've got themselves a significant Baron power play. It's still up for another minute. I think that'll be the last tower that they get from this. But look how little wards are on the map now for JDG. They don't have the same map control that they've had before. They're going to be behind in map setup for a first time in this game, really.
And again, JDG being 4-2 went on a bit of a slide. They just about got the win against Invictus Gaming. But again, I wasn't that convinced. I actually thought they got outdrafted pretty hard, where IG chose counterpick and really ran with it. Put some very difficult decisions in front of JDG. And in the end, they outplayed. They did a really good job with it in making sure that things like the Nocturne diving in was kind of without the Anivia wall being put in position first and all those kinds of things. So credit to them for outplaying. But again, I wasn't as sold as I was on them a couple weeks ago.
Now, the thing is, folks, this is probably going to come down to the next Dragon in a minute. Top Esports, they've had... Well, I'm trying to remember if it was the last time they played JDG, actually. Well, one of the series, they had, like, a massive winning angle, and they just ended up giving, like, a Dragon for free and then dying, which was really, really poor. They've had a couple of late-game worries themselves. JDG, they're fighting for that soul. That would be a win condition for them. Every summoner in the game is up for this too, so you might be able to flash the Poppy ultimate, the Shockwave. Top Esports, if they don't land, can they win the fight?
They are quite a shotgun comp, right? They want to hit everyone with those initial upfront abilities and then take down the disarrayed members after.
Important note here as well, actually. Top Esports have put a lot of time into stealing jungle camps when the Baron Bust's been on as well. That's one of the things people forget about. When you get Baron, you tend to get enemy jungle camps too. They took away Raptors, took away Wolves, took away Gromp. I think they took away the blue buff there too. Jachi is now 2,000 gold ahead of Gala out of nowhere. Has himself that completed 4th item in that Lord Dominates Regards. Has himself that 50% crit between Fiend Hunter Bolts and the LDR. 20 seconds till Dragon out. JDG could give this up, it's worth noting. Suppose they could. I would have thought they wanted to fight for it, but they don't have the setup. Perhaps discretion's the better part of Valor.
And again, Oriana just picked up a death cap. It might be a very scary play. They've forced their way through bot lane. One of the ways you can deal with having a lack of vision is just literally shunt your way through bot lane and come in from a lot less angles to flank you.
Okay, flashes up for everyone. Maybe a clutch Alistair combo, a clutch knock-up. Hang on, Sign's ulting into the river. Cream might be forced to flash early.
He is going to be forced to flash early. Does get out now. The teleport of their own, but that is that flash blown. Xiaoxi with a big old shield on top of him. Isn't that worried?
369 completely out of vision. They do not know where he is. Dragon started. 369. Well, I think they vaguely know he's somewhere. They just don't know exactly where.
If he starts wandering down this bot lane, he could find a really nasty angle. They know now the Keeper's Verdict again! Again from Fungyue is superb. Gala can't auto-attack because he has to be afraid of 369. They had to teleport back into the play. Gala's finally autoing. It's a decent Emperor's Divide. They do bring down the Poppy, but that is it. Flash out from Nayo. Gala trying to do some damage. Gets over the wall, but he's on top of 369. The Shockwave deletes Yunara. Jachi ults on him. The Killer Instinct is exactly that. Nayo comes careening in with a Grand Starfall. And Jingdong Gaming fall apart in the team fight.
Fungyue, you beauty! This is one of the best Poppy support games I have ever seen. He's been completely destroying. When he's had this champion in his hands, it has been his best champion by far. It wins them the fight, it wins them the Dragon, and it might just win them the game. We'll look into this replay again, because yes, 369 on the flank was that dagger in the dark, but really, the problem was the hammer to the face. Everyone had flash, and he still manages to connect a game-changing ultimate. Watch this. Alistair, Azir, out of the play. Bad positioning by Hongqiu. Just let the Alistair tank it, if anything. And then you can still damage. He teleports then back into the play and looks for the sweep. But he has to go melee range of an Ambessa. Honestly, Fungyue is completely changing this game.
He does, and all the while, Jachi and Cream didn't get hit by the Emperor's Divide, so they blast the Azir. They try to jump onto Nayo, who doesn't quite die, and even gets to Grand Starfall at the back end of the play.
So it's going to be a potential sweep onto Ambessa. Doesn't get that ult out.
They've just taken Baron all the while, though, and now Jachi comes over the wall. Hongqiu is gone. Hongqiu, get those crying tears in chat.
JDG. Now, this is a team that took down BLG twice. They took down Annual's Legend the one time as well. Sion ult coming through, but it's not that accurate. Again, Xiaoxu Not great accuracy on those ultimates so far, but it feels like he's pulling them out of desperation, trying to catch Top Esports flat-footed. Top Esports, this comfort pick draft for them is working wonders.
It really, really is. Now you've got a Medjai's in inventory for Cream, who has gone no penetration outside of a Shadow Flame. It is raw damage, and again, you've then got 4.5 items on Jachi, 3.5 on Amber, so your damage is real high right now.
Man, Top Esports, we said nameplate's on. This draft looks good for them. The early game was a little bit skewed, but Fungyue, comfort pick of that Poppy, has been exceptional. Cream's Shockwave's also great too. Everyone's played a part. Vampire going in, but it's only onto the Pantheon.
Oh, and he immediately gets stymied by a steadfast presence. Shockwave lands again! And Cream ensures that the stakes are high. Unfortunately for Xiaoshu, he's a dead Scion, goes on in, but this Lumberjack has been felled. Public execution. Max range gets Jachi in. Honkyu's an auto away for death. The Grand Starfall behind. Gala's got nowhere to go. This festival is over.
Top Esports lock in the comfort picks, and you might have forgotten this matchup was a rivalry. Top Esports are here to remind you.
They lost Game 1 against Invictus Gaming. They'll lose Game 1 against Top Esports, Jingdong Gaming. Looking back towards the drawing board, this one wasn't good enough.
What a game from Fungyue. This support player I have criticized heavily. However, the Poppy is something I will not do that for again. His Poppy is absolutely absurd, and it nets them the win here versus JDG. In Game 1, the question is now, great draft of comfort picks in that first game. Ambassador on 369, great for him. Obviously, Jachi on the Kai'Sa played well.
Outside of that pick of mid lane,
outside of little bits of the early game. Can they do this with those picks now gone? This is the problem of Fearless. You don't get to play 2 games of that Poppy. Ridiculously good game from them in terms of the team fights later on. And this is a very important game for them. They're technically still alive in the fight for top 4 in Group Ascend. They need to win this series, and they'd like to win it 2-0 realistically, and hope for IG to beat Weibo tomorrow to knock them down into 5th spot instead. Top Esports, though, potentially taking a scalp of their old enemies in JDG.
Again, they've got to do it again with different picks, as you've noted, and I don't know how simple that will be. We liked this draft from Top Esports. If you're looking at the majors that Cream is good at, the Orianna is probably top of the list, which is true of a lot of our LPL mates. It's just a very strong champion in general. You look at the comfort for 369, Nio on that Pantheon always feels better for him when he has something that can be aggressive earlier on. It has nearly always been his priority. And that puts them in a really good spot here. It is not a done deal, folks. But that said, Top Esports do fight their way to a Game 1 victory. It's not like JDG didn't have their own moments in that game. They were up quite a lot of gold.
They were, yeah. I think that particularly the laning pressure of Gala was really, really good. You know, he had a crazy amount of gold, and I don't think he was the problem. You know, he flashed the Ambassador ult in the last fight. So what can you do without the flash at that point? They held the Shockwave for forever, and they ended up going melee range. Realistically, I think that Top Esports did not deal with the Poppy ult well. I think that last fight, there is no reason to stack on the Azir, stack on the Alistar as the Azir is Honkyu. You know, either Alistar has to flash the combo and then try and cancel, flash or pulverize to cancel it, or the Azir just cannot be stood there. I think Honkyu's team fights left a lot to be desired.
And I think there probably is worth VOD reviewing that fight in particular, because I think part of it as well is they lost track of where the Ambessa was, and they were afraid of that flank. They knew she was around somewhere around Gromp, but they didn't quite know where, so they were bunching up away from that as best they can. They didn't have great setup prior to that, because this is post the Baron, so they have no vision control, so they have to try and force their way into the river, rightly so, by shoving out that bot lane. It is arguably the simplest way to get in, because there is no line bush like there is in mid lane, so if you go through mid lane, actually is much more scary to face check.
That's a lot of damage on that.
Yeah.
Nio, credit to him, 22,000 damage as a jungler. Obviously, you know, still within kind of the ratio of damage you'd expect for his team, but look how much damage. He over doubled Junja's damage. Junja on the Shinzao, again, good in the early game, struggled later on. Nio's Pantheon, another comfort pick for him, which is getting great value. And yeah, I suppose, folks, now it's time for our marketing pitch now as well. If you have been enjoying what you've been hearing or what you've been seeing, think about dropping a like, a comment, subscribe. We're not paid to do this. We're not an official broadcast, but we love bringing you the casting talents, which we've honed over many years at this point. We've been casting together as brothers for 5, 6 years.
It's been a long
years.
It's a long
almost
time.
Long time. Just over 5 years, I think. And we love the LPL. We've been doing this for a while now since the LPL official broadcast died. Now, if you'd like to support us in this, think about dropping that like, that comment, subscribe, and also if you'd like to support us for free, of course there are a number of things in there which do that as well. We also have a sponsor for this month in Opera GX as well. If
Which
that's
is a big one to support us
which
for
is
free.
which you can support us for free by downloading and signing up for it. We got a little counter above here as well. We've only had a couple of days of it, and a number of people have signed up, which is very, very cool, and we thank you all for that as well. It's a very customizable gaming browser and something which you might be interested in making your browser not only have more functionality but also look cool as well. So there's a bunch of cool stuff you can do with that. And there's a Ko-fi link if you think about dropping any subscription, any kind of like donations as well. Basically, you know, money for the guitarist on the street.
Basically that, guys. So if you've got a $5, consider donating. If you don't have a $5, consider Opera GX. It makes a massive difference to us again, because we are basically this is the income right now. So for those of you who can help out, makes a huge deal, and it is much appreciated to those who can indeed assist.
Okay, we're gonna go on a quick break, folks. Now I'm gonna get us some drinks. Do you need a break for anything, Sam?
I was gonna make myself a coffee, but do you want to go do that first?
No. Can you make me a coffee?
I can absolutely do that.
I'm gonna take camera for a little bit and I'll put the break on.
That's fine.
Top Esports rookies improving a lot. Yeah, I have to say, I definitely did not believe in Nio and Feng Yue. They are really proving me wrong. Feng Yue's Poppy has been exceptional. Do you have to use the browser? You can just sign up to it on Esco, and I'd suggest trying it out. I think it's very cool.
It's a cool browser, to be fair.
Should I actually post this thing in...
The answer is no, you don't.
What did Frag post in... Oh, official confirmation from the Chinese cast. Because NIP and W are on the same series win, game differential, and head-to-head series wins, head-to-head game differential, and head-to-head game differential, NIP and W will be having a best-of-3 tiebreaker to determine who goes first in group perseverance. It'll be played on the 7th. Online format, so it won't be in... Oh, wow, Frag, that's incredibly important. I didn't realize that was the case. I thought that NIP would just be going straight through its first seed. Jeez, okay. Compliment for Angie. Ooh, let me think about that. Vibes, please. Let me have a think. I appreciate how you kind of like wander into the stream chat at will. I think it really just kind of reminds me of like just the black cat just wandering into the room. Just wandering into the room and just like saying hello. It's really nice to see you randomly jump into chat. It's just nice to see like, oh, Angie's here. They've graced us with their presence. That's wonderful. Like the little black cat of chat in the very nicest possible way. Yeah. Roast, apparently was on stream, but I didn't catch it. Right, gotcha. Yes, hello, I'm here now. Yeah, exactly. Okay, roast for Zareth. Where Zareth is like the really like it's like the fox which has gotten into your garbage bag, and you're like, okay, did you really have to spread that garbage here? Okay, you know, normally I'd you know, quite like, you know, you in chat, but why did you have to do this? You know, there's like garbage everywhere now, the bin bag's ripped. Why did you do that, Zareth? Did you have to get into the trash bag? Really? Did you really have to poop in my flower patch? Right. Hey, that's fertilizer. Fun fact for Need for Power. There are some theories, there are some studies being done as to whether foxes are actually domesticating themselves. There's nothing conclusive there yet, but there are studies being done as to whether particularly urban foxes are domesticating themselves because they realize like it's just easier to survive that way. In the same way, actually, this is a second kind of attached fun fact, I suppose. But effectively, there are like dog gangs effectively in yeah, there are dog gangs kind of like on the streets in like say Mexico, for instance, and they send out their like cutest dog effectively to get food because they're more successful. So they've learned that effectively their cutest dogs are better at begging for food. So the bigger dogs protect the cuter dogs and they go beg for the food. Yeah. Raccoons are trying their hardest too right now. Yeah, raccoons are apparently also quite hard to keep as pets because much like the thing about like undomesticated wild animals is like they just destroy
your house because they just don't know how to live in a house, which makes sense, right? So for instance, like, if you live with wolf dogs and wolves, they will just, if they're ever slightly perturbed, they just tear up everything because they don't, yeah, they just don't have that sense of living in a domicile, right? Yeah. You bet your house to JDG. Well, they do come in. The thing is, I think top esports aren't going to have that level of comfort pick again. Look, it was a really good game by Funyue. The guy is a really good poppy. I'm starting to really respect him. But, yeah, what the heck is this? Hang on, wait, the Grand Tour's putting in an extra... Wait, is that true? Nani? Wait, so the Grand Tour's continuing with 3 new hosts. Didn't they try this at Top Gear and it also failed? What? I bet Nymaera sold that NIP win LPL. Oh, well. Sorry about that. Not sure if there's much left of a soul left after all of the esports grinding. Coming from Greece, where there's a lot of poor stray cats, it's nice to be seeing foxes around in Brighton. Yeah, oh, you come from Greece. Very cool. I've got a friend or two who come from Athens, actually. Someone I used to duo queue with comes from Athens. I mean, like, I like foxes. Also, like, foxes also don't make for good pets. They are they're very, very stinky, very disruptive. Like, it's more like the same kind of thing. There are a lot of things which are kind of like very kind of glamorized by media and stuff, and like they're beautiful animals, but they're just not meant to be kept as pets. They're just not domesticated like that. So, for instance, you know, ravens are very, very, very difficult to keep as pets because effectively
you're not named Beast Boy.
Well, because they have to kind of accept you as part of their family unit, and they have to see you pretty much every day. You can never leave them, pretty much. So, and ravens live for like 40 years, much like parrots as well. They are lifelong animals. They will live like similar lives to humans in a lot of ways.
If you want a fun fact on that one, if you do get a parrot, you're actually obligated to have a
next of kin
to
gosh.
pass on the parrot because they live for so long.
Yeah, they live for like 70 years sometimes, yeah. Gosh. See foxes every other day around my parts. We occasionally see foxes around here, I think.
We do,
not.
yes.
But then we see hedgehogs occasionally too. I miss hedgehogs. Hedgehogs are cute back in rural England and stuff.
But yeah, did you not enjoy my Teen Titans pal?
Which one? Beast Boy. And what was it?
So you said Raven's really hard to keep as pets, yes?
Not Beast Boy. Right, okay. Yeah. Right, that's funny.
Yeah,
that's good, Sim.
That was quite good.
Nice.
Thank you. Just wanted to come back to that and not let it be skipped by.
Not seen a wild hedgehog in years. We see them quite a lot around our parts, really. I guess yeah, hedgehogs are. I'm a little bit worried about their kind of like habitation stuff. Their habitats are definitely under threat. Sometimes our dog Ziggy goes and barks at the sleeping hedgehogs in our garden. Doesn't really bother them, but just goes and checks them out. Turkey really cares about cats a lot. Yes, they do, and that's one of my favorite things about Turkey is their love for cats. Okay. Oh, I just realized that I've left the Opera GX thing in the wrong location. I didn't press Control Z in time. It's okay. Gotta get a seal of Orichalcos for this. Oh, the damn Yu-Gi-Oh card. That was a hell of a set from that. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of Turkish folks in Berlin actually. It's a lot of large Turkish population here. It means that we've got really good dinner as well because a lot of them have brought their food over with them, which is very cool. Got a couple of friends who have Turkish descent in Berlin as well. Okay, so I think I got through all of the compliments, roast, and fun facts. I think I did that. I've actually never. No, I've been to Rhodes, so I have been to Greece, but I've not been to mainland Greece. I've also been to Cyprus, but the Greek half of it, so I've never been to Turkey. Compliment for Duo. Let me think. I hope that every time you go fishing, whenever that is, you pull up all the Void Remora you need to remind yourself of Belveth. May you be blessed by the Lavender Sea. And Zareth, every time you go fishing, I hope you pick up boots and cans and like that half-eaten fish that no one really wants. You're gonna pick up like a mola and you're gonna be like done for like somehow fishing up endangered animals. Even though that mola are effectively made of like polystyrene and things don't even bother to eat them. That's all you're gonna get. Sunfish are just they're barely functional. They're just like barely
This is the
floating
sunfish
fish.
copy pasta. I think that's actually very unfair to sunfish, actually, that copy pasta, but yes.
Yeah, sunfish, Sam, they're so nutritionally poor that basically things don't even bother eating them at points.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah. Okay, we're getting closer towards our second game. And now, the problem is, look, Top Esports have shown with comfort picks, they can outplay JDG even in these really crazy team fights. Can they do that with less comfort picks? My worry is they can't. My worry is they can't. There is a reason why they are sat at just 3 series wins. They're what, currently 3-6, right? Yeah, they're 3-6.
What's their game score, actually?
It's 9, actually. That's not too bad. They've actually gone up. So, funnily enough, folks, they're only 1 game win behind Weibo. And you look at, like, JDG, they're on 13. They're only, like, 3 games behind them. It's not crazy far behind them.
My issue was basically being that Top Esports have got a draft or 2 in them where they can win. My concern has basically been, do they have enough drafts where they can have a stable enough platform to get out of lane to make those mid-game fights work out? Because actually, Jachi, as we've seen, great team fighter, very volatile lane. Cream as well. I actually think Cream's been pretty solid this split. I don't think he's been the issue per se. But 369 has been up and down depending on what champion's got. Nio and Fungyo, as we've been talking about, have not been completely consistent, to say the least.
Quick update as well. So Freg posted this in Discord. There is actually going to be a tiebreaker best of 3 between NIP and WE for first spot in Group Perseverance. So I was wrong on that Nexus call saying, well, they go through as first. They do go through as top 2, but the actual seeding of them is going to be different. And that will be played 2 days' time. So basically an extra day added on to the regular season effectively to say, okay, we will be getting that tiebreaker through. So, folks, we'll have basically 1 extra best of 3. It'll be played online as well, but I guess we'll be live for that as we normally are.
Likely should be.
It'll be after the last, be at the day after our regular season technically ends. So back onto stage now. Top Esports, they pulled out their Omega Comfort Draft. It looked really good for them. Can they try and achieve a similar result without those comfort picks? I'm really quite worried that the answer is no. I think that so many of those picks, I look at them and say, this is probably your best champion. I think Cream's Orianna, maybe besides his Azir, his Akali has been his best champion. I think Jachi, maybe his Misfortune's maybe a little better, but the Kaiser's definitely comfortable for him too. But particularly for 369, Nio, and Feng Yue, those 3 champions, the Ambassador, the Pantheon, and then the Poppy, those are by far their best champions, I think, from this split. And it's quite worrying that they don't have them now, despite the fact that everyone's lost their picks from that first game. Top Esports, I think they lose more.
I completely agree.
I shall get hydrated.
Hydrate yourself.
Sam, did you know that Hydrates is it's a recovery skill in Uma Musume? It comes based on Christmas augury, which is very important because I was coaching a friend of mine who picked up Uma the other day and actually rolled the Christmas augury cap, which is insane, by the way, because it's like one of the greatest things like of all time. It's like one of the Umas of all time. If you get 3 recoveries, you activate your ult, which gives you everything. So as long as you get like 3 recoveries, you win the game.
Yeah,
win the game.
Uma Musume.
Yeah, yeah. It's very powerful. So even in the last Champions Beat, people were like, "Oh, it's not a great track for this character." Still ended up just winning like majority of the lobbies anyway.
What do you do to beat Christmas augury? Do you?
You just hope that the track isn't good for them. Basically, you really hope that the track isn't good for them. Into the draft though for game number 2 of our second series of the day. Choice junglers out in the Jason the Malphite. Nico gone. Choice mid laners are already banned out, so we're left with Varus and Rumble really.
Ooh, you draft my Top Esports, my Jing Dong Gaming. Jing Dong Dong would have been the better.
Vibe band away, so we might get ourselves a trade of the Varus and the Rumble.
Do we just switch the audio?
Oh yes, we do. Oops, my bad. We can do that. Yeah, that.
You still not paused it?
Yes, I did.
Oh, he did. Oh. You know what? I should have believed in you. I'm sorry, Alex.
Maybe we should do that sometime. Is it going to be a Varus or a Rumble ban from Top Esports? Do they allow the trade to come through?
Because I think if you so you banned the Jarvan. Now I think what you do is you first pick the Rumble, and then you can choose between Jhin or Varus later on, and both of them are fine with the Rumble. I think the Rumble's inimitable, whereas you can get a couple of different CC ADCs to help.
Do you just lock Varus Jhin and play the Varus pop into the Rumble, which is what Hoya did to absolutely mash the Rumble?
I mean, I suppose you could. Yeah, I suppose you could. 369, I think, is more likely to play Cassante into it. We might just get the Cassante Rumble matchup because it's just it's a stable matchup. However, I would prefer 369 on a carry.
Deep in the draft, we are looking for some fun. We'll find ourselves a Wukong to go for Nio there. It's still, of course, the flex for that Varus to potentially go elsewhere. At this point, we are probably expecting a jungle response here in some capacity. Probably an AD carry in the form of something like the Sivir, which has been a Gala specialty this time.
It does fine into the Varus in lane, and it scales up very well for Gala. Vampire might go towards something like the Lulu after too, but with this comp you want a little bit more CC, so I prefer to see something like the Nautilus or the Leona locked in later into the draft. Anything to add?
It's more on Gunter, so I'm not going to do it.
Yeah.
So who you locked in? Pick a champion.
I was trying to get me back into Ume. What? I can teach you the ways. I can teach you the ways. I could do that. Noctem was very successful for Junja just the other day. He's had one very good game on it and one pretty poor game on it where he couldn't quite get things off the ground early. Now, Junja, if he gets ahead of the game on the Noctem, showed that he's very good at pulling the trick on this combo. You won't have the Orianna though, so you're realistically looking at something like we saw earlier with the Akali.
Oh, you got the 50-50. I see you enjoying. Hell yeah. Congratulations on that one.
Cream potentially looking at the Rise. And now what you can do if you lock in Rise now is you can ban away Anivia, Cassiopeia, and that means none of the lane counts there. Or actually, you could even leave them in and just say, well, it's not a good combo with the Nocturne anyway. So you're either picking in a mid laner which counters the Rise, or if they're choosing to ban away the counters anyway.
And in fairness, Anivia is very would have been quite annoying into a number of the chances. Varus doesn't like it either.
Yeah, double a mobile carry.
Yeah, can be quite scary. Even Wukong's not the most fun if you're using the W to go forwards. Can get trapped alongside the wall.
What was that second ban? Did they choose to ban away the Cassiopeia as well? I mean, not great into the poke Varus. Yorick banned away from 369. Not many people playing that nowadays. It was huge last year. Huge last year.
We've seen it occasionally this year, but it's definitely fallen down. I wonder whether we'd see some more of it with the way that Crystallize have changed. Obviously, I think Split Push in general is feeling quite good here, but I think you don't have to. It feels like you don't need a dedicated Split Push champion to get value out of Split.
Yeah, and I think that just Yorick got banned a lot. He just got nerfed a lot. There have been 8 games. Cube has played 4 games of it already.
100% win rate, by the way.
Okay, so basically 369's played 2 games of it, lost both of them. Oh, in fact, he played it the first time around versus JDG. Yeah, I remember that now. Will Honku go Galio? Yeah, Nocturne Galio is not a bad idea there. It would mean it. If you go for the Nocturne Galio, it does mean you're quite low range into a poke Varus as well, though, which can sometimes be a bit of an issue. And Wukong's pretty happy playing into the meat grinder there too. Looking now to see, you're probably locking in the top laner here, right? I suppose. No. Okay. Wow, going for a full counter pick for 369, saying you're not just counter picking lane, we're giving you the counter pick to the whole draft.
There is a real world where, reminder, this Varus still goes top. You could Jhin here for top esports and still be kind of fine, I think.
I don't think you want to do that into a Nocturne, personally. I think that would be really dangerous.
Yeah, but I think Jin's one of the better options into it. You could Ezreal here too if you wanted, I suppose. There's the Cassiopeia as another pseudo-answer into the Rise. We saw a fair amount of that towards the end of last year to mixed success.
Do we get the Varus top lane? I personally think no. I think you can't allow just Nocturne to ult that guy on cooldown. I think that would be such a sad way to lose the game. They're hovering the Cassante, but if after all this, we save top lane counter pick for a Cassante Rumble matchup? Jesus. Okay. Well, okay, it's boring in terms of that. It is good for the draft. You have a tank which can disengage some bits and pieces. I actually think the Cassante is not great here, personally.
No, I'm not a massive fan
because
either.
I don't like it into Sivir, and I don't like it into the Cassiopeia. It's fine into the Rumble. It's fine into the Nautilus and the Nocturne. But the 2 carries are going to shred this poor Cassante.
And Cassante's tankiness is often predicated on what abilities you have. And both the abilities that give him tankiness, namely the E and the W, are dashes. And Cassiopeia grounds you for that. It's really miserable. So a well-placed miasma really screws up Cassante.
And, you know, whereas coming out of last draft was like, oh, actually, it really feels like, you know, top esports, they have the comfort picks, they can really make something work with this draft. This time, I look at JDG and I'm like, well, you've got comfort here. Gala's on comfort, Junja's on comfort as well, Vampire is too. Whereas top esports, they're the ones which are going to have to, I think, outperform the draft. And I don't think they have the comfort for that. I think JDG are quite happy with this game too, especially compared to that game 1.
I like the early lane. I think they can have a lot of shove. I think the scaling's fantastic with Civet, with Cassiopeia. Even the Rumble's not exactly poor. Sure, Ryze scales pretty well. Wukong, one of the better scaling junglers in the game. I think people do kind of forget that. But I feel like pretty much every stage of the game, JDG will have some pretty good answers. The level 6 spike is good. The early laning pressure is good. The late game options are good. Like, when I look at the side of top, he's not bad in those positions. I do think they're going to have to be a bit of overperformance and some good picks from the likes of Yue and Varus.
Get on to that Rift. See how those Gyhos fare from that last game, because, oh my god, they were loud earlier. Let's hear them again.
They definitely turned the mic volume down a little there this time.
Was that the camera on the Shant leader?
Yeah, he's on there regularly now.
We finally see the face of Jing Dong.
We get him every time now, basically. He's become a bit of an icon.
Oh, he is such an icon, though, isn't he? Jashi with the Varus this time. Oh, he's gone for the Comet, so he's going for the Poke variant. I will say, I think the Poke Varus is really scary in this draft. I think that if you get enough poke down onto, like, you know, Nautilus before he engages, onto the Rumble, if you get a random arrow onto him too, you can actually flip the draft through that as well. Vampire, starting with the shield first. Gala is the one that's getting hit by the arrows, though, at the first place. I don't know if he's gone for Absorb Life there, actually. He's got a little bit of extra healing there, beyond what I just expected, really. He might have gone for that for the anti-poke tech. Wave Push, unsurprisingly, go in the favor of that Ricochet. 369 starting with that E onto Xiaoshu. Gets that level 2. Actually doing quite well with level 1 here into Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu, of course, very talented carry player. Trying to deny some extra XP here, though, is a 369 by trying to walk beyond the wave. This is what we used to see from, like, Set way back on his release back in, like, 2021, 2020. Hook onto Feng Yue. It's on that Rakan. Now, we'll see how Feng Yue does here. Because, you know, the Poppy was so good for him. Clear MVP of game 1, really, despite some other excellent performances from the side of top esports. However, you do have to really question whether he can make it happen on something like that. Rakan can be quite dangerous into the Rakan and the Cassiopeia later in the game too, because they're both very good anti-mobility champions, lots of point and click into the ground. Early game, lanes from top esports again actually competing quite well. We saw the 369s going for a quick cheater recall, actually. Gets it off the first couple of waves. Quite well played from him. Mid lane, Cream and Honku trading out, I suppose, fairly evenly. Cream a little bit on the worst end of it, but you somewhat expect that post the, you know, level 1 mark from Cassiopeia. It's like, oh no, he's landed a Q. Shit.
yeah, pretty miserable.
Things go really bad from that point. Xiaoshu, getting that bounce back now on top side, but 369 happy to do that anyway. Does get himself an early null magic mantle. I wonder whether that changes the matchup particularly. Early magic resist very early in. Doesn't have that teleport as well. Now wandering over Vision to get through the mid lane. Won't get that bot lane scuttle, no surprise there. The Civet and the Nautilus getting good value there. Honku not landing the miasma actually onto Naya. I was trying to trade out well for him there. I wonder what happens now, because 369 isn't going to have the pushing in top lane. That could be a problem. Spell Shield used by Ginger there. Double buffs was available for both sides actually, but the first buff falling off for both sides.
It is damage forwards, and Ginger is just dead.
It's not Ginger. No. Ginger gets the first blood for Honku, and he ends up getting the fear onto Nio. Nio just massively out disrespecting the damage coming out of the fear from Nocturne into the point and click from Cassiopeia, who now gets a blue buff from the level 1. That is, well, the early levels of the game. Massive mistake by Nio, and JDG on the board early.
The poison tick does get that one. Apologies, it was Ginger who was flashing into kill. It's like a misphrase from me, but either way, it is still an unfortunate start, and Nio does love his aggressive early moves. The problem is when they go wrong, it's just like what he could get away with at LDL, he gets punished for at this level. Has been true for a couple years.
The big problem there was top esports were losing the push and bot lane early. You expect that versus the Civet because the Ricochet has such big wave control. You know, Varus eventually gets wave control, but not with level 1 Q. You get it a little later. And then 369 went for the cheater recall, but that means that he isn't going to have a pushing lane for that top side early, which means that he can't roam down into river either. So I think that Nio was a little bit left out to dry in terms of the map state, but you shouldn't die for that. You know, you just have to let that go, sadly, or try and outplay away from the Cassiopeia. It felt like just about to run out of mana. I think they went too quickly towards that mistake there now. Potential Rowan Prison here.
Flash away brings that very nicely done. You know what? I take that one.
That's really well played. Flashing away from that Q and out to that E range. Well played by Cream. And now he gets the blue buff. He's been transferred twice now.
I wonder if we'll have one of those games where the blue buff is just permanently active.
It's going to be up there for a long time. Wait, you take it at, 1 minute 30 now or whatever. Wait, is it 1:30 now or is it before
it's
those?
Early now, it's 1 minute.
Yeah, so you get it taken by like 1:15 or something like that. First counts one of your longer ones. So now it's been around for like this is a 4-minute venerable blue buff. Cream's gonna have it for like another minute or two too, because it'll be its first buff of the game. It has that extended duration, right? I'm actually not sure if that
first spawn is 55 seconds, but you kill it probably by about 1 time.
Okay, right.
So that's kind of the way it works, if you see what I mean. So it depends on whether you can it from death of buff or from start of buff.
Okay, massive shout out to Cristobal in YouTube chat saying it follows 2040. Funnily enough, I watched that for the first time with Angie and Sam a month or two ago. And I was like, wow, the concept for this is really good. It's just maybe not executed in some different ways. But funnily enough, you mentioned that. Only watched that for the first time at the end of last year. And one which I'd wanted to watch for a long time because I'm a big fan of those horror movies. JDG with the bot lane push are going to get themselves onto that dragon first, though. No contest.
And that will have the respawn coming on through for some of these buffs in the next minute or so. As Naya just kind of hang around for this, feeling a bit miserable. I think he just goes towards the Scuttle Crab, probably. Again, one of the big problems he's run into is the fact he lost pretty much all of the early Scuttle Crabs. Look in there from Fungyue onto Gali, who will spell shield the attempted grand entrance.
Yeah, I think what Fungyue wanted to do there, though, was just kind of blow the spell shield and get that free Q, so you get the guaranteed heal off of it, which gives that sustain up, especially since you're on the weak side. You want your HP to remain as high as possible. The 6-minute Scuttle Crab goes to Nio, has that first ult between the junglers. Good trade back, actually, from Jatchi.
Yeah, it was pretty nasty as Fungyue was also taken relatively low. Not going to be at any threat range, though, once the cooldowns were burnt.
Cream gets hit by that Q. Again, laning very well versus Honky today, despite the fact that Honky's had, in this case, decent laning matchup into the Rise. You can see that getting a little bit further ahead, but Cream's been fighting fairly well. Honky's been one of our best, in fact, maybe our best laning mid laner in the LPL.
I think he's been the best laner, yeah.
No, it's, yeah, I think he's been most consistently getting something out of lane. Vampire was searching. Ooh, heal gets him away from the Varus ulti.
There from Jatchi, but still, ult for heal, worthy trade. Fungyue will TP in courtesy of the spellbook.
Fungyue again landing that Q. Rakan lanes feel fair until he lands a Q and you realize, that's a lot more healing than I was expecting. Ever since he started maxing Q and the heal went up with rank and blah blah blah, it felt so hard to lane against Rakan. Actually holding the wave tower there with the extra 3 minions. Won't be a full freeze that way, but it will give them a little bit of time to hold that wave at tower. Means that they're not going to get all in by a potential Nocturne gank, which of course you need to be aware of now. They spot the recalls coming through, get that bounce back out.
Yeah.
And they'll get themselves a free recall. Yet to see that first Nocturne, though. Of course, only just came available the last minute or so, but Ginger expected him really to pull the trigger fairly quickly because he was doing that a lot in the last few games. And he is a player that goes for the ultimate hunter on the Nocturne. So if he does get a successful first gank, it'll be up quicker for the next time up.
The last time we saw the Nocturne Orianna combo from JDG, it was basically every 30 seconds, and it was nearly guaranteed a kill. It was pretty ridiculous.
Okay, worth noting, the first time we saw it.
Oh, sorry,
they did play it one more time, and that didn't work out very well, actually. I think that was that versus anyone's Legend, actually? Trying to remember.
I missed that game because I was traveling.
But yeah, so the first time they played it, yeah, fantastic. Got the early kills, ult hunter fully stacked, hexblade, what have you.
All that stuff, yes.
He actually went for a Zeke's as well to even get even more ult haste. But the second time they played it, they actually got shut out of the game quite a lot. Onto the Grubs though, and they'll be starting to take up that objective.
Indeed. Towards the control wards we go. Grubs go down. At least one of them does. Junger's still around. Can look to make this a paranoid experience. No androids I'm seeing here, though. Like a lot of real people. Jatchi looking for the Chains of Corruption does get the cleanse out of Gala as a result.
So there's 2 Grubs over the side of top Esports too. Ginger didn't smite the first Grub. He was looking for a cheeky smite on the second, but didn't quite get it. 2 Grubs to top Esports, Dragon to JDG.
Again, as we noted, someone has now blown courtesy of Jatchi's use of the Chains of Corruption. Hasn't necessarily led to any kills or whatever yet. Still, you take what you can get where you can get it. Early mild gold lead to JDG, but certainly nothing game-breaking. Again, we really are waiting for those first presses of the ult buttons.
You ever thought that sometimes casting League of Legends can sometimes turn into hang on ult towards bot side? I was thinking about a weather report. Looks like we've got Dark Skies inbound.
Oh, they do indeed. Does just about break the fear tether, but a flash forward from Junja secures the kill.
Oh, Fungo, it was so close to getting that heal from that Q. Might have saved him. It does take a flash from Junja. Jachi goes down, though. Good lane gank. First gank of the game from Junja. Nets him an ult Hunter stack.
There we go. Well, the weather report rapidly changes, and this time, as we noted, those Dark Skies are very stormy for top esports bot lane.
Yeah, he's got 2 of those stacks now. Of course, he got that kill early on into the game as well. Well played by Junja, and if he gets ahead, that is a huge problem. 369 looking for the all-out onto Xiaoshu.
Does miss that additional Q, just look for some more there. And again, reminder that we saw Keshi versus Hoya earlier, where the 369, well, not 369, the Cassante was up 20-odd CS. This is more like what we come to expect from the Rumble Cassante matchup. Mild gold leads to the Rumble that really leads to more about the teamfight execution later.
Yeah, 369 though, missing about 3 Qs in that play and didn't end up getting in range for the W. Well played from Xiaoshu to get out of range, but 369 not really what he wanted. 1,000 gold lead to JDG now. Once again, an early gold lead. Top Esports falling prey a little bit to JDG's superior early game. I think they are one of our best early game teams. I thought he'd stepped out of that. We stepped back into it, actually. Cream still fairly even in CS, though. Credit to him. I mean, this is a lane counter, but the Cassiopeia has not managed to do that much against Cream.
No, again, I still think the Cassiopeia will be useful later on, and both of them are CSing very well right now. They're on over 10 CS a minute right now. That's good work from both mid laners.
I will say that one of the issues might happen where if you jump in with the Nocturne later on and you're trying to get onto the Varus, there is a chance that actually Ryze just obliterates you if he's even in gold.
Yeah.
If Ryze is in the game and hasn't been shut out of laning phase, if he gets into a side lane, gets to stand behind the engage instead to just rip through that first target in, Ryze can have a very good game here. You're probably going to need to see a Nautilus immediately comboing him so he doesn't get to just stand and fire.
I agree. And again, it's one of those things where, like, Nocturne, great in skirmishes, much more mixed in team fights depending on composition, because you can end up going very deep without a lot of support and just getting absolutely annihilated. And there is a lot of turnaround CC and pick from top esports in this comp.
So Dragon's second one of the game is alive, fighting for vision control around bot side, successfully so from JDG. Good vision across the entirety of the bot side of the ref. Then Wukong will take one of those wards away. Now, got to be quite careful walking up towards here. We'll be able to get that Tri-Brush cleared of vision, but Junja does have that ult to peel off of things. Hook. It's only onto the Rakan who's quite visible, but that miasma stops him from moving at all!
Just about slides away, and now what happens around the plit is Cream begins to turn around with the Rune Prison, jumps on forward, that's a good petrifying gaze into the hook, will put the side of this Wukong into a horrible spot. The problem is on the other side, Junja's gone bloody deep and goes down. 1 for 1 right now, but they can still look to turn this one around as Cream steps on forward. The hook lands onto the Rakan who battle dances away. Honky really low. Look at the damage from the Rise. Carla does finally get that kill onto Fungo, but it becomes the 1 for 1. Cream flashing on forwards, gets another bit of spell flux. When's the next Rune Prism? Vampire looking for the staggering blow, flash away from Vampire, who knows he can't support his AD carry anymore. Vampire, though, it's a really slow Nautilus. Maybe he can time the dredge line away and will Spider Gnaw out to safety.
This is a problem. Cream getting gold is actually an issue for JDG. Yes, they do get some good kills on the other side too. Honkyu's ult onto Nio as he came into the plate was very, very critical. Well played from Honkyu across the entirety of that fight. The miasma and the ults were very important. But the Rise getting powerful, I think, is actually something that JDG can struggle with later team fights. Nfungue is very close to dying there. Ends up hitting a Q later. I think he goes down to the Ricochet, actually.
It is, yeah.
Look at this ult, though. Times that it goes in means that the Cyclone is just not as powerful as it should be. He doesn't even get the Cyclone Earth Blast, basically. Massive ult from Honky. This should have been even more one-sided for top Esports. Very, very close to killing Fungue again there, but basically Junja goes in alone. Can't quite manage it. However, you're focusing down the Rakan.
Ricochet.
So close. You know, if Varus had actually stepped backwards, it would have been an instant heal and you would have lived that. But Cream getting the kills here, because everyone else was focusing on the Rakan, does mean the Rise is now off to a great start.
Vampire goes, nope, need to leave it. And another summoner gone as well, and that's pretty dangerous. And at the end, Jachi up a lot of gold here as well on the Varus into a relatively short-range composition. That poke Varus can do pretty good work, I think, this game. Smite fight 1, I think,
by
Nio.
Yeah, he does get that, actually. He's ended up being somewhat even in gold with Junja, which is fairly surprising after some of the things which happened to early game. Honky walking up towards Nio there, putting some Twin Fangs in. No smite for the Wukong, just used it on that blue buff. 369 walking over to try and secure the Gromp, and will be able to do so. We're into a proper side laning moment now. A role quest completed for everyone but Honky, but it doesn't matter. As long as he completes it at some point, he's fairly happy. Cream has completed his own and does have those upgraded Merc Treads into the Chain-Laced Crushers, which give you that magic shield and make him just a really bloody annoying person to side lane against for the double AP solo lanes of JDG.
That means that the limited CC you do have as JDG here, not going to be the easiest to keep stuck on him as well with those double AP solo laners. Like again, you've got Nautilus, good CC, but everyone else is a little bit more conditional, it must be said.
It's not like Honky's doing poorly here, though. I will say, Honky needs to get more done, especially on a Cassiopeia that wants to be ahead early. He did get... He had a good fight that last time, but he's not ahead of the Rise. He's actually a little bit behind now. He needs to get himself some extra value. If he doesn't manage to get ahead as this Cassiopeia, I think he can really struggle to outplay against stuff like the Wukong and the Rise if they manage to find an angle onto him in the team fights.
Out come the Hail of Arrows, and that will destroy that wave in short order. I'll walk you across the ward here briefly, so maybe we see a little bit of a skirmish play. See the zoom out there. There is an ability for that Rumble, for that Nocturne to join their R buttons quite aggressively here around this Herald.
Global on both sides of the semi-global, right? I think the terrain from top east was very dangerous here. You don't have a spell shield on the Varus yet either. Next Nautilus hook could actually solve this fight. Watch for that Hex Flash.
Here they come with the teleports. We are playing this one aggressively. Gala now here. The paranoia is in. Junja into the pit. Getting turned around on. The quickness is down. They try to get the equalizer. It's pretty mixed. One fight right now by top esports. They blast the Nocturne. Vampire's in danger. Realm Warp to keep chasing. Honky needs to keep running away. And will do so. They pull the trigger to JDG. And kind of misfire.
Junja is really struggling in these team fights. He's jumping into the meat grinder and he's been made into a sausage. Sam, we find out how sausages are made and it's not very good for JDG. They lose the Herald as well, and it was the good smite from Nymaera. An early one came in from Junja who tried to hit the eye. Top esports walk away with more gold on them. Jachi is now 1,000 gold ahead. JDG, this is the draft I thought they'd do better with, but Cream and Nio are doing such a good job in this team fight. Look at this. You know, the Cyclone onto the Nocturne means that basically the threat is kind of gone. Ults on Sajachi a little bit late. Equalizer wasn't bad, but you know, the Varus just puts out enough damage and he's safe in his little battlements.
And question again, why is Junja going in alone? Where's the follow-up with the Equalizer or the Vampire? Like, the Equalizer lands onto Jachi, but it's not in the pit with everyone else, so feels like split comms or who's supposed to be going forward.
And you know, look, I actually like the hook onto the Rakan. Actually engaging onto the engaged support is actually a pretty good thing to do typically. I think the issue with this one, though, is that you have the Rise stood right next to him. And that's basically what we saw there, but Cream just gets a free hit, and he's looking really scary now. 369 might be in a bit of trouble, does have flash, does have all
8 seconds on the ability to go paranoid and forwards. The Pathmaker's not bad, won't be able to get any more further forwards, and they'll burn him straight down and alive. Nice dub, nicely done there by JDG. It will cost them a dragon, however.
Yeah, so that's no longer sole point threat from them. It is a good kill. They're likely going to take down top turret. There is a Herald to be used from top esports, reminder. They won that as part of that last fight. First turret yet to be taken. Going to be summoned bot side. I'd imagine topside falls first, though, and indeed it will.
Does look like that will be the case. It depends how quickly this Herald charges around, but I think even then it's not going to be enough of the turret down with the crystallized proc to go. Yeah, that should still be first turret topside.
It is. Now that is quite a scary rumble at this point. Junja also getting some extra gold into this game too. He has been struggling, but at least he's keeping himself up in gold where at all possible. Herald isn't going to get... It is going to get the second trade. All right, okay. I didn't expect that. You could have just thrown that auto attack at the right time. Cream, very, very scary though, as is Jachi. Edge of Nut. Hang on, is there going to be... I was actually wondering whether he'd even pulled the... He didn't have Realm Warp, that's why. I was wondering whether the Observer was looking like that.
There was a ward down in the river there, actually, which was giving me a bit of an eyebrow raise. I wonder whether Feng Yue could have looked to come in with a Spellbook TP or something, but no, not going to happen. Worth noting again, Varus running the TP, Spellbook in there, Realm Warp. Basically, you're looking at 4 globals to TPs from top esports.
Yeah. I have to say though, folks, look, JDG, we thought for about 2 days, we thought clearly best team in the LPL because they beat Anyone's Legend and BLG within the same week.
Back, yeah.
We're like, wow, okay, this team's looking great. Yeah, they dropped a series to IG and it was like, oh, it's just a bogey team, whatever. But we thought, okay, all of our top teams have got some flaws. Maybe JDG are the best of them. Top esports, this first game, we're saying, well, you know, it's comfort draft. This second draft, well, maybe not as much. Well, I mean, 369 is on the Cassante course, a champion who's made an absolute name for himself. Perhaps the best LPL Cassante, actually. Sonkyu can maybe even think about running at him. But top esports, 1,000 gold ahead. Team fight's looking pretty solid for them. JDG, if they get 0-2 by top esports, we have to ask some serious questions about them. Because I don't even think they're losing in the way that we thought they normally would, which is typically through like support, jungle, macro. This is through the team fights, which JDG are getting beaten in.
And I think it's team fights basically where we're seeing they're having to contest the objective from a poor platform. And you're also basically seeing some of the flaws, I think, of how JDG go about engaging. I think if it's not something where they are confident in terms of how they're playing, if it's a bit more tricky to figure out, sometimes they just say screw it, we go anyway, and the selection's not fantastic, the timing's not fantastic. Junja and Vampire, as we've kind of said, haven't looked exactly coordinated there, as Gala is going to be forced to cleanse there after the spell shield is broken quite adroitly there by Jachi.
That could be a problem, because then you are in threat of that flash. Rune Prison. Yes, that's the ability. Hook onto the Cassante. Hang on, that's a cheap Nautilus ult. Not sure about that, Vampire.
Yeah, and it's only 2.5 minutes, I suppose, until Dragon, so you should still get that up and available.
But what this means now is that you don't have the engage anymore. Again, you don't have it. You're looking at a Nautilus hook. No ultimate available from Nautilus, which means that you have to kind of like just be really glued to this mid lane turret. Top Esports, they need to be, wary of that engage, because if the hook lands and then the Nautilus comes in after, that's, I think, where they lose the fight. Because there's no Nautilus ult now, I mean, it's much easier to just move around the map freely.
And one of the things we saw from Vampire in years past, and I don't think it's been as big an issue this year, partly because I think JDG have been winning more games.
And I think Vampire's been better.
He's seriously grown. He is a much better player than he was when he started, which is good news.
Yes.
That trajectory's been great. But one of the things we did kind of note about him as a player was sometimes he just says if he doesn't know what to do in the game state and it's kind of awkward and stale out and you don't really have an obvious way to play the game, sometimes he just Hail Marys and engage.
Yeah, and I think particularly one thing that we used to see on Team WE was that if the game was looking really difficult, he'd just throw a hook at the first target in front of him.
Yeah.
And sometimes that meant that you didn't have the engage for the targets behind them, which was how you would actually win the team fight. And again, it's not really been as much of a problem on JDG, and I think here hasn't been as much as well. Good arrow onto Vampire. I see that the damage from this Varus is actually going to be a big problem. I think that Varus is really, really scary. Potential of the Nocturne coming top side. He is close to being in range. He has a ghost though.
Does Run Realm warp out? Does he get to escape? He does.
Pops it in time. That fear can't cancel it. Cream out to safety. Ult for ult. I think Top Esports are happy with that. Again, diffusing the engage play.
It is a level 11 Nocturne though with the Hex plate, so it's actually going to be a relatively short cooldown on the Paranoia. Look, it's already halfway done, it feels like.
That is true. Well, it's about a third off right now. It's just ticking down from it. Cream, it is a much longer cooldown, so in terms of cooldown economy, yes, quite good there, but it means that, the mid lane siege continues. Jachi missed his ult under turret there, but they did get another plate. Every time one of these engages fail, you can see that there's another wave being pushed into turret. There's probably an extra, like, 1 or 2 auto attacks on there. Of course, with Crystallize, that does make a difference there, too. This is much more effective siege than it would have been in previous seasons. Not the fastest thing, and at the end of the day, if they don't get that much off of it, you feel a little hard done by Top Esports. Now Junja's ult is much closer to being up. It's probably about, 15 seconds off right now. Now they need to start being wary again. Of course, the Realm Warp won't be available for Cream.
Of course, you did have that ability to look for potential Summoner Economy trade up. Again, 2 seconds, there you go. Perfect timing for the Dragon. So, in the end, a worthy use of the ult, I think, even if it didn't get the kill.
Dragon started, hook misses there. Would have been into the spell shield anyway, but could have forced the flash with the ultimate. That's going to go down pretty quickly here. Cream helping taking it.
Can Junja look to ult in? No, he's not going to get the opportunity. They still want the fight. They land the hook, but it's only really onto Fengyue. Not the best option as Vampire forced the flash away. 369 looking for the Q3, gets the spell shield off Gala and nothing else really.
Okay, good arrow onto 2 people there. The Muramana. Yeah, that really hurts. Top Esports still sticking around. A reminder, they're the ones with the real bonus here in the mid lane. You can see how high health. Just look at the mid lane turret differential.
Yeah.
Very high HP for Top Esports, very low HP for JDG. And if JDG don't land and engage, it feels pretty bad. Fengyue was spotted, I think, heading around there.
Junja is as well. They've got to have an idea that there's a potential angle there for
the Clone takes it.
Wow.
Clone ends up taking it. Well played from Nio there, realizing that they're Wukong Clone. It's good there. Does have his own second item too in that Sunder Sky, going for a very defensive Wukong build with that extra HP. Top Esports slowly grinding out this game. And JDG, I'm starting to get quite worried for them. Their engages haven't landed. Now, it might only take the 1 engage, but they're not landing it easily now. And particularly when you've got Seraphs and Rod of Ages on the rise. Let's be honest, a Cassante in a side lane, pretty hard to make much of a dent in these side laners.
Yeah, and again, I think the moment the Rise gets level 16, again, I'm not sure how simple it will be to blow him up before he gets to run away. And the CC, as we've said from JDG, is relatively limited or conditional. Sure, you've got a couple buttons that allow you to go forwards between the Nocturne and the Nautilus, but we've also said, look, you're diving through Wukong ult and Rune Prison and Jachi being miles away with an Edge of Night and a Chains of Corruption and
Rune Wolf,
Rakan. Stop this. Yeah. And Rakan's ability to come and interfere with the Battle Dancer with the quickness.
Oh, hang on, they might Realm Warp down here. Level 16 for Cream has extended range on that ultimate by just a little bit there. We're trying to... this is something which Scout used to do an awful lot. Look, if Xiaoxi walks up here, he is going to get Realm Warped.
Yes.
That one. Rise Altered. That's the one. He plays it safely. I've done myself in with this, Sam. I really have. Now, it is worth noting, if this game goes late enough, Cassiopeia and Civic will shred through the Cassante, and then I think this game turns in JDG's favor again. My problem is they haven't got that much gold. 2,000 gold behind Nady Carry, who's going towards Infinity Edge, and he will take him a little while to get towards that Lord Dominate's Regards. Honky's going towards Rylai's third, so he's not going to have huge anti-Cassante damage. They might be able to kill someone like the Wukong or the Rakan pretty quickly, maybe, but they're actually very far down in the damage profile that they'd like to have right now.
The vision control on the river is just not fantastic, and again, they've got to be very wary in the fact that on the whole, for Esports, are not going to be the easiest to lock down with a lot of these
Vampire!
champions.
No!
Oh, well, the Hook baited himself on that one. John just gone in to try and save his support, and the jungle support have fumbled there. Cassante's now here running at Honku, looking for a potential Q3, but you've lost your support, you've lost your jungler. I think this is Baron.
That's Baron. Oh, that is a horror show for Vampire. It's in the right genre for a vampire, but I think it is not really the ratings you would have wanted from the movie critics. This should be Baron going over for free with no smite available.
Oh, it's a Flight of the Conchords variant, mate. I don't know. That one's just not going to work out. And unfortunately, in comes the Equalizer, but it just doesn't do enough. Baron secured. They're going to look for something more. Gala's going to be forced to ult, and Top Esports feeling real pleased about that unfortunate forced error.
This is the nature of Vampire. He will win you as many games as he loses, but he will also lose you those games too. Now, luckily, we see more of the positives from him in this split, but this is why we have some reservations. We do. And now we're seeing, JDG unable to break that chokehold across the map, and Top Esports, a team who we thought were pretty clearly not in the top 4, probably taking a 2-0 here now.
Which is wild.
They're 4K ahead. They've got a Baron buff for a few minutes. They'll overlap with the Dragon. JDG, I don't see how they clutch team fight out of this now. You have to wait a significant amount of time. JDG's engages have been so poor this game.
They have, and again, the players we have concerns about in the early game about just sprinting it down. Nio, Jachi, Fengyue, once they get to the team fights with a decent platform, are just good players. It's not always simple to get there. We've seen how volatile they can be in the early game. Some of their aggressive moves are not well considered. Right now, they can just play it patiently and feel pretty good about this game.
Really like how we're seeing Cream double up with Jachi, because he can peel for the Varus very effectively. They've got control wards right the way down the lane to make sure there's no... hang on, they go onto the spell shield blown off the Varus.
Flashes away, chains of corruption back. That's going to be a very dead looking Nocturne. Flash away, actually keeps him alive. That's not bad. The burn, not quite there. They're keeping it in. That's not great from Honku. Xiaoxu forced a flash as well. Everyone from JDG survives, but nearly every flash you could ask for all off.
Oh, it's a Hail Mary from JDG, and I think that, I don't think she's picking up the phone. That Saints Top Esports avoid the engage, and the Baron buff will continue. There are summoners blown onto Jachi, but it doesn't feel like it's nearly enough.
They get the summoner off Jachi for 4 of their own. The only person who keeps the flash is Vampire.
Oh my gosh. Well, Jachi did... The reason they went for that play is because the spell shield got blown by the Boomerang Blade. That's the reason they went for it. Just not enough to make it stick. Baron... Oh, Gala very nearly dies!
I think he is just dead. That's not a bad hook, but the Realm Warp comes on forwards. Cassante isn't taking damage, and they will take the AD carry and the inhibitor to go with it. Now JDG in the 4v5. One of their carries down, but the count must hold on. Flash away from the hook. Vampire uses that remaining flash to get out. Fengyue taken pretty low there by the Equalizer. The problem is there's a pullback by the Gentofo strikes of Cassante. Overload. In they go again. They do get a kill back. That's not bad. At least they get something. The problem is the 369 punish as well. Honku jumped on. Flash on forward after the crushing blow lands. And Top Esports, despite killing the bot lane, cannot hold on to their Nexus turrets. Cannot hold on to the Nexus. And the Carnival, the Circle of Sun, continues to cycle round in Group Ascension in LPL.
We were so certain JDG were our top team, but there were so many other questions to be answered. Top Esports reignite an old rivalry within the LPL and take down Jingdong Gaming. Top Esports with their best series of the splits. Sam, in the last week, Top Esports have taken down BLG and JDG.
Yeah.
Top Esports are now suddenly in the equation. They 2-0 JDG, and now if Weibo lose tomorrow to Invictus Gaming, it will be Top Esports who go through as 4th seed into playoffs. I didn't think that was a world that was possible, yet here we are, Top Esports 2-0 JDG. Mind blown.
Just had a horrible feeling. There's a disturbance in the force.
Yes,
like a million LPL fans cried out at once and were suddenly silenced.
Top
Esports at first stand. International top esports. They weren't supposed to get there.
I have to say, folks, though, just looking back on this series, Junja and Vampire had a horror show. The jungle support, it felt like they were just not ready to play today. Particularly that game 2, it fell apart. Game 1 was much more confident. I think Fungyue, it's more of a positive on the side of top esports than a negative in JDG for game 1. That's not really, I suppose, the same thing. But really, I look at this game 2. Vampire and Junja needs to take a hard look at how they looked at those engages there.
Yeah.
So I think that
there was their failings that cost them a lot here.
Yeah. Look, I think Xiaoxi was fine. I think Gala was fine. I think Honkyu needed to do more with the Cassiopeia. I think they will also have a step up as well. They need to really assess. But realistically, jungle support from JDG continues to be an inconsistency for this team and stops them from being clearly top 3, top 4.
Get ready to learn Portuguese.
Well, folks, that'll be the end of our games
Yes.
today. If you have enjoyed this, please think about dropping a follow, a like, a subscribe, donating to the Ko-fi, or signing up to Opera GX through our sign-up link. We dropped it in chat a couple times as well. Also, if you'd like to follow Sam's socials as well. There was a command for that in chat as well. Yeah, I did put that in because obviously I couldn't do this without Sam. I kind of view this as a shared channel now anyway, and this is our our livelihood. We appreciate your time. We appreciate you spending your LPL time with you. Dungeon, welcome back as well. Good to see you out there.
I appreciate it. And again, Wesray as well. Again, I realised you came in, subscribed, then followed, which I appreciate. And then you're chatting as well. So great addition to the community, really fast there. It's much, much appreciated, guys. And as I said, if you don't have the money, that's fine. But Opera GX is a really good way to help come support us anyway.
And you just have to download it and sign up and try it out. Like I said, I have quite a lot of belief in it. I think it's actually quite a good browser. Get a load of customization and functionality.
Yep.
Now, Sam, are you going to stream today?
I think not. And what I'm basically because my voice is a bit tight.
Also, we do have Carbonara night later. Harold's going to be doing that. I did remember that.
So I'm out at a draft this evening at 7 PM. I'm going to go play some Magic with people.
Oh, did you not tell Harold that?
I didn't know we were having Carbonara night.
He messaged you, pretty sure. Okay, well, anyway.
Well, I will stick around for Carbonara night. That's fine.
Cool. Alrighty, cool. Yeah. Oh no, I'm okay. I'm not going to get into that conversation over in Nivea's chat. Okay, so that's going to be the end of our games today. We'll find someone to raid you over to you. Thanks everyone for watching.
Yeah.
And we're going to go find someone else to send you over to.
Last note, Nivea's chat, YouTube chat. This is to you guys. We are not live on YouTube tomorrow.
So come watch us on Twitch.
On Twitch, because we're on front page on Twitch. So give me a heads up. Put a thumbs up in chat. Make sure you guys know. Please listen to us. We will still be live, just not in the usual spots for you. I know it's a bit uncomfortable, but you will find us. Just look on Twitch.
But okay, cool. All right, well, we'll see you tomorrow, folks. We'll find a place to radio over to you. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow on Twitch. Okay, let's see who be on the line. This one is not going to go offline immediately after that. I'm going to send you over to Caltis.
Caltis is great.
Send over to Caltis. All right, folks, enjoy Caltis, and we'll see you later.